is coming on.
Staring out at an April snow and your taxi in the street, I imagine time has slowed. In sympathy, of packing up my heart to walk away. Still it's all I want to say, 'cause I learned to love for you. For me to let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, you're the reason I learned to love. Learn to love. Holding on to a photograph from the day we made our vows, and I bet we would have laughed to see us now. You're packing up my heart to walk away. Still it's all I want to say, 'cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody for me to let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, you're the reason I learned to love. Learn to love. 'Cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, you're the reason I learned to love. Learn to
The moment I throw my backpack in the trunk of your rusty car, not knowing where we going, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. Oh, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view, light through soft clouds. The sun emotional landscapes. Right here, making memories with you. Sun, moon, you. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, close my eyes, sense your vibe, being alive just feels so right. We are flying out of space and time. Sparks spraying between us, colorful clouds of dust. Coincidence might be divine. Wanna sing your melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with you. Skin to skin, wondering, landscapes we're discovering. When the world's so new and welcoming. Am I dreaming? Are we here? Just imagine how it feels. Stop believing that it could be real. Wanna sing a melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with me. Oh.
this will hurt much when there's low no guys. You and me against the word, oh say no more words, 'cause I've had enough and I had enough and I no more hurt. 'Cause I la 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 la. I love you. 'Cause I la 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 la. I love you. There's a place I wanna go, 15 miles to the coast, where the sun always shines, right down on the borderline. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Sitting here under the blue sky, people here don't ask why. The sun comes down every evening, oh, the sun comes up, we're believing. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Lazy breeze in a sea of green, slipping on the sunscreen. Lazy breeze in an open sky, never wanna say goodbye. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica,
testing my own limits. It's taking me to the top. I'm taking action, okay, here we go. Well, do you feel it getting closer? I know each day we're growing stronger. Well, do you feel it getting closer? My eyes on the glow, the game is on. 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 The game is on.
Why do you speak on my name? Why do you treat me so bad? 'Cause I never made you feel like this. Why do you leave me into? Do you love you for real? Do you love you for real? No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. Why do you speak on my name? Do you love you for real? Why do you treat me so bad? Do you love you for real? 'Cause I never made you feel like this. Do you love you for real? Why do you leave me into? Do you love you for real? No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, give me that, give me, give me, give me, give me that.
Like a siren without a warning. You never know what hits you if you wake up in the morning like a temptress in a red dress. Seduction is destruction, so you better get a move. Danger, danger, look where you're going. The heart is open, your blood is overflowing, baby. Danger, danger, look where you're headed. Got your pedal to the metal and life is not ready, baby. Yeah. I'm gonna do
mercy on my wicked soul. Nobody told me what makes right from wrong. Came from the shadow with an eagle eye, leaving all my thoughts and my fears behind. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. Riding with freedom and I found my way. Ain't nobody gonna lead my mind astray. I'm gonna move the ground beneath my feet. I'm gonna lose the feeling I defeat. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run.
I don't care what you think of me. Live my life like I'm 17. Late night party lights, oh my I've lost my mind. Glitter eyes, watch me do my thing. And I know what you came here for. Eyes down, staring at the floor. You might say go, but your body resists. Your feet start moving to the sound of Prince. Don't say no, no, don't lose this. You gotta give it up, baby. Give it up, baby.
2015年跟 WBG 打季后赛，就最后一把好像，然后玩个压缩就把我认为那个时候好像没人在比赛上打出过1Q 3仙这个连招，然后我用了这个连招把我们队友就是从劣势到优势，然后就导致我们赢下了那个比赛，然后拿到就是选拔赛的名额。就那个操作比较难忘。
最难忘的操作还挺多的，但就是最近突然想到一个以前确实是忘不掉的画面，就是以前那个就是在18年打 IG 的时候，那个就决赛嘛，那个大王升级，就最近让我突然想到那个画面，就挺难受的。
太多了，我不能一个一个说，真的是太多了。
딱히 없는데 좀 생각나는 거는 와프 백도 호자.
Is around the base, it's the base. Yeah, control ward goes in. There's the flash from Khan. He just wants to kill the Evelyn before she can get there, but Sword has teleported forward. Empowered recalls are going to be available, but Griffin, can they actually make this win? Oh my god!
其实我感觉我操作的很多很好的操作我都会记得，其实没有一个特别固定的。
记忆比较深的话是可能。 有就是抢大龙的那种经历吧，就比如我有时候玩布隆，他们抢过大龙这样子。
Stops him. Haro can't get into the pit. He can't steal it. But what the heck? Mako what throws out.
最难忘的操作，其实都忘了。
就去年那个卡反杀镜吧。
应该就差不多就是很沙发也有，然后差不多很神的法的也有，就是这种盲僧什么末眼闪。 都很有，然后沙发的差不多都是这种，就是王皇是1Q 闪控或者什么周通1闪控这种也有吧，就不太记得哪把吧。
사람들이 많이 기억해주는 게 남지 않을까? 솔직히 너무 많아가지고 그나마 롤드컵 때가 기억이 나는 것 같아. G2전이랑 했을 때. 아 그거 피오라 마지막 그 우리가 진 거.
KT still marching. It's a base race. The Shy's under the blue Nexus. KT's under the red. Who's gonna win? The Shy will not.
都挺好忘，想不起来。神剑级呗，打那个发条大新单。
还是偷家吧，因为我给他们当眼了。
那可能就是去年偷拆主堡的那一场，对，打到苏宁吗？有点忘了，就是玩金克斯拆主堡那场，对。
没有吧？感觉每一波操作挺正常，就没有什么令人难忘的。
就那个 TP。
The TP's already coming through the Shy. The masked man standing. Can he get Doggo? Oh no! How is Doggo on this side of the tower?
很恶心。
S 几来着 ？S10决赛晋级5杀吧。
The Quadra looking for it. Bin will pick it up. Get the pentakill for Bin and Suning Gaming.
其实这个问题之前采访过我也说了，就是可能是2018年夏季赛闪现秒那个宁王的岩雀嘛，但其实。 去年一整年对我来说也是，我打了1年上单嘛，对我来说也是一段非常那个丰富的职业生涯吧。然后特别是奈尔这个英雄，我感觉还是对有很多局拍的挺爽的，对，就是可能红 buff 拍了1DG 4个人那一波，就感觉蛮帅的。
And now we're back. We're doing this again at Shower. Oh my god!
打 LPL 的时候吧，就是有一次侵略抢龙吧。
暂时还没有最难忘的操作。
去年打那个 OnePlus 的时候，就是在下路我们高地那边玩南仗，应该一个人打4个吧，那个操作是不能忘记。
Kanavi, you absolute madman! He's 1v5 in the whole team.
就挺多的吧，像就硬要说一个，就20年季后赛打方巴斯那把LG，就操作了一下。
Yagao jumps back in and ignite. What a big ballsy play!
I think it was in LC when I played against G2. I mean, I had so many good moments against G2, but the best probably was when I kicked Willie Sin Perks into our team and we won the game.
Oh, early ignite on top of Rookie. Rookie alert. Gotta wait for your flash. He's still gonna
Wow.
die.
正常操作就是打暗击，他那个阿卡丽把那个加掉单杀。
In the mid lane is Cream.
去年打 NG 那把齐安娜吧。
On Cream, but Kiana in a dragon fight. You can get a big ult. There it is, immediate supreme display of talent. What a way to burn open.
没有吧，没有什么操作，都差不多。
目前还没有。令我难忘的操作一般都是别人的，我觉得别人都好帅。
印象比较深刻，基本都是在锤石吧，因为可能我从开始打职业的时候就是一直玩锤石，玩到现在，然后有各种，假如什么闪现预判钩啊，那时候就会自己做出来之后就会觉得啊，肯定很多人能为我欢呼，觉得这个很帅，所以说这些场景都会记着。
没有，
没有。
就可能好像先打 LDL 就那个睿智开车到人家脸上，直接全崩了，好像。
可能是就是我们春季赛刚打的那波飞机首加吧，如果导弹中一个的话就好了，就收下来。
Absolutely incredible! Somebody hit him. Forget the Nexus. Forget the Nexus lyric. Ancient needs to kill him. He goes into GA.
Yeah,
Nexus
boy.
exposed. The Shy taking down View.
get out.
Finally, are we there? We're there.
Staring out at an April snow, and your taxi in the street. I imagine time has slowed. In sympathy, of packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say. 'Cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go. Let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love. Learn to love. Holding on to a photograph from the day we made our vows, and I bet we would have laughed to see us now. You're packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say. 'Cause I learned to love for you, for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love. Learn to love. 'Cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love. Learn to
The moment I throw my backpack in the trunk of your rusty car, not knowing where we going, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. Oh, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. watching the landscapes right here, making memories with you. Sun, moon, you. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, close my eyes, sense your vibe, being alive just feels so right. We are flying out of space and time. Sparks spraying between us, colorful clouds of dust. Coincidence might be divine. Wanna sing your melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with you. Skin to skin, wondering, landscapes we're discovering, whole new world so new and welcoming. Am I dreaming? Are we here? Just imagine how it feels. Stop believing that it could be real. Wanna sing a melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with me. Oh.
when there's low long eyes. You and me against the world. Oh, say no more words. 'Cause I've had enough and I had enough and I no more hurt. 'Cause I love you. 'Cause I
人生最大的烦恼就是记性太好。我还记得最后一班列车驶来，是在17年的夏天。我在最好的时候遇见你，是我的运气。人生若无悔，那该多无趣。喂，如果你多一张季后赛门票，会不会带我一起走？这是可以说的吗？如果你需要的话。但听好了 ，WE， 我们这月末会举办一个超棒的派对，所有风云队伍都会出席。但你猜谁收不到邀请？哼，痛，太痛了！
对得起我们吗？退票！
哦，你们好啊，各位亲爱的召唤师们！本周末的观赛指南如约而至。上次和大伙见面还是在上次，这个周末最不惹人关注的赛事莫过于 BLG 对阵 EDG。毕竟这又是一场普通的常规赛而已，没有什么特别的。这个周六敬请不期待。目光再转向近期的强势战队们，这一段时间超勇超会赢的 AL 强势逆袭，战胜银龙骑士 EDG， 状态只能说很润。而赛季初期不被众人看好的 V5， 如今气势如虹，连战连捷。所以说嘛，赶紧把球传给乔丹。最后再来关注一下被寄予厚望的滔博。等等，我有错，我甚至不愿喊他一声滔博哥。您可别说，滔博哥这人行，能处，6胜归来，街亭未失。Mark 超杯9赢冰泉，诸葛文波奇谋定天下。WBG 面对此战，程路将军可否识得此阵？他们在上周被 RNG 2-0之后，队伍的士气稍显挫败，但做人嘛，要潇洒一点，哪儿有那么多东西放不下？加油啊，一路向北的大哥哥们！总之，更多激烈精彩的赛事尽在本周末。英雄联盟很好的工作，凉快的男孩子和女孩子们，爱来自观赛指南。
Welcome on in, everyone. We're here for another wonderful night in the LPL. We are into the Week 8 Super Week. We are getting so close to the end, Dagda, and I'm so excited. By the way, I'm joined by Dagda on the night. I'm Mazel. How you doing, friend?
I'm good. Ready for another bout of games. I mean, look, it seems to be our Friday is our time, our little alone time.
We
for
get the
our
bangers.
Best of 3, yeah. But I'm ready. I'm ready for another banger.
All right. Well, hey, we got to wait just a little bit longer to get to those bangers. Because first of all, we did have a series last night, by the way, on your 4th day in a row, Dagda. Welcome to the Wonder Club. As it was a 1-2 victory to Team WE. Tying up that 16th spot, Dagda.
Yeah, I mean, look, they kind of put a bit of a stopper into IG's playoff contention with that one. And I'm not going to lie, the way IG were playing, I really don't see them hitting playoffs. That was a very sloppy, very messy best of 3. And WE just kind of threw the game less, to be perfectly honest.
Hey, that's what you got to kind of look for in these kinds of matches, though, for sure. As you see the updated standings there, TTWE knocked out, but the top 3 still there locked into the playoffs. Obviously, a lot of seeding contention still to be had. Big thing is that interesting piece from 4 to 10, where all the rest of the playoff spots are going to be locked.
Yeah, it's starting to kind of open up into a couple of different blocks, right? You got V5, Weibo, RNG in block 1, then you've got like our middle of the pack teams, and then into the last few that are really fighting for that top spot to get into playoffs. But now we are moving into today's matches. TT versus JDG will be what we start things off with, Mazel.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. I find it interesting, the kind of discrepancies between each match, right? We have the bottom of the table versus middle of the table. Then we have the full-on middle of the table fight with RA versus Ultra Prime. And then we get our match of the week, top of the table contention, TES versus Weibo Gaming.
I mean, that's going to be an absolute banger. I know a lot of people are keeping their eyes on that to see how that one's going to pan out. But We do have a long day ahead of ourselves.
do.
Our super weekend every weekend is starting to get underway, and I'm ready for some TT and JDG. I'm ready to see how this one's gonna go.
As the track record would say, we're about to get a 3-game banger. Let's see if we get to hold on to that one, though. But I got to talk about TT first of all when we get into this conversation, because, yes, their season is over in terms of playoff contention, but that does not mean that they could outplay Spoiler, and I think it's so interesting at the end of the season that we get all these underdog stories. But for them, it's all about finishing strong. Yes, there's a tough road ahead, but you got one last game in your repertoire to really, end on a high note, it feels like.
What are you talking about? TT bet to take down V5, no problem. But no,
Yeah.
I do agree.
Yep.
It's a rough road to finish things out with. At least they do kind of get the easier one at the end. Our battle for the wooden spoon against WE is probably is going to start to turn out to see who's going to end up taking that bottom spot. But I mean, for TT, it feels like at times they've kind of started to get themselves a little bit more coordinated. And look, just because they are here against JDG and they have V5 and they are sitting kind of 2-11 doesn't mean that they can't play upset. Doesn't mean that they aren't able to have a bit of fight in them.
That's the beautiful thing about it. And talking about fighting, for TT, they got a little bit of reinforcements into the split, but one in particular has been trying to stand out, and that's the unequaled carry about lane, because he don't care about the lane. He's unequaled on the team as UCal coming up clutch.
Yeah, I'll take how to force an acronym. I will take full responsibility
Hey,
for that one, but
you didn't even have to, man. I was right there with you. Ride or die, man. Ride or die.
But I do think UCal has kind of been the standout performer on TT, and despite the fact that these are sitting super far down in the tables, as you can see, UCal's actually been having a wonderful first few minutes of the game. I think he's been really pivotal in both. His laning phase has been relatively alright, but mostly, as we start to see in this most recent game against Ultra Prime, getting out of lane, trying to affect a lot of changes up towards that top side, particularly towards you, but also just kind of trying to step up as a big carry in these fights. So certainly I'll be keeping my eyes on UCal here today against Yagao to see if we can get some of these roaming champions picked up once more, especially against Yagao, who, as we know, tends to play much more for the lane phase. Very little map movement from this guy. So we'll have to see if UCal can kind of get these push potentials like the Ari and start to look for those roaming sides.
I want to see the confidence pick. Pick Yagao Zoe into him. UCal, I believe in you. Anyways, switching the conversation over to JDG themselves. They are a bit stuck in the middle of that 10 spree start for the playoff list there. And got a lot of top teams hovering around that 4 to 8 spot, huh?
I mean, look, it's kind of nice to see them back stuck in the middle, to be perfectly honest, because when I looked at them in 2021, finishing in 12th in summer, like, that was not exactly where I expected these guys to end up, but it is good to see them kind of growing back, especially as the split has gone on. JDG have really started to come into their own strength, and even though they are in 5th at the moment, that is still a long shot away from where I would have put them if you looked at the first 3 weeks. This team really starts to seems to have kind of found their footing and their identity in playing, setting up 369 the top side, looking for these early picks in the bot side jungle in the mid game, and then setting up with Hope as this major team fight carrying. That's what we saw a lot against LNG, you know, kind of absorbing a lot of this pressure that LNG was able to put forward and then returning it full force in these later team fights around Dragon.
It was honestly so impressive. It was all about team fight execution as well, and to see that kind of, you know, legendary JDG brain come out in the big macro fights and things along those lines in the end. It's so reassuring as we're going into the playoff berth, as we're going into the last couple of weeks for JDG. They're just turning it on, and it is ablaze, my friend.
And I think it's the individual performers that are turning it on. Like we talked about 369, you see him here in the Gragas. 369 was poor out on top esports for not being able to really set himself up on Gragas. And I agreed with a lot of that, but he really has turned it around this split. He looks so much better in these engaged champions where he's able to set up JDG to success. We see the meta kind of shifting into Yagao's favor where he likes these control mages. So, you know, your Victors, your Zoe is a big one that are just kind of slotting in perfectly to this style of play that JDG want. Kanavi finding himself back. Not quite King Kanavi just yet, but certainly looking quite strong. And then you've got Missing as well. Like, this guy who came across from WE, we talked about it kind of at length, that he just felt like he couldn't do anything with Elk. He didn't really feel like he could play for the 2v2, couldn't kind of link up with his jungler in the way that he wanted to in WE, but now we're starting to see in JDG that a large portion of this mid-game game plan for JDG is like having this push in bot side, and then Kanavi and Missy linking up to find sort of picks or just get vision control in the jungle. So we really are starting to see that they've kind of figured out how they want to play, and a lot of it is again coming from those individual performers rising up.
Yeah, and speaking of individual performers, there are two we want to highlight specifically. We've already said their names so many times in this a little bit, but it's Kanavi and it's gotta be Hope, because both these guys, when combined and when the team is all functioning, perform and turn out to be the best two-sided weapon for this squad, right? You have Kanavi with that early aggression to crest into the decision-making of the mid to late game, and Hope is there to lay down the dunk from the alley-oop of his teammates.
Yeah, you can see that Hope kind of has a low goal difference of 15, but that's because like oftentimes he's not getting a lot of attention down towards the spot side. It's more about him kind of finding his own success with the Jinx and the Aphelios, and then eventually when they've got like a wave that Hope has managed correctly, they'll kind of like shove into the jungle to get that control, and that's why you can see it is actually Kanavi who kind of benefits a lot from Hope in the early stages. Kanavi will tend to play these big carry junglers like the Viego is most played this split, and it's about him operating in the enemy side of the jungle, finding these kills, setting himself up as that tertiary carry. And this is the very same conversation we had about Kanavi when you look back at 2020, both in spring and summer, when he's playing things like the Silas jungle. He was setting himself up as another carry. That's what we're seeing here once more. And then when we get to those late game fights, that's where Kanavi, that's where Hope, that's where Yagao are popping off in these fights.
Yeah, it just culminates in such a smooth decision making for me is what has stood out for JDG, and that's something that where chaos reigns in the LPL, it's hard to come by to an extent, except for those top teams, and JDG are obviously showing that. And speaking of JDG themselves, if they beat TT tonight, they will be locking in their playoff berth for 2022 spring split, and TT try to play the spoilers a little bit.
Exactly. I mean, this is where JDG can hit that magic number 9, and there's quite a few people that are all kind of sitting there. It means that without a doubt they will find themselves into playoffs. But I mean, for JDG with the recent form, it really does feel more so like JDG want to make sure that they can keep pushing forward, that they keep going higher in the table. And just looking there, like they have Rare Adam still to play, they have Weibo still to play. This for JDG feels like a bit of a taster, a bit of a test to see what they can manage then as they go on to, well, kind of that final challenge, the big boss in Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, exactly so. But we do get our first glimpse of the stage. We see TT taken to it and getting to play that underdog, getting to have that little bit of storyline behind it is also fun for me as well. But also for these players to show, I'm always the positive, okay, Dagden? You got to bear with me a little bit because it's always about showing some sort of incremental improvement. I think that TT have done that, right? It's not the crazy overhaul through the season that you'd want, and I love to see them smiling and interacting there, but to see the incremental improvements is so important. And so to finish out these last games, seeing some of the UCal pop-offs, seeing some control from Chieftain and the little things from Puff and Southwind as well, that's what I'm kind of keeping my spotlight on. It may not be glitz and glam, but at least some progress for TT. And as we speak, it is the team of the night, at least in the spotlight for this first one, trying to lock in playoffs. JDG take the stage.
Yeah, I think it's just a little bit unfortunate for TT in the fact that it took them so long to get UCal and Chieftain onto the team. You don't really get a chance to properly scrim together, work out a lot of your issues like some of the other teams have. So I think that's why they've been struggling a lot. I'm hoping that TT for summer, we can kind of get a chance to, well, obviously see here what they're capable of, but kind of lay that groundwork for summer. But for JDG, I mean, we talked about this is a team that has seen that improvement, a team that has kind of been through the ringer to make sure they can get to a point where, yeah, like they actually do look like a coordinated team. We're seeing linkages with Missy and Kanavi. We're seeing the team fight coordination there, and it feels finally like JDG are starting to rise back to the occasion that they looked like in 2020. Like, I think there's a lot of the crew that joined like in 2020 that holds JDG kind of in a special place in their heart because you know that was the first split we joined. That was the first split that we saw JDG kind of take the trophy, the Silver Dragon Cup. But since then it's kind of been a bit of a slip. Now though, you kind of get that little bit of pride back into JDG.
Yeah, it's the remembrance, a little bit of that nostalgia, feeling like it's coming back to life for JDG itself. But you know, it's funny to compare them. It's cool to see, you know, their remembrance of the past, but they are here and now. They are in the present, and they are turning it up in the end of the season, which with the way that they're playing, right, we saw them pick apart LNG. We saw them approach the game in such a macro heavy way, at least in the later parts of the game, that going into play, like, that is a scary thing to approach for any team, especially going into the best ofs that we have.
I mean, look, I'm so ready for playoffs at this stage, man. I'm so ready.
You can't hang one more week. Not week 9 is too much.
No, I want it to happen. I need it. I need it right now. Like, it's just.
I agree, though.
It's just like how, like, so JDG massively improving, and when you look at like JDG at the moment, the teams that they've managed to kind of they're just off the back of beating V5. They're just off the back of beating LNG. It feels like JDG have really got themselves together now. And even when we see them fall behind in the early stages of some of these games, just able to play the map well, able to find their success in team fights, play around the fact that they've been stacking up these dragons in the early game. It just feels like JDG are now kind of, even though they're in 5th, feel like they're one of the teams that are higher up in the standings, that are contesting the likes of V5, contesting the likes of RNG. So I don't know, like, where JDG lands in the whole equation. You see teams like EDG that are kind of struggling, Billy struggling, Weibo is still like high up there, RNG starting to get themselves together. There's so, like, top esports, you know, those guys are just popping off. Like, there's so much in our playoffs that I just want to see these best of 5s so we can actually get a definitive answer as to where these teams actually lie against each other, because it feels like we kind of got them at the start of the split, but haven't really got to see the new and improved version towards the end of spring, how these all pan out.
I see LNG has been left out of your mind now since they have not been performing in Dagda. But in all actuality, like, this game is important for JDG to lock in those playoffs, but the question is, how important does that mean the draft is for them? What are the priorities looking like for this? Because on the side of TT, I need comfort. I need to see these guys on something that they can feel confident in their playmaking, because going against JDG, you're going to have to be confident all stages in the match. So as we do get into it, you don't even get a chance to dissect that Dagda, as JDG on the blue side ban away the Tryndamere and the Tom Kench. Zeri, the first ban by TT on the red.
Yeah, well, so one of the big things I'm actually looking out for is the Ari pick here for EPL. I actually really liked him the last couple of times we've seen him play it. I think it could work out really well. TT already banning away the Viego, though, giving a lot of respect to Kanavi. That's his most played champion, and with a 75% win rate and a 9.6 KDA, I think that's totally fair to kind of, you know, take that one off the board. I'm also curious if we get the Zoe, but it's actually the Victor. So, to give context, Yagao Zoe accounts for nearly 50% of the Zoe bans that we see in the LPL. Very much respected, but we won't be seeing it in this game, as Rise instantly taken, and that will be responded with this Jinx. I mean, it's not unsurprising. This has kind of been the way our peta has gone for so long in 12.
Honestly surprised JDG didn't go for the first pick, Jinx, but Puff definitely wants to get his hands on that one. 17 games played, comparatively the next highest 7 on Aphelios and 2 on Ezreal. So want to see that that potentially locked in as one of these 2 picks for TT. But Lee Sin is going to be the aggressive pick for Chieftain, one of his comfort picks as well.
Yeah, and it's something that can definitely pair well with, as we kind of point out, something like the Ari. And we've seen this run by TT in their last series against Ultra Prime, worked out pretty well. So I'm curious if that's going to be the game plan here for TT. You know, forego the support pick, lock in the Ari. You know you're going against the Rise, should be reasonably okay. And then kind of play more for team fights, where Ari's just able to offer a huge amount and also have decent push to start looking for these roams, or at least match the roams from the Rise. I'm not surprised to see the Aphelios. Probably going to get something like the Zinzao as well, secondary here for JDG. It's been Kanavi's most next played, and something that he's really a fan of. Kanavi also does play a lot of the Rek'Sai, so maybe they kind of want to just go for, you know, the counter pick that Kanavi has been pretty damn comfortable on.
Yeah, I think that you can either go with one of those. Obviously, a little bit of utility in those as well. The Hecarim still available too, if you want to go that direction as well. But the Fresh Hover and Lock-In by JDG. So trying to set up the bottom lane of Hope and Missing a little bit more, and they get the combo of the Aphelios Thresh.
So Missing's Thresh is the reason JDG beat V5. I don't know what this man has, but his hooks were always able to find Photic. if there was even like a pixel where you could like slide it on between two people, they would connect onto Photic. It was absolutely insane. Like I really like Missing's Thresh. On the opposite side though, Setwind's going to take himself the Lulu, so we got that kind of regular pairing in the bot side. Does mean though you can be a little bit vulnerable to early ganks, but at least TT kind of thinking, hey look, we're going to be all right in that regard. I thought they might actually ban junglers here, but instead with that Jace ban, they're probably setting themselves up for a blind pick for new on the Gnar. But honestly, it kind of seems a bit weird when you just take your take the Ahri or take one of these mid laners for yourself and then just counter pick the top laner instead.
I am really interested for Southwind to be on the Lulu. I would have liked to see a little bit of engage priority there on the bottom lane with the Jinx to have a little bit of safety in that regard. But speaking of safety, you know, the wild growth is going to help a lot in that aspect. TT do ban away the Zinzal, though, trying to take away Kanavi's picks a little bit more so. As TF is the ban by JDG in the final one.
Yeah, so I still think the Ahri is a good shout here. Kind of highlighted at the start of the day that it works out well, but still going to go back towards the Syndra. So try to just see if they can go full on pressure in this mid lane, like look to kill Yagao very soon with this like mid jungle combo. Also gives a good bit of range into the composition of TT, which JDG are kind of struggling with. So looks like Kanavi kind of reading this, going, hey look, we're going to need to take the Hecarim here. We need some sort of engage to it from a jungle, but also something that is just really good at closing the distance onto what TT have. So TT now, we'll have to see what the answer is for new in this top side. I mean, against the Graves, the Tryndamere already gone, Jace is gone. Like, there's not a huge amount, unless you do want to go back towards something like the Gnar. I think the Gangplank can work pretty well as well. I just feel like you kind of want some sort of tool so you can engage, because at the moment if you take the Gangplank, you're much more about, hey, we're going to kite back, we're going to try and use this range, like slow down things like the Aphelios and the Graves from being able to get in on top of us, and that can work out. It just becomes a lot more difficult to operate if you want to try and like find picks or get yourselves back into the game.
Yeah, I do value, you know, Chieftain on the Lee Sin, a lot of stability in the lanes as well as a lot of safety. It feels like you have the oranges and a lot of safety in the top lane, at least on the Gangplank and the cross map global ultimate that you can be able to pull the trigger on as well. But it just feels like the stability of JDG's team is going to be so hard to chip into for TT.
Yeah, I mean, it's for TT, I feel like you're kind of in a position where, look, if you can slow the game down and allow the scaling on the Gangplank and the Jinx to come into play, you're going to be in a great spot. You've got an option to like actually try and use this range pretty effectively. It's just a really hard composition to try and work around, and because your solo engage tool is kind of like a Gangplank ult into a Syndra Storm. That's not always the best way. I think a lot of this early game for TT kind of relies on Chieftain Yukao, like playing through this mid lane, especially pre-6 before Hecarim has the opportunity to get access to that ultimate. And try and use the fact you've got the stronger mid jungle to get control of mid, then maybe look for Yukao to kind of have these roams down towards boss. Try and use the fact you've got a pushing mid, pushing boss, but we'll have to see if they can. If not, JDG, I just really like how their team fight operates. Also, plenty of opportunities to look for picks, which is always a nice way to be able to play the game.
Indeed it is, and as you see the logos taken to the screen, that means Summoner's Rift is right over the horizon. The first game of tonight, the first game of the Week 8 Super Week kicks off. JDG trying to lock in playoffs against TT. TT playing the underdog. Spoilers tonight as we hit the Rift.
JDG looking for their chance to lock themselves in playoff. TT looking for that opportunity to show that they cannot be pushed out, that this is a team that is looking to grow, a team that is looking to come together at the end of spring, and see if we can get them once more in summer. Both teams finding out though at the moment. Looks like we might actually get Chieftain starting on this top side of the map, so maybe some early shenanigans either through like say some sort of transitional gank mid or looking towards the bot lane, but Chieftain actually going to start moving down over towards his own bot side.
Yeah, I was wondering if we were going to get any same side starts, because I always love that. But with Lee Sin, you never know. It doesn't matter if you get same side starts, because Chieftain can take those unique paths. We've obviously seen a rise in Hecarim's just taking full clears until they really get to that level 6 mark and feel confident with the Onslaught of Shadows. But knowing Kanavi, a little bit of early game aggression can go a long way, and we expect it to be focused down towards this bot side as we were talking about earlier.
It's just kind of hard for the Hecarim to get those moments, because if you end up running into the enemy jungle, like especially something like a Lee Sin or the Xin Zhaos that we've seen, you just don't have the CC or the damage to really burst someone out in the same way that these champions do. And that's why, like, you can see Kanavi has to be a little bit careful on this Hecarim about when he ganks. Like, if he ends up spotting Chieftain and is like, okay, cool, now I'm free to go for this play, 100%. But you need to make sure you're spotting Chieftain first before you try and make that happen.
Absolutely. And it's a lot about execution early on for TT and trying to stave off until the end game potential there for their scaling members. But I was going to say, you know, you were bringing that up a little bit earlier, and the scaling aspect is definitely something that TT have bought into with this draft, with the way that they've gone in the Lulu in particular, as well as the other pieces. But JDG, no slouches when they get to the late game either.
No, they certainly aren't. And I think you've got more options on JDG as to how you want to play. You've the ability to try and play side lanes if you want to with 369 and Yagao. Chieftain, though,
this is what I was talking about. Chieftain with the unique pathing will not be spotted out. Southwind moving through the tri-bush will be, though. Kanavi knows something is up as the red buff does respawn, or reset rather. Kanavi goes to his Krugs. Chieftain takes his red.
A great read from Kanavi. You can see there that the second Southwind starts to move into jungle. He's like, hold on, something is here. There's no way this.
There's a Lee Sin on the other side.
Yeah. So nice read from Kanavi. He just backed away. Doesn't mean you lose out on his red. Not the end of the world though. Like again, Kanavi clears so quickly, and it's all about trying to get to his level 6. So, if Chieftain isn't able to kind of affect the early game here, and it's only stealing away a couple of camps, it's not the end of the world for JDG. I just feel like for Chieftain, you really want to try and start playing through this mid lane. You can even see it here, excuse me, as Chieftain just trying to help Yukal reset his wave here, and then we'll try and I believe look for plays off of Yukal once he does get that reset in. And has a bit more damage in his kit, because the corrupting pot right now doesn't really lend itself to, you know, the kill pressure you want. So imagine a Dark Seal or a Doran's Ring is going to come in here and they can try and play through that. But I was just going to go for the tier build.
Yeah, change up a little bit. Still find it so interesting. You know, we were talking earlier in the bit about Chieftain and Yukal coming into the split, having troubles with the visas, but coming in as some reinforcements for the team, with the team that, you know, they wanted to originally try to put together, and seeing them thrive together, at least to some extent, seeing that communication between them is so important. But it's also so interesting they came in together at the same time, right? And like as mid jungle being so important to the LPL, I feel like that's taking a big risk. And as you see, you know, things do work out occasionally, but the risk is definitely there.
I'm kind of surprised by Yukal's build here, because as I said, like, I think here trying to go for something that gives you a little bit more power in lane is probably best. Even like if you're worried about mana, Doran's Ring usually does enough for Syndra. I haven't actually seen a huge amount of Syndras that build tier, because obviously you build into Archangel Staff. That's more of kind of Orianna control mage style of build, where you're trying to get multiple abilities off. But if for a Syndra, like something like Illudens into Shadow Flame generally does enough damage where you don't really need to worry about mana.
Well, we'll have to keep our eyes on that build, see what he goes for, and see how it works out for you, Cal. We did see Kanavi going for an aggressive start. Chieftain's like, wait, you come steal my camp? No, you forget. I started the aggression here, okay? Oh my god, wait, he didn't get it. Now he's in some trouble against Gal. Unfortunately, the feed is freezing for me, so I can't see what's happening, but apparently Chieftain made it out.
Yeah, it looks like just a ward hop over the wall on towards Yukal, but yeah, unfortunately for Kanavi, he's been trying to get in and like affect some sort of change against Kanavi here, but the camps that Chieftain is stealing are not actually the camps that really make a difference. Like, you can see the XP advantage already for Kanavi, because he's getting the core ones, which are the Gromp, the Raptors, these kind of things that actually like are the main block of experience in the jungle. And when you look at Chieftain, he's spending so much time kind of wandering between the two, he's not really getting a chance to actually farm his own jungle. So now down in experience, Kanavi very soon going to hit that level 6. We haven't seen Chieftain playing through mid, haven't really seen him kind of link up with Yukal, and this was one of my big complaints that I saw in TT versus Ultra Prime, was Chieftain like kind of having very clear goals about how he can affect the game, how he can like snowball advantages through lanes, but never really playing towards it.
Such an interesting early game here, especially because, you know, 6.5 minutes in, we were expecting this to some extent, right? Getting Kanavi to level 6 and then getting out on the map to have some influence. But it's that slow and steady burn at this point. No priority on dragons. We still have about 1 minute and 15 seconds until Rift Herald spawns, which I expect to be the more high priority objective for both these teams, right? Because those big payouts, you can crash a tower and get these plates off for at least one of these carries.
Yeah, especially when you've got like 369 having to push, Yagao having to push in the mid lane as well. Like, you've got a good amount of control there. JDG, though, they have been a very dragon-focused team, though. Like, 3rd highest dragon percent in the league. Like, these guys love to find these early dragons. And that kind of sets them up for that team fight that they want to play in the later portion, right? So, this is where we're kind of looking to see if JDG, instead of going towards Rift Herald, maybe just trade that for position of bot, look to take these dragons. Because, honestly, I've seen a lot of games where JDG just don't care about first Rift Herald. They're more interested in just finding the dragons and, you know, trading for the turret plates on the bottom side.
And we do actually see Kanavi heading back towards that bottom side. I was wondering, obviously trying to see if they're going to go positioning up towards the top as we see missed that hook up there. Kanavi essentially going back to that early dragon priority. Ooh, Cannon Barrage was used on the wave on the top side for New, trying to stop the pushing for 369, and he does do so actually, as we do have bodies forming around the mid lane here for both sides.
You need to be careful just with the one-shot potential Yukal and Chieftain bring to the table. Both Yagao and Kanavi can't just burst out way too quickly for JDG to react. So you can see there, they kind of spot out that Chieftain's in the vicinity, they back away, and now Kanavi potentially looking for a dive onto this top side, but we'll have to see as you just get the reset coming through for New. He's kind of aware that something was going on here. It'll actually be TT who do get this first dragon.
They do. So taking a little bit of JDG's presence in the top side as means to take the dragon. First neutral objective will go over to TT. Seeing pings on the top side, though, this means a trade of Rift Heralds, and JDG, knowing that, you know, that's kind of terrifying to give this team that much strategic leeway.
And I'm kind of curious as to where JDG are going to place this, because there is an argument always to give it to Hope, your mainstay carry for a lot of these fights. Try and get him an advantage against Puff, especially as we've seen Puff with that Kug. You know that this Jinx is going to be kind of accelerated. But there's this, I'm kind of leaning towards 369 as well. Like, the worse spot and the more difficult you can make it for Gangplank to kind of access the map, and unlocking 369 could also lead you to a lot of good things, especially if 369 is able to fully push in this top side. He's already taken 2 of those turret plates, and then you can start to like rotate him in towards things like mid lane and that. So there's kind of an argument on both sides. I'm not entirely sure where JDG are going to go. I'm actually really curious what they do.
Yeah, I do get the, obviously we get the reset out from Kanavi. We'll see which way he wants to go with it, but I will say a little bit of a check in terms of win conditions we were looking for. Obviously TT were trying to just stay stable, get to the later parts of the game, have some of their scaling activate for themselves. I still wanted to see Chieftain have that kind of activity for himself, but because of the way the lane states have been going and the way that JDG have been playing in those lanes, it's been pretty hard to do besides that early invade we saw.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I think you've kind of got like, it's a weird kind of ebb and flow in who has priority this game. Because in the very, very early game, I do 100% agree, is Chieftain Yukal that I think were a very clear win condition here for TT in the early stages. That hasn't come to fruition. And now you're kind of seeing that, oh, Kanavi hit that level 6 mark that we talked about. And suddenly JDG look way more active on the map. You can see Missing trying to link up for vision with Kanavi. Kanavi playing more steadily around this mid lane. Like, this is kind of what I was expecting, but I wanted TT to see if they could find some success early game to shut this down.
Look at
this. You can
this.
see with Yagao having pushing mid. Kanavi, we talked about the potential Rift Herald top. Here they go.
Here we go. Rift Herald's going to be available too. New needs to try to do something. Cannon Barrage down, but New dies to 369. And throw those 9s in chat, as now it should be actually Kanavi utilizing that Rift Herald as the Cannon Barrage cleared up the minion waves. They'll be giving some serious gold over to 369 and Kanavi in the top.
Yeah, and I like this idea. Again, like, I think you can play quite well around 369, just with the advantage that he has. Maybe even getting 2 towers on this top side, honestly, because
nobody is responding.
Yeah.
Oh, the tower goes down almost, but it's still TP in response from New as he respawned. Only got about halfway on that tier 2. So back into the jungle, Kanavi goes to steal away Chieftain's camps. The cross map play was not there. It was Chieftain stealing away Kanavi's Krugs, though. Now seeing if he can get a play on JDG's bot lane themselves.
Yeah, a little bit worried that 369 would just go for the TP straight to the bot lane. This is still a potential play if TT go for this, so they have to back away. And just a bit unfortunate for TT that they wouldn't have the numbers advantage if 369 went down towards the spot side. Also 369, that's an aggressive build. Going straight towards the Eclipse. This man wants to deal some damage.
All right, Yagao with the moves, power unleashed with the scout of the week, flash over the wall. Yagao with the moves, had 3 mid-mers moving on him from TT, but brushes it away like it's nothing.
Nice setup for UCal. I like the way that he put down the Dark Sphere, but didn't commit with the Scatter of the Weak until he knew exactly which way Yagao was moving. But just unfortunate that even though he does get the ultimate into the stun, there's just no follow-up there. Chieftain not in position, Southwind not in position, and just a lot of time wasted.
Oh, the combo out of the fog. Chieftain, you had no idea it was coming. Kanavi gets the kill.
This is actually really cool from JDG. It's kind of the flip of what we traditionally see from them, where it's like, oh yeah, Kanavi linking up with bot to make plays. Kanavi kind of giving a lot of pressure in towards like Rift Heralds and stuff on bot side, but that's not what we're seeing this time. JDG feeling confident to just play around 369, and yeah,
Chieftain
unfortunate there.
the Sonic Wave.
Bad times all around. Would have had the kick as well to try and set things up, but JDG just turned this back around. And I mean, this is where we're kind of looking again. Like it felt like UCal kind of doing everything that he could for TT. Just unfortunate the Chieftain wasn't quite there. Now, when you look at like the map state at the moment, a level advantage for 369 in the top lane. A 1,500 gold lead for the Graves is going to be terrifying for New to try and deal with at the moment. Kanavi as well, sitting about 1,000 gold up for himself. This top half of the map is fully online for JDG. And even though we don't see the traditional win condition of the Dragons for JDG, still looking for Rift Heralds, still been able to transition 369 towards like mid lane off of that is going to work out wonders for him.
I will say we're starting to get the mythic item completions across the board. TT opting into these dragons stacking, at least keeping priority down on the bottom side right now. And I think, you know, that is a win condition for them as something to hold on to, as this early game hasn't gone exactly the way you want.
I think it's just going to be hard. I mean, 369 Unleash TP now available as we just press the 14-minute mark. So trying to fight this, I mean, New isn't really in a position to match the damage that 369 has. And for JDG already having position on Dragon, it makes it a lot more difficult for TT to kind of absorb the pressure that JDG want to go. Because the way TT's composition set up is like kite back, you know, have position already, but they don't have that chance.
369 is about to just kill New Cannon Barrage. Now UCal over the wall, the power unleashed, scatter of the week into the kill for UCal. Meanwhile, bottom lane. Ooh, nice move from Chieftain. Devastating charge, gets kicked back. JDG won't find it. They do take the dragon, so it will be the first dragon of the game go to JDG, and we have a Hextech Soul on the Rift.
This is what we talked about for UCal, though. A huge amount of his early plays is trying to play towards New, trying to cross map, but here we go.
Puff is putting some serious work on the missing, and that's the wild growth diff right there. Flash over the wall. Puff is trying to find it. Hope out of the way is going to be there, but the rockets from Fishbones make it happen. Double kill for Puff.
Kraken Slayer and a Lulu. Gonna make that pretty damn hard for Hope to try and have the 1v2. You get the TP now from 369 to the bot side just to make sure that he can hold on to this wave. But nice job from Puff and Southwind, just kind of realizing, hey, look, we can see exactly where the path of Hope and Missing is. Let's just cut them off. And you see it here, ward in place. They already had spotted that Hope and Missing and moved up that direction. Puff with this cleanse, with the no follow from Missing thanks to that polymorph. Hope and Missing just can't carry through.
Shout out to both ADCs for missing both ultimates there. Just a quick little bit. Kanavi picks up the second Rift Herald of the game, though, as JDG go on the re-engage on Chieftain. I was going to say, that might not be what you want, but you do have Hope and Missing coming this way. Actually set something up here. Missing with the death sentences could get that CC chain down that JDG need easily. It is just trades early on, Dagda.
Just trading back and forth for the moment. Yeah, Gao and 369 though starting to set up on side lanes, and as you can already see with 369 and the initial trade that we got on the top side, 369 will destroy New if he's given the chance. Like, this build is so strong against the Gangplank, who has very little armor in his build. So for 369, it's gonna be tearing through structures and New if he gets the chance. So you kind of need to look here at TT at how you're going to deal with this side lane pressure from JDG, and right now it's not, you don't really have those tools. Vision is already there in the top side here, at least for JDG, to spot out that do have Chieftain moving across, so Yagao backs away, and now he can kind of just lean in towards mid and always look to see if they can look for an opportunity to outnumber TT in this mid lane, or just continue pushing in waves, make sure TT lose control of the map, and then once more fall back to this Dragon move.
And they obviously have the Rift Herald in their ploy now as well, with a lot of time left on it. Gives you so many options. I would think mid lane, obviously, but the side lanes are juicy, as the, side lane tier 2s do give that extra little bit of gold now. And for me, it's the bot lane that they're going to be focusing on, apparently. That new is finding missing in the one trade back is tower shots going on to Kanavi. They do finally get the kill for 369.
Yeah, the wave made it a little bit difficult for 369 to get the damage that he wanted to, but now with the support down, numbered advantage for TT in the mid, and JDG not quite able to get the play as smoothly as they would want to, and TT are responding well.
JDG were up almost 4,000 gold, and now it's completely even just about, as TT moving in the mid lane, already taking a tier outer tower, and now looking on the tier 2, as they have actually UCal on the back waiting to go. 369 is pushing the bottom lane. TT will have to respond. Realm more forward. Onslaught of Shadows onto the members. They just want to buy time for 369 to push, but 369 is backing. So JDG need to back away themselves. Moonlight Vigil comes out missing. He's going to get the hook connection, and Puff is just caught out and left out to dry. No help there. The Wild Growth not enough this time around.
Great setup from Hope, managing to get the Gravitum onto several members, locks them in place, and Yagao.
Oh, Yagao with the Prism and the kills going to Kanavi. There's the Rift Herald on top of it all, and the snowball is starting in the mid lane for JDG.
The target selection has just been so good from JDG. Like getting on towards Puff with the ultimate from Hope, then you get the flash follow for Yagao onto UCal. Now the two carries for TT are dead, and they get to respond. Rift Herald in tow.
Man, that's double charges for both Rift Heralds that JDG have gotten, and almost 369 killing Southwind outright. That's the problem with the squishy enchanters here. The entire squad for 369 and JDG are turning it on, even though they were just within about 600 gold. It's back to that 4,000 gold lead.
Yeah, and you see it here. Hope, great Moonlight Vigil connects onto 3 members here, so able to lock, our 2 members able to lock the ball in place. Missing knows that cleanse from that earlier scuffle bot lane is down, so Jinx falls. Then Yagao just feeling confident here. UCal takes that one step too far forward, and Yagao's like, hey, Missing's hooks up, let's go for it.
Absolutely, and that's the killer instinct, though Kai'Sa's not in the game, that you need in the LPL. And it's just that extra little step forward. It's so crazy to me that, like, he was just hovering around there the whole time, but it was that little extra bit forward, the extra click. As another hook connects on a Chieftain, meaning TT pull away. They're in a bit worse for wear for this dragon fight. JDG want to move in confidently. The barrels will not connect there. Dragon is taken by Chieftain, and now the fight afterwards. Big Cannon Barrage separating JDG. This could be a fight for TT, although nobody has died yet. JDG are in a bit of trouble. Onslaught of Shadows had to be used defensively by Kanavi.
New played that fight perfectly. Great positioning. Hope just got to grab the Dark Passage out, but all New, this is exactly how New wants to play these fights. You want to have JDG running into you because you get so much value out of the barrows, the scatter the weaks, but JDG aren't done yet.
Oh my god, JDG, they almost killed Chieftain. Big Moonlight Vigil on the backside though. Yagao into the fight, and there's the flank. They baited TT so hard right there. You think it was so even. You thought it was so close. It's not even close at all.
And look at the time, Mazel. Look at the time.
It's just all beautiful.
Just crested. It works out so well, JDG. That was so well done. And again, got a good understanding of this dynamic and how they can actually win these fights. You look across at TT and you're like, right, this is a team that if they are running away from you, will do well. Because as JDG, you're running into barrel, running into scatter the weeds. Puff is able to keep his range. And like even Chieftain's going to play keep away. Kicks, got the slows from Lulu. It all works beautifully at that dragon fight. But when TT are running into JDG, that's where the problems start to come through, because now you're entering into the domain of this short range carry. You're not running back or falling back into these barrel combos. Instead, then JDG are able to come in, as you can see there, with Knavi, with these great ultimates. You got Hope as well, who's getting relatively touched because he's not playing catch-up to the fight. He's just consistently able to get his DPS off.
Missing is a monster, by the way. He is hitting hooks left and right. Like, it is insanity. And because it buys so much time, I feel like it sets up so beautifully for the composition that JDG have, right? Like, all you need is a few seconds to blow somebody up, get those chain CCs down. It's been working out beautifully for JDG. Now TT trying to turtle up a little bit, bringing as many members as they can to survey their own jungle at this point. As Baron buff still strong for 2 more minutes, JDG will have everything they want. Oh my god, okay.
Oh my
Yep,
Jesus.
nope, he doesn't exist. You didn't see anything, Dagda, because he does not exist in the top lane.
I mean, this is just so good from JDG. Looked a little bit ropey coming
did
into
we
kind of
go?
the early stages of the mid game, but from now, this point forward has just been absolutely insane. And I mean, you can see that gold difference there, 3,000 gold difference on Knavi alone.
I just don't
That's
understand.
insane.
Like, we were so close in that last dragon fight over the dragon that TT just got. It was literally neck and neck. Like JDG, it was like 1,000 gold in the lead, and now they're almost 10,000 gold in the lead. They've gotten an inhib tower. They're looking at top lane.
Oh,
How
wow.
does this continue? Like, this is a snowball, but it's not a snowball I've ever wanted to see.
It's an avalanche.
It
This
literally
ain't a
is.
snowball.
Hannah
The snowball
Barrage.
is long gone.
This is the play from TT, though. Yagao does have to go golden. He will die. No, he doesn't. He's
No.
okay. He dies at the end, at least. JDG do trade down 1 for the inhib. And TT want to move forward. Hope using the Gale Force away from the Scatter of the Weak. They will survive.
JDG, come on. Trading Yagao's life for 2 towers, 2 inhibitors, he says sarcastically. This is terrible. What are you
I
doing?
love how you had to put the he says sarcastically in there.
Look, this is so well from JDG. And this is why we're kind of getting excited about JDG here. No, there definitely are mistakes. Don't get me wrong. But it's looking far better than we've seen from JDG in summer 2021. Honestly, even in spring 2021, where they finished kind of 5th, 6th in the table.
No. Oh, okay. Thank
He's all right.
goodness. Okay.
Yeah, for JDG, it's much more coordinated. Like,
It is.
even in situations where, look, they will overstep, they will make mistakes, but you can see here, once they get a lead, they are very good at understanding how quickly they can turn that around. Yagao just gets caught out a little bit, thinks he can walk forward, thinks he's got the safety of the Dark Passage, but great chompers from Puff there means that you actually can't take the Dark Passage because it's locked up, so Yagao just gets caught in no man's land, ends up falling, but JDG got what they came for, 2 inhibitors down, very easy for them to group up on the spot side, fall back to Dragon. Sorry, excuse me, if they even want to.
And I love it because we are actually seeing a decent amount of respect given over to TT's potential back plays on these fights as well, right? Like, you see Puff pick up 1 kill, and all of JDG turn back and try to run away a little bit, obviously because of the situation of the fight, but because Puff can actually turn it around as this Jinx. We've seen it time and time again in the LPL. Jinx is ridiculously broken, but in these kinds of situations, you just got to know how to play it, and JDG, they know how.
Yeah, I mean, for TT, it's very much about, like, getting on the objective first is the biggest issue for them. If you are in a situation where you have to phase check, the game's already done. And what you really wanted was for, like, again, for Chieftain UCAL to kind of, like, find this early pressure from the mid lane so then they can get some towers down, start to affect side lanes, and just have a bit more control on the map. That way you can get into River first, have JDG walking into him. We saw that one fight where TT and Dragon actually won it because they could set up that situation, but now they're just too far behind, no control, no hope.
And now the last inhib tower will go down. 369 playing very, very aggressive. Half health Puff with the collateral damage. As missing, will miss that hook, so not exactly on point. It's still a skill shot. All right, still a skill shot this point. Hope is going to be taking down this last inhib, though. This means double super minions. TT need to take care of the super minions at the top side. The problem is they got 5 full stack of JDG into their base, and Puff is going to be the one that has to put up a lot of the AoE clearing here for the team, as one little AoE shot is going to get Puff down about a quarter health. CTT is able to stop the siege for the moment, though, and keep them off of the towers.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of time before they
that
even
was
round.
close. Ethan tried to go for the insect play there, but won't do it. Oh, one little rocket to 369 though. Now Kanavi has to back away a little bit more, but Yagal's on the side. Here comes Chieftain again with the kickback. But look at the rockets from Puff. Puff is doing work here though. He can't get excited just yet. And they've already gotten Chieftain down. Now Puff in some trouble. Here comes the AoE from, oh my God, Yucal blows up Hope. Yagal's still almost full health though. It's still 4v3 in favor of TT. But now they're getting the reinforcements. 369 has TP'd back. Yagao not caught out just yet, but it's Yucal. It's Puff who are getting blown up. And that's collateral damage to put the icing on the cake. Kanavi so low, but missing will help finish off the tower. And JDG are one step closer to claiming their 2022 spring playoff berth with one last game needed to finish it off.
Nice fancy footwork from Yagel to kind of right the wrongs of JDG there. And JDG would take game number 1 in a confident fashion. Slow pace to the early game until Kanavi could ramp up on this Hecarim, but it was all about making sure that once they got that lead, once Hecarim was online, they could start to look for picks, start to play around 369. This Graves was huge in this game in these early stages, and eventually JDG were just too hot to handle for TT.
They absolutely were, and it was to some extent, you know, thought of by JDG. We saw their stable comp, you know, looked almost like a diamond to some extent. Just the stability, the strength in the picks that they had, and we knew it was going to be a tall task tonight for TT, and it obviously turned out to be. But it was that slow early game that just exploded for JDG, right? And we were seeing it so close, even in that dragon fight, the third dragon of the game. That fight was so neck and neck, nobody dies, and then JDG take advantage of TT in their jungle and somehow pull it out. You see that gold graph. It is literally just a spike.
And I'm not the biggest fan of the way TT played this. Like, I think this composition had opportunities to win. It just felt like, and I'm not going to like put this blame solely on Chieftain because I don't know what the internal communication's like, but I mean, not seeing Chieftain and Yucal like playing together just didn't really make a huge amount of sense to me. Like, you have especially in that levels 1 to 6, going for these invades from Chieftain, like if you kill Kanavi, great, but again, like not having vision control, so Southwind ends up getting caught out. Like, a lot of it just kind of felt very suspect and weird. So I'm not exactly sure what's going on with the early game comms for TT, but just a lot of missed opportunities meant that they just couldn't quite get into a position where they could bring us into the mid game. And from that point forward, JDG just stronger at all pretty much every point in the game.
Yeah, and you know, we were putting a big spotlight on Yucal in the beginning of this, but it's really, for me, it's the spotlight of the mid-jungle duo, seeing how Chieftain and Yucal work together, which was non-existent in game number 1. But we'll see if that does turn around for game number 2, as we still have a full best of 3 ahead of us. So let's go ahead and send it to a little break, and we'll be right back. Weibo Gaming have demonstrated dominance this season and seem almost unstoppable.
Backline to buy Angle Pretzel again.
Here, look at the slicing Maelstrom! Everybody getting electrocuted. You know what? You pile up in front of Weibo Gaming is all for it. But Weibo Gaming, blink and you'll miss it.
Different from Weibo, however, Top Esports didn't perform well at the beginning of the season, and now they have become an inspirational story.
Now they want to fight with the Dragons. Old Shockwave misses, it's flashed away from, and Jackie Love sits pretty behind the counter. The rest of Top Esports serving the drinks while Jackie Love, he's making all the profit. And Top Esports, this is their game to lose.
The Shy, one of the most famous top laners in the LPL. Many doubted whether we had already seen his peak form, but it is obvious now that he has returned to previous glory.
새로운 팀 와서 좀 재밌는 것 같고 전 팀이랑 좀 다른 것 같고요. 좀 지금 팀은 학교에 온 느낌인 것 같아요. 그냥 다 할 줄 아니까 FC 가서 쓰고 싶은 거 쓰는 느낌.
I mean, he's going to pay for that one with his life as he tries to get out the safety. Bar actually going to work, but the Shy makes it happen. The Shy and SOFM, partners in crime, making the impossible possible.
An old friend of the Shy, champion AD Jackie Love is still a player who can completely control the bot lane. Although the days are missed when they fought side by side, the competition is even spicier now that they are opponents.
因为很长时间也没有就是碰到，有很长时间没一起碰到过，就希望就打得都正常一点。我们比他们比较大的优势的话，就是可能中路拿一些英雄可能打得会比对面好，其他都看发挥了。
Even in the gate, Trine sets up a beautiful package. Knight going gold, but Trine's on the wing. It's a choke at top esports. Have to get out of here. Zoom coming in. He's dicey, but Jackie still alive. Zenith jumping for him, flashes away. Counter strike, a quick QSS. Zenith actually dying though. Zenith is dead. It's a triple kill.
Towards the beginning of the season, TES fell into desperate situations. They had no real avenues of success. When they needed him most though, Knight stood up, and what was left to watch was his incredible solo performances unfold. The genius mid laner of top esports.
觉得炮博配合可能还需要更加就那种精进一点吧，就可能那种小细节要配合的好一点吧。调整的话，感觉就之前状态输很多了，就主要是训练赛也要找回自信吧，就不能被输太多影响，让比赛再打得更好。
As for WBG Gaming, the current results are tied hand in hand with Angel. No one takes advantage of the Black Angel of the LPL.
Safe position to Shy on top of LWX. Severin keeps him healthy, but a 4-man shockwave. Angel is a city of heroes right now.
TES are now up against treacherous winds, feeling in better form than ever before. And WBG Gaming on the other side need to maintain their domination in the LPL this split. This is a challenge, but it's also a greeting between old friends. WBG Gaming versus Top Esports.
place I wanna go. 15 miles to the coast, where the sun always shines, right down on the borderline. Here in Barbados, Santa Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Sitting here under the blue sky, people here don't ask why. The sun comes down every evening, oh, the sun comes up, we're believing. Here in Barbados, Santa Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Lazy breeze in a sea of green, slipping on the sunscreen. Lazy breeze in an open sky, never wanna say goodbye. Here in Barbados, Santa Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Here in Barbados, Santa Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, here in Barbados, oh, Santa Domingo, oh, Kingston, Jamaica.
Welcome on back, everyone, to the LPL Spring 2022. Shanghai is the place of competition, and the LPL is where it happens. I am Mazel, joined by Dagda yet again, as we are into the thick of things here with TT versus JDG. JDG one step away from locking in their spring playoff spot. Dagda, what a game one from JDG themselves, and what a game from Missing, who will lock in another MVP for himself. I believe you said it was his third and second on Thresh.
So this is his third MVP and his third time getting his MVP performance on Thresh. Two of them were in that last series. I believe that he had against the victory that they had over V5. I believe he was the one. I'm just trying to check it very quickly. I'm sorry that I don't have this answer. I was trying to, but yeah, really impressive stuff from Missing. This guy has been really impressive on the Thresh. I'm delighted to see him continue to pop off.
And we don't get to talk about him anymore, at least in terms of last game, because we're already going into game 2 here. JDG want to make it a quick night, apparently, but it's TT. It's up to TT. The ball is in their court to make sure they do not have that easy path. We are sticking on same sides. Tryndamere, Gwen, fans away from JDG. It is the Zerion Rise this time from TT.
Yeah, Rise is just such a strong pick. Gonna be interesting to see how that changes when we get the 12.5B side of the patch, where they are kind of nudging him back towards needing ability power in his build rather than his tank build. But that's going to be a ways away off. We are still on 12-4. Maybe that discussion can be had for playoffs, but TT already kind of just not opting in towards that last ban. So we'll have to see what the plan is there. Oh, sorry, I got myself.
You're totally the color looks the same as when it's not banned, though.
Yeah.
I will give you that. It is the Lee Sin, though, banned by JDG, so they did not want to deal with Chieftain's Lee Sin in that last game that we saw. See what that jungle priority lies, though, as I do still expect it to be high prio for both these teams. But first, it's got to be the ADCs, because that is what we do in the LPL. It is Jinx first pick for JDG. They're not letting it go through this time.
There was a little part of me that wanted to see the first pick Shen when it was hovered, but that would have been really bad. So on the upside, TT options here. Hecarim maybe. Lee Sin is off the board, so maybe you go towards the Xin Zhao instead for Chieftain. You imagine the Aphelios is going to come through at some stage. I still would love to see Yukao go back towards the Ahri. I really liked him on the Ahri in his last series. I think it fit really well, especially when you're looking at Ryze, Victor off the board. The TF may be an option for Yagao, but certainly Ahri kind of rhymes as the premier role champion.
And I still wonder why the Syndra Prio for Yukao was there, because I do feel like, you know, you want something mobile, you want something that can go in with Chieftain on the Lee Sin. This time, not the same shtick for Chieftain as that Lee Sin was banned away. You do get the Xin Zhao, though. A lot more utility, at least in terms of team fighting potential in the late game.
Yeah, and just good skirmishing. So usually we see the volley bear as an answer here, just to be like, hey, I can kind of match this early skirmishing with the press the attack volley bear, but we'll have to see if that's going to be the game plan. TK covered here for missing.
Let's go!
Oh,
I love TK and LPL.
This is how I know you're an AD carry, because you love Tam Kench. And you're like, yeah, let's go. I could play like an absolute baboon and still be safe. This is fine.
You're telling me I get Gale Force and somebody who can save my life? Come on. Like, I can't get better than that. We do get the Graves locked in for JDG as their final pick of the first phase. Thresh, the steal from TT for Southwind.
I kind of like teams that are starting to leave this jungle pick to the second rotation. It feels like there's still just so many options available in the pool at the moment. Like, you haven't even seen the Viego ban come through for Kanavi, which may come through here. And we've seen that it come out a little bit against things like the Xin Zhao. I mean, Hecarim's still available. Volley, Jarvan, even something like a Trundle, which works the counter to Chieftain. I just like the teams that kind of figured out, hey, look, we can actually just go away from needing to prioritize these junglers because there's so many options. The only thing I would be worried about is when you do just lock in this Graves blind. There is Tryndamere in the... Oh, well, Tryndamere does exist in the game, but he's banned away. The Jace banned away now from TT. It feels like that would be something that TT wanted to pick up for themselves, but maybe we end up seeing something like, as we saw in the last one, the Anar can come through. Gragas can work relatively well for New in that top side as well, if that's something that he wants to go to. Even things like the Camille, the top side for New could work out.
So I guess, you know, TT thinking this time around, the Graves going to go to Kanavi with those final bans. Do like that Ahri ban joined in there. It is the same second phase bans for JDG, though, as they ban away the Galio TF. A lot of that mobility gone from the mid lane. Love the Nard, been shining in priority, but this one would be awesome to get. We're not going to talk about it just yet. It's the elephant in the room. I know. It's like, please. But, you know, TT leaving that one open, you were saying, you know, a lot of bans that do go to Zoe are towards Yagao. And so far, it looks like we just get the Zoe. Let's go.
Toothpaste, give me that minty fresh Zoe. That's exactly what I needed in my life. Yagao bringing out the Zoe. For anyone who doesn't know, Yagao does translate to toothpaste.
We made a really great graphic last split that was just him with like a giant toothpaste and brush. It was so great.
Beautiful. But again, I love this. I think you've got super long range here on JDG's side. Now with the Tam Kench for safety, you've got the Trundle here as well to try and like kite back away from what TT have. So you do have options here for JDG to try and play at range and kind of leave 369 off to his own shenanigans in that top side of the map. So I do expect JDG to put some early pressure towards 369, try and get this Graves at lead, and then try and play through the long range that they have in the Jinx and the Zoe. Look for these early dragons. Kind of the standard JDG playstyle. For TTT. Trouble in Terrorist Town, we're going to see the Nar picked up in that top side alongside the LeBlanc, so definitely a lot of threat here. And at least the LeBlanc does give you some options to try and like jump in, find a chain, lock someone up. But the single target CC that I'm basically seeing on like the bottom half of the map here for TT makes it super easy for Missing to kind of answer that. So yeah, I'm a little bit worried that TT don't have enough tools here to kind of close the gap onto JD.
I will say though, this is what I wanted in game one. With the Lee Sin, I wanted the LeBlanc combo with Yukao. This time around, it's the Xin Zhao LeBlanc for the mid lane jungle duo of TT. See if they can kind of turn around that first game performance. But as you were kind of mentioning too, some interesting pieces, a lot of execution needed from the mid lane in the early game. But I still see that single target CC, and I see a poor little Zoe for Yagao. And I want to see if Southwind can get on the roam timers and put a lot of pressure into this mid lane. Because if TT can get that pressure in the mid lane, it unlocks so much more for them across the board.
I really feel for JDG, it is kind of trying to establish themselves in the early game. When you're running these low CC compositions, if you start to fall behind, you do struggle significantly. Because you just can't find the picks that you need to get back in, or at least it's very difficult to do so. Even the two carries that you have, Zoe and Jinx, suck from behind. Jinx, because she's auto attack based and she does bugger all. You've got Zoe who's not able to do very much either because she wants to play at long range, but you tend to, when you fall behind, have teams in on top of you. So it all just starts to fall off. So for JDG, we'll have to see what Kanavi can get up to in the early stages.
Speaking of early stages, JDG, we're about to get a scuffle here. Kanavi's going to walk straight in, and they just leave him out to dry. Kanavi with the 3-man knockup, and now they still are full forward as JDG. Yagao flashing over the wall here. I don't know if they have the distance. One more auto. Yagao gets the kill return, but first blood did go to TT. Yucal in some trouble now, has to flash away. This is chaos, and this is where we thrive. Southwind hits the death sentence, but they will not follow it up. That's enough blood for early.
All right, give Missing the MVP already. Triple knock up in the bush initially, then he gets the knock up on Yucal. It's the only saving grace there for JDG, because I genuinely got worried when I just saw Kanavi kind of getting dumpstered in the first few seconds. But even in the 4 versus 5, JDG able to get some back for themselves. And now Southwind, nice ward on towards the red, so we'll spot out where Kanavi's going to be.
I just want to hear the communication there. It's like sending out like a little pawn or like a minion to go like test the landmines for you. It's like, hey, there's nothing wrong out there. Just go step out there and see what happens.
Yeah, and then like that starts out, and then from then on it's just the entire way through it. Everyone's just like, what are we doing? Just kill him. Like, it's just, but either way, 1 for 1. Kill going towards the LeBlanc is actually a little bit more of an issue for JDG, but at least for Yagao, he did get the response kill. The only problem is he didn't get a chance to reset first. If you look at Yucal actually got to back off the Doran's ring, and now he's set up with the Corrupting Pot as well. So gives a lot of control to Yucal in this lane, and that's going to be a bit of an issue here for Yagao. But we'll see it here. Kanavi spots Chieftain and thinks he's fine and just walk on in, but TT, nice setup, but this knockup from Missing was gorgeous. And even you can see, flash in from 369 to follow up against the line across all those members. That's where those health bars disappeared.
Big plays early on. Missing just coming off his MVP performance last game. As JDG trading heavily with the TT bottom lane themselves. We'll see pinks from Kanavi on the top side of the map towards this mid lane. But it is still just farming session galore, at least both these herbivore junglers in the second game.
Yeah, I mean, at least for Kanavi, the pathing makes the most sense here. You just do the solo camps and stuff. Clear them super quickly, you boomerang back down towards the bot side and get a few levels in you before you try and tackle these multi-spawn camps. The big issue, though, as I look towards Yucal in the mid lane, that Chieftain wants to follow up here.
Becomes lightning does connect, but nothing else will follow onto Yagao as he gets away from that gank. Still no flash. They definitely want to try to punish that one. Speaking of punish, Missing taking a death sentence to the face as well as the play. That half his health bar taken out.
Chieftain is a little bit behind in the clear though, because he was the one that got evaded and also kind of had that later back with no real help on the clear. He hasn't been having the best of times, so now only going back into the jungle after clearing the Puff was.
Oh, Missing in some trouble. Puff though walks right into the trundle, and there's the second kill for JDG as Missing barely makes it out alive. It's 2-1 now, but they're trying to make it 3-1 under tower. Kanavi just buying some time here. Southwind, it's like watching fish circle in a barrel. You got a shotgun ready to go. Kanavi makes it out alive.
Really nice job from Kanavi, just spotting that they'd already taken a lot of damage off of the TT bot side. And I would argue that is probably the easiest gank I've ever seen in my life for Kanavi. Like, you're going to just see it here. Hope and Missing do all the work here. Southwind, nice attempt to make the play, even kind of predicting where the flash was going to be, but we're not been able to get onto Hope. And then here, like, I mean, don't mind if I do. The point and click Q is all I need.
You literally can see the thought process going down. Meanwhile, it was a gank at top from Chieftain. It's about to end up in tragedy for TT. The shotgun shot blocked by the minions. The Winions are winning the top side. Chieftain gets the kill back.
Oh, the triumph as well means that Yagao can't finish him off. 369 couldn't bullet curve any of those shots. And it will actually be New who gets the kill alongside Chieftain.
Oh my god, they're
Navi's
coming back to
boss.
bot lane. This is what we set up at the beginning of the night, though. Kanavi going towards this bottom lane, trying to get things started. Missing, gets hooked on the backside of it, but nothing else going to come of it. Just a gank from Kanavi as he starts his back.
369 rotating mid though, just to catch this wave off the TP because Yagao had gone up top side. So just in a minute, as Yagao will get the crash here in the wave, we'll actually start to see these two reset into their respective lanes. But the problem is Yukal already getting a good chunk of damage on towards 369 isn't going to bode well for him, although it does have the lifesteal Chieftain spotted out by a great ward. Hope and Missing shouldn't have any issues dealing with this.
You'd hope so, but hey, we are in the LPL.
I chose my words wisely.
Yeah. Hey, you realize you're big brain enough. Chieftain does start up the dragon, though. No response from JDG. And this one, as priority in the bot lane, does give them the freebie here. So first dragon of the game picked up by TT in typical fashion of JDG, though.
Navi, though, wanted to try and contest this. Oh. Swings his axe or his path the wrong way.
Oh, oh my god, there's no way he gets it. Oh, it's tragedy. Oh my god. All right, well, you tried. Best laid plans of my Sin Man, Chieftain. That's all I got to say about that one.
This is why we see Yagao Zoe banned away. Like, think about your last game. Think about every other game you've seen from Yagao. And he's like, I'm going to stay in mid. This is my lane. Leave me alone. This is where I want to be. This is my angsty teenage bedroom where I'm going to stay, and you're not going to get me out of here, mom and dad. But the second he gets this Zoe, he's all over the joint.
369 brutally taken down under tower by Yukal. It's just too clean right there. Meanwhile, Kanavi has to flash over the wall. We are just in chaos territory right now, Dagda.
Yes, Outwind moving across to work with Chieftain means that Kanavi expects trouble on the top side of the map, but doesn't read that Chieftain's actually worked his way back down bot side here. A lot of that, honestly, it's just kind of Chieftain's not really pathing very well. You can see he's very far behind in CS at the moment. Hasn't been exactly the most efficient. But Yagao here, now to just bully him off even more.
He has the smite now too. Oh no. Let's see if anything else connects. Beautiful abyssal dive, and Southwind burning to death. Dark Passage helping out a little bit more with the shield, though. Does not get hit by the zap, and now Yukal's here. JDG needed to back away. They do not have the blast cone here, but Chieftain on the flank will not be able to do anything at this point. The Sleep Trouble Bubble does not connect, and Missing going forward, gonna get rooted down. They realize they need to cut their losses as 5 members of TT have shown up.
JDG trying to play the numbers game there. If you throw enough CC in a general direction, maybe one of them lands and you can follow up. It worked the first time where they eventually got the third bit of CC to land on Setwind. The second time they try and go for that same ploy, doesn't quite work out as Missy just plonks himself into several members. So a little bit messy from JDG, a little bit uncoordinated, I will say, but all said and done, does give some gold back to TT, does give some much needed golden experience back to Chieftain as well, who kind of needed to play catch up. So it's kind of getting TT back into position.
And position is going to be important. Speaking of, Yukal in the wrong position here, as Missing on his heels, but it will be just the clone that gets them out. Yagao missing the Battlestar there at the end.
Still though, Yukal in a bit of trouble now, will be forced to reset, so maybe we get to see Yagao again moving out onto the map, especially as you look towards like that top side. Slow push building up here for 369. Maybe that's where JDG want to try and put their flag, especially with Rift Herald.
And that's what I was going to say is like, I wonder if we get that same kind of priority from JDG around the Rift Heralds, right? They got both of them last time, both used to great extent. I believe it was double charge in mid and double charge in top side as well. And that's just, you know, ideation of great macro play in terms of knowing how to utilize your resources. And see a little bit more of that for JDG in this game would behoove them, I feel like, especially because TT have already shown their propensity to taking aggression, the name of the game here, as they've taken a 2v1 at the top side, now twice potentially if Chieftain wants to go for this one.
Yeah, new Nerdy Meganar though.
Yagao gets pushed into the wall. Maybe it's just a solo kill, but here comes Kanavi as well. 369 flashing away, collateral damage. No way! There's the damage though from New, and he turns it back around, gets the trade. Yukal here against Kanavi. He will be rooted down, but Yukal has to back away because Yagao is right around the corner.
Yeah, Yagao with the portal forward, but not able to connect with the Trouble Bubble. Still though, you got the kill on towards Chieftain, and that means that Kanavi's uncontested on this Herald. Yagao finds Yukal.
And Kanavi is 4-1 right now. Speaking of the 1v1, though, as you were saying, a lot of abilities missed by Yagao. He's like, Kanavi, I might need your help here.
Yeah, Yagao not able to connect, and Yukal pretty damn strong. I mean, already has that lost chapter in his back pocket, so definitely going to hurt, and Yagao unfortunately realizes that, but it's all going to be well for the JDG camp. Just here, 369. Trying to bait for Kanavi, knew that Kanavi was there, and even has the blast cones to get over the wall, but I don't think they were expecting Chieftain to show up there as well, so even nice damage from 369, but just not enough to be able to keep him safe against him.
It was close, though. I will say I'm surprised that 369 survived that long. But hey, he does not survive at all in the end and gets taken out by New. Luckily, they were able to pull that one back. I do want to check in, though. I believe we're just about to hit those first item spikes across the board as well, as Kanavi coming down towards spot lane right when the dragon spawns to make sure they have priority down here.
And give a little bit more gold over towards Hope, it feels like as well. You can either use that Rift Herald mid or even just blonk it down the bot side, but feels like mid may be the call as Chieftain spots out Kanavi in the bush. You thinking of starting to move down towards this dragon as well, but I feel like for TT, maybe just trying to see if you can make the play elsewhere on the map is your best answer. Like, a second dragon going to JDG at this stage isn't the end of the world, and you really need to get some more gold in your pocket.
Does look like JDG will be looking for their second dragon of the game, as pathing for Chieftain just headed top. They have no priority in bottom lane. This will be 2 in a row for JDG, as their primary win condition, it feels like, has been in the past, the dragon stacking. And here in game 2, it is alive and well.
JDG now will start to teeter down towards the bot side. Reset from Puff means they have the opportunity if they want to use that Rift Herald, but thinking twice of it, as Kanavi actually starts to move back in towards his own jungle. New, though, getting a bit of free time on this top lane turret will give him a bit of a gold advantage as well. You can already see he's sitting about 700 gold up, so New getting the good side of this counter matchup and also having that cool still to go as well. This Gnar is going to be kind of terrifying, to be perfectly honest, and looks like he's even going for maybe a Stride Breaker build. Could be the Gore Drinker, but looking to help close the distance onto this long-range JDG.
And I obviously want to see the influence later on, how that kind of goes as we go over that 15-16 minute mark and go into late game, team fights especially. New's influence with the Mega Gnar ultis are going to be so crucial, but those are going to have to be calculated, right? It's about the execution with those, where 369 literally is just a man with a gun that has to walk up into your face. And me speaking of man with a gun versus tiny monster child, New will not have Mega Gnar just yet.
How dare you? Gnar is a prehistoric Yordle that belongs, well, I was going to say in a museum, but he doesn't really.
I was going to say that. I feel like that's worse to put him in a museum.
Yeah, I take that back. I'm the bad guy here. Get me onto that Reddit. Get me onto that subreddit. Yeah.
Let's do it. And somebody please. I want to see this post afterwards. Rift Herald, though, not going to get anything off there because of TT's response.
Well, just able to walk away, but still nice answer here from TT as JDG now start to push in on the bottom side. 369 is in trouble.
So we have seen this before, and we have seen 369 make it out alive, but this time TT are adding a third member to the mix, and they bring Yukal in to make sure everything goes okay.
Kind of glad they did. I didn't realize how close that was going to be, or how strong a 0-4 Graves could be in that situation, but again, I mean, 369 just getting punished to all hell, and JDG just aren't really in a position to try and answer back. You're getting some pressure on bot side, but Kanavi was on the top side, not going to be able to kind of help out on this bot lane push. Same when you look towards Yagao as well. He was already kind of in reset, so not able to push forward too much more. So honestly, TT, like, this is actually a pretty good spot for them. If they are going to try and take this game off of JDG, the fact you got 3 kills onto this LeBlanc means Yukal can threaten sides. He can also kind of be a big factor in finding flanks onto Hope and Yagao in team fights. You've got New now, who has this Hope Breaker. He's going to be really difficult for 369 to deal with in the side lane. So all in all, I mean, TT, this is exactly how you kind of wanted to set yourselves up at this stage.
By the way, you said the magical trigger words. How many complaints about Hull Breaker do you think we'll get for New building at this time?
I like Hullbreaker.
I do
well,
too. Well,
sorry, I
it's
gotta-
because we're
sorry.
in 12.4, right? On the
Sorry,
patch.
I dislike Hullbreaker as an item. I like to pick up here from you. Look, if you've got the opportunity to abuse a busted item, like the fact that this is a split push oriented. So to give you an idea, all right, you know the way we see Hope probably going to build a rapid fire.
Yep.
You get a 117% gold efficiency from rapid fire. You get a 117% gold efficiency from Hullbreaker when you're in team fights. You get a 190% gold efficiency from Hullbreaker when you're separated. Why would you not build this item?
It is, it's interesting. It's just the difference in patches is always so interesting because everybody's always so confused why they're still seeing the item. Meanwhile, mid lane, a little bit of confusion there for Southwind. He takes a battle star to the face. JDG do back away as the rest of TT coming up strong. That's a cleanse from Yagao, but that was way overextended from Chieftain. And now Chieftain has to use the Crescent Guard away. Missing is in some trouble here himself, but now 369 coming in. Yukao gets away, so does Chieftain. The Dark Passage is clutch. Collateral damage, not enough, and everything is just being blown up right now. Here comes the Mega Death
Give me
Rocket.
the rockets!
It does not hit anybody.
I mean, good safety precautions there from TT. Everyone scatters to the wind and nobody in a position underneath that tower, so won't be able to connect. But does give that time to New in that top side. Hullbreaker Nar being left alone is a bit scary, and when JDG didn't really get anything out of that mid lane play, I mean, that's just a win for TT.
It is indeed, which, so far in the series has been a bit few and far between, but here in this game particularly, it is that different performance that we wanted. A little bit more priority for Yukao. Mobility for Yukao means that he is 3-0 in this one. Much different than the Syndra game last time.
And even just the opportunity for the side lane pressure from TT is going to be tough for JDG to deal with. Yagao doesn't really want to be in a side lane. Oh my Jesus!
Okay, it's 16 minutes and 40 seconds in and Puff doesn't exist.
What just happened?
You know, item spikes, Dagda. I don't know if you know analysis or analytics or anything, okay? I'll have to help you with that one, but I see big items, I see big damage.
I see wood item.
That's what that's a big item though. It's a Lumens.
That is insane. But here we go, Chieftain.
Oh my god, Chieftain has to use the Crescent Guard again. Missing is actually the one in some trouble, and Catfish tonight for dinner for TT. As New does not utilize the Meganar ulti, does just utilize his body though up in front for TT.
Yukao still fishing here on the sides to see if he can try and look for something, but TT, even when they're, falling behind a little bit, good opportunity to find that moment.
Yukao wants to find that moment on the hope, but doesn't find it just
Oh
yet.
my
Collateral
God.
damage on the Puff.
Oh, no, Puff!
They really just want to kill Puff. That's all, apparently. Yukao is a damage dealer and a troublemaker for TT, though. And the JDG have to back away from their tier 2 tower, outer tower, rather, in the mid lane.
Puff kind of the noise they're trying to make him say as he just vanishes off the map. But yeah, so Zap lands, and then this is insane. So it's not even like the bubbled up version. It's just Yagao. Oh, it's the Gale Force proc as well. I didn't spot the Gale Force the first time. I was like, Jesus, that is insane. That's just not fair. I just feel sorry for Puff.
That's the beauty of Zoe, though, and that's why you don't give this champion to Yagao. As Kanavi finding out Yukao in the jungle will catch Chieftain here. Treats it, just gotta get to the Dark Passage. Okay. Whew. Makes it out alive. Jeez.
So, JDG now, again, in mid. Trying to siege up.
So, raising your point of analytics, I'm just going to be the color caster at this point because we just have action.
I don't get a chance.
You don't have anything to say. Yes. JDG on Soul Point now, taking the outer tower mid lane. Pressure is all theirs out of seemingly nowhere.
Yeah, look, I've been trying to work on giving a little bit more creating space to my play. I like the sound of my own voice. That's why I have the job that I have. But I've been trying to be more cognizant of when fights are going to kick off, so I'm not stepping on your toes. And it feels like to me, every time I look at the minimap, I'm just like, oh, there's a scrap about to happen. I'm just going to kind of play by play where people are moving to let you have your moment in the spotlight. But we do have teams backing away. Ripto's on top side, but TT have committed to him towards the spot lane with New. So waiting to see exactly if they want to fully commit for the trade here. You imagine JDG, at least with the way they disappeared into that topside jungle, are on the Rift Herald. So I wouldn't be surprised to see you and Chiefs trying to set up a dive here. They're even bringing UCal down.
They are. Still, though, I will say, Pump and Southland nowhere to be found over here, but TT don't matter. 369 goes down, and guess who picks up the kill? A fourth one for Mr. UCal.
And JDG aren't able to trade it because they didn't actually go for the Rift Herald, because there's no time to kind of move up into that top lane, especially 20 minutes hit, and we get the transition over to Baron. So in that play, TT kind of just get to do it without much of a response from JDG. JDG now trying to mount an offense in the jungle.
They are. Kanavi's been ever the aggressor here and missing with those beautiful abyssal dives. Dark Passage, not enough because you get gobbled up, my friend, and Missing gets the kill.
Missing able to just about get that Dark
No,
Passage.
UCal!
No, UCal!
Okay, gets out. Ooh.
I think here, though, the reset coming through from New has kind of put a bit of a wrench in the works for TT. They got the pick, but now it's JDG with the tempo advantage. They're the ones pushing in. You can see Puff trying to reset in the mid lane to join his team, but Tower already gone, and now 369 could be able to get that push in mid and start to get this game back in JDG's favor.
And honestly felt like it was very neck and neck, but now, you know, thinking back on it a little bit, JDG definitely been in the driver's seat for a majority of this one, especially around the movement in the map itself. The thing for me, though, do you look at these score lines, man? It's 8-8. It is chaos. And yes, it's only about 1.6k goalie for JDG, but it's like the 0-5 369 Graves who's still taking 2v1s. You got Kanavi on the Trundle 4-1. UCal on the other side is 4-0. Remember that we wanted to see pick it up in the second game. It just feels all over the place, but feels right at the same time.
It's the 3 dragons that are available for JDG. It's the priority mid that lets JDG get into river. For this dragon in 30 seconds, that is the problem, and TT know it. That's why you got UCal here trying to see if he can fish for anything in this mid lane.
Now he's just being the ever annoying Trundle, throwing up the Pillar of Filth as often as possible. Here comes UCal onto Hope, but Hope is the priority here as UCal backs away immediately. Here comes the Mega Death Rocket on Chieftain. Chieftain needs to be careful. Abyssal Dive for Missing. Southwind in very, very low health bar territory here, but it's just poking for JDG to go get this Infernal Soul for themselves. This is a nail in the coffin if TT don't do anything about it. Their response, go for Baron.
I mean, you got to do something. Red, white, 4 Puff means that they can actually shred through this. Even you as well going to be able to do a lot, but look at where JDG are.
They found Kanavi. He steps up and he will die. Dragon goes over to 369, soloing it though. So Soul has been achieved by JDG. And all they got to do here now is poke. There is no way that TT start up Baron with their health bars the way they are and make it out alive.
Now that's why they can see TT try to see if they can fish for something with UCal, but not able to connect, which means TT back away. So Soul, for Kanavi's life, they will take that trade on JDG's side. And again, this just gives so much more credence to like Yagao in these fights. The poke that can come through from Hope. I mean, Yagao has gone for the Banshee's Veil, and I'm still not sure that he's not just going to be able to one-shot whoever he walks into.
Can I please see like the team like invest some resources and give Kanavi enough gold to get a GA if they're just gonna have him keep walking into the bushes and checking them for them? Like I feel bad for the guy at this point. He was 4-0. Like he would literally be unkilled right now if things went that way. But obviously, you know, because of those couple deaths for Kanavi, that is how JDG have come out on top.
Still, this is where JDG needed. That's why Kanavi has the build he has, you know? Going for the randomins, this guy knows he just needs to be pure tank, pure front line. And
literally, oh my god, it was literally just a sleepy trouble bubble and a Mega Death Rocket. That's it.
Sorry, just only in League of Legends can like a Super Mega Death Rocket be only an issue. But here we go.
Oh goodness, the Sleepy Trouble bubbles are connecting like crazy here, and the damage is connecting out of the mid lane tower, tier 2. Oh! Oh my god! Again! Again and again and again and again and again! Jesus!
Oh, he's just squeaky clean as our toothpaste. And now, moving in underneath the tower, JDG feel like they can siege up. 369 not here, and you,
Look at
Dirty
this,
Mega
look at the flank.
on the flank.
Oh, but Yagao is found. He already pops the sleeping trouble bubble on him, and here comes JDG. But the flank is there from TT. They don't get the Mega Gnar exactly how they want it. Now they're having to run away. JDG just too strong. Chieftain Pillar built out to the side, and Yagao gets the kill.
Yagao picks up one more. Valiant effort from New, does get the two-man Gnar, but JDG, they're just, despite the gold lead, too far ahead. I mean, the big difference is actually going to be the gold on New. So when you look at these team fights where New isn't a part of it, the rest of JDG are actually super far ahead. So they're just able to continue forward. I mean, look at the items that we already see across the board, like Infinity Edge nearly done for Jinx, Yagao flying on ahead, and Trouble Bubble lands. He just manages to just about nab this Gale Force as well, which just sets up beautifully here.
Oh man, poor Pop.
There it is again, yeah.
Oh goodness. And like, it's like insult to injury because they also have Infernal Soul.
Yeah, it just makes it so much worse. And look, I really like this for New. Like, the two-man Gnar gets the kill there for Yukal, but there just isn't enough follow-up. Kadavi's too strong. You don't have the consistent damage from your AD carry. And New is kind of running for the hills, so there's just nothing left in the tank for these guys.
Yep, there is not. But what's crazy is you look at the score line, you look at the top of the screen there on your computer, and it's 10 to 10. Only a couple thousand gold in the lead for JDG, but it does not tail the tale of the take. Mega Gnar ulti does come out from New just to try to catch out 369 with Yukal on the flank.
Yeah, I think they may have spotted LeBlanc there, so yeah, she will get spot on this ward as well. So maybe JDG consider starting this up, but they're just thinking, hey, look, Yagao, we're going to keep popping away at this top lane turret, get some more gold, get some more vision control up here, and like, someone trying to face check Yagao is just going to be a bad time.
It absolutely is. Although I feel like face checking has been the name of the game here for JDG as they do TP in the bottom lane with Yagao. New does have his Mega Gnar almost available. They were just trying to peel off, though. Yukal, be careful. He is surrounded by JDG members. Or is it JDG that's surrounded by TT? No, it's Yukal that's surrounded. He does go down afterwards. Now you have the flank from 369. Oh no! The wombo combo missing dies. He is now missing in the fight, but it doesn't matter. JDG have found it yet again. The beautiful timing from Hope gets him excited. It's 2 for the ADC. Let's make it 3. The Mega Death Rocket is not available to finish off New under tower here, but Yagao wants to make it so. It's still 4 for 1 for JDG, and it's looking like all she wrote for TT as JDG pushed for the berth to playoffs.
JDG in 2-0 fashion will lock themselves into playoffs. New will stand in front of the base, but there's nothing he can do.
They have their eyes set on one thing and one thing only, and that is spring playoffs, baby. JDG, welcome to the postseason.
And it's been a long time coming for JDG. A team in summer 2021, finishing in 12th. People thought that the kind of the dream, the ride for JDG was over. But coming back now, 369 joining the team. Hope stepping up to the roster. This JDG now will find themselves pushing further into the playoffs. And the real question is not whether they were going to get there, but just how far they can go in it.
Exactly that. And to do so with this last game, this series in particular, having Yagao back on his Zoe, having 369, even though he was getting put down in the graves, come up clutch in the end. Like, that is the kind of thing you love to see from JDG. It's not KDA. It's not trying to find out who's the best single player, but it is as a team, how can we come together and dominate our opponents? And they seem to do so every time, right? Like, they have taken down V5, they have taken down LNG, and now they get the confidence booster over TT to lock in playoffs.
That is all well and good, but the best player was Yagao. Zoe was nuts.
Those
abyssal
Zoe
dives,
so
man.
Good.
I want to
give missing another MVP.
That is actually true. That is actually very true. But I gotta say, the Gale Force on Yagao constantly picking off everyone, that was just insane. Like, it was just nuts how consistently he was able to find those plays. And yeah, I mean, look, I love watching Yagao on Zoe. He's just so damn good on it.
He really is. And poor Puff, man. Poor Puff. That's all I gotta say, man.
This is the thing. It makes it so much worse because it's his own Gale Force being used against him.
Don't make me cry, Dak. Don't make me cry.
That was supposed to keep him safe, and it betrayed him over and over.
Literally twice in a row. It's so unfortunate. And the fact is, like, both the first time he was caught out a little bit, the second time he was literally surrounded by his team. Like he had Southwind right there on the thresh. And it doesn't matter because that is the problem with being an ADC is when somebody has big guns and they point them at you, you just seem to stop existing.
Yeah, that's where you cue the Celine Dion. It's just over. You know, your life will not go on in this situation.
It will not.
But
It will not.
you can see the damage there for Yagao. This is what I mean. The dude's a beast on this pick. And again, this wasn't exactly the easiest compositions for JDG to pilot. No real engage tools apart from Missing, who apparently just has abyssal heat-seeking missiles and able to consistently find those. But the again, like Yagao finding a lot these sleepy triple bubbles, allowing JDG to kind of set up these sieges. And once they did, you can see that that's where the real control and the real issues for TT started, where they just, despite the fact they'd gotten you so far ahead, the rest of the map just wasn't able to keep pace with how far ahead JDG were. And that's, even though the gold lead looked even, it really wasn't when you had 369 and you kind of just fighting against each other inside.
And I want to come back to our newest playoff team, at least in just a moment, but I want to go over TT a little bit, because obviously my positivity is just burning through here. I want to look at the silver lining for TT, and I will say, look, I was very surprised their first game composition, we didn't see more synergy and play between Chieftain and UCal. Second game, we saw the adaptation in strategy, where they got the more mobile champion for UCal in the mid lane, but it still feels like Chieftain and UCal weren't playing with each other as much. So going forward, especially like finishing out the season for them, it's all about bringing that together and trying to see it unfold. Because UCal, we highlighted him at the beginning, he was literally the carry force in that last game for them, but was the only one.
Yeah, 100%. And again, this is why we kind of highlighted UCal at the start of the day. I think UCal has kind of been the main performer on TT. I don't know. I don't think this is kind of a UCal issue. I kind of see this as a LeBlanc issue, where I've seen plenty of games where LeBlancs have got like 3-4 kills early, and they just don't really seem to be able to deal the damage they need. And I think a large portion of that is because we've kind of seen the, like, Banshee's Veil, still an incredibly good item that you're able to pick up in the mid lane and is going to do perfectly fine against LeBlanc. But even like the changes to Hex Drinker, Mom, and Morpheus being really good, it just feels like when you're able to itemize so efficiently as both the squishy members of the team against the LeBlanc, she just doesn't really have the same effect. Even like the time Kench there, just in case something goes awry. I just haven't seen these big standout LeBlanc carries that we used to see in seasons past.
Yeah, or even at the beginning of the season, we were seeing some decent pop-pops from the LeBlancs early, but yeah, it just seems like it's been solved a little bit in terms of the access that she has in later game fights. But that's where, turning back over to JDG, it seems like they had that in the bag. They had that planned for. And even if UCal was finding those successes, it was about trading everywhere else on the map and then culminating that in just tempo advantage and a snowball.
Yeah. And I think that's kind of where JDG were able to find their wins. Yagao, brilliant shout out to him, because I think he deserved a lot of the early game praise that needed to be given to JDG. He just was able to get that snowball going early for them.
I do hear we are ready for our interview, so let's go ahead and hear from Missing on JDG.
Hello everyone, welcome to post-game interview in Shanghai studio. This is Christina. Now we're joined by Missing, the support for JDG. Congratulations on your win, 9 victories in your pocket, 4 consecutive wins, and most importantly, making playoffs. So how do you feel right now? 让我们欢迎 Missing 选手来到我们的赛后采访。首先，想要恭喜你们是拿下季后赛的门票了。最近也是取得了4连胜，并且一共拿到了9个胜场。想问一下，你现在感觉怎么样呢？
现在感觉的话就特别开心，然后进了季后赛这样子。
I feel pretty happy to making playoffs. I'm curious about your team's condition because I feel like the JDG bounced back in the mid to late game of the regular split. So why did you guys making such a great performance currently? 想问一下，我感觉京东可能是在这个春季赛常规赛的中后期啊，是保持一个非常好的状态。为什么队伍可能，尤其是相比春季赛开始之前，在中后期能获得一个比较好的成绩呢？
就可能刚开始刚磨合，然后状态也一般嘛，然后后面就大家就越打越好了，个人的状态的话也是越来越好。
Because we feel like we didn't play well at the beginning of the split, but after we're doing a lot of scrims and we can have a better team synergy and communication, and everyone's team is in a good form. So next question is I want to touch on the game 1. There is not much golden difference before the 18 minutes, but you guys can manage well in those dragon team fight, and you guys turtle the Baron and secure the Baron successfully. Share some more your communication at that time. 接下来想要问一下，第一局的时候，可能在18分钟之前并没有拉开太大的经济差距，但是你们可以是在18分钟中路那一波击杀了对面的双 C， 并且很好的处理了接下来的小龙团和随之而来的大龙团战。想问一下，当时那几波你们队内的沟通决策是什么样的？
这波的话，就是我们小龙已经被他们打掉了嘛，然后我们就想着去另一头做点事情。一开始只是想反红，结果他们过来跟我们打架，然后我们就把他们团灭了，然后就顺势去拿了大龙。
At that time, our enemy opponent they secure the drake, so we just want to trade on the top half of the map, maybe to secure the Baron. And firstly, our initial goal is to get their red buff, but at that time, after they secure the drake, we just to get a better team fight and give them an ace. So next question, I want to touch on game 2. Share us more your communication at level 1 invasion. Did you guys anticipate that they were hiding in that grass? 接下来想要问一下，第2局1集团你们的设计是什么样的？是之前就有猜到可能对面会藏在那个草丛里面吗？
是的，因为就想着他们会，因为我们蓝枪比较强势，可能会进他们红区嘛，然后他们就上半区的人叫下路来反盾，然后我们的话就也想去打一团，就打起来了这样。
Actually, we have anticipated that we were hiding in that grass because our top laner, we got the Graves. Maybe Graves is super strong, is a level 1, so we just decided to have a try to counter gank them, and it works well. And my final question is about your personal form and personal goal. And I'm really impressed by your Nautilus, your Thresh, your Tarm Kenchi. How would you evaluate your performance so far in this regular split? 最后一个问题想要问一下关于你个人方面嘛，因为我们确实是对你的锤石啊、你的塔姆啊印象都非常的深刻。今天第1局也是拿到了 MVP， 你觉得自己在春季赛到目前为止的表现怎么样呢？然后你怎么评价现在自己的游戏风格？
从春季赛到现在的话，就是感觉个人状态是越打越火热，然后但是还是有很多不好的一些坏习惯吧，然后就有点容易上头这样子，就还得更冷静一点。我的游戏风格的话，就是现在就感觉有点 happy 吧，就是还是得冷静一点。
Actually, I played better and better currently, especially into the mid to later stage of the regular split. But maybe I think that I still have a lot of bad habit. I need to work harder in the future. And in terms of my play style, maybe sometimes I will be too hasty. I need to calm down and be more mature. So thank you so much for joining me. 让我们再次感谢 Missing 来到我们的赛后采访，跟大家说再见吧，拜拜。
拜拜。
Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Christina. Always lovely to get the interviews and especially to hear from Missing himself, who says he needs to mature a little bit. He needs to slow down. Well, there was no slowing down for JDG in that series, Dagda.
No, and it's even from Missing. It's like I need to slow down. He says as he slams his W key into TT at every
over
opportunity.
And over again, starting at level 1. We did get your wish though, Dagda, as Yagao will be our MVP for the second game.
Look, I've been in the LPL a little while. Bigger number, better person. Yagao dealt nearly 30% of the team's damage. He was 6-0, huge kill participation. And if you look at the numbers that he was hitting off of those paddle stars, they were rather large, to be perfectly honest.
If you need some scientific evaluation, maybe talk to Puff, because I'm sure he's got the numbers.
Yeah, I believe the number is ouch, according to Puff. But yeah, honestly, Yagao, I really enjoyed him in this game. We kind of pointed out in the mid game, like Yagao was everywhere. And this is not something we oftentimes say about Yagao. He tends to kind of stick to his lane. But on this go, he was roaming top, roaming bot, getting kills in river, and just popping kids left, right, and center.
That was literally a sleep of trouble bubble with an infernal soul on it that just did Yukao's health bar in like that. And it was just the pick apart, right? Like you see a lot of times with the Zoes, if you don't have that lead, it's so hard because you just feel non-existent. You feel useless. But in this one, when you're picking off members left and right, you can set up these sleepy trouble bulbs that just seem to auto-connect it gets all that much harder for TT to really find anything in those kinds of situations, and rightfully so. JDG, they came in tonight, they had one goal in mind: book the playoff berth, and they've done just that with that 2-0 victory over TT.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see what JDG can do in playoffs, because as we said, like, just coming off the back of a legendary TT win, but also an LNG win, a V5 win, it does feel like JDG are on the right path and maybe looking like a 2020 repeat.
IV 4 series win streak rather for JDG. See if that continues to stay alive. But Dagda, that is it. We are only on the first series of the night, so we will have some reinforcements for the other 2 series, as Munchables and Ox will be bringing us RA versus Ultra Prime next, and then our match of the week: friends become rivals. Weibo Gaming taking on Top Esports. It's gonna be a spicy one, so make sure you stay tuned.
I don't know, they've got their ultis available, and Herald's not going that fast. As Mark gets the dredge line in, Ignite down, and with 10 kills and ready for some more, making up for game number 1 as Weiwei started off on the end. Crescent Guard with a 2-level lead in the jungle. Weiwei having a great time as everyone's forward. Look in the back line. Knight with a Shadow Surge. He's got to reset. He's got to reset. We want to see him go in. He lands on top of Fofo. Will he take it? The eye of the Herald popped it, needs to go down. He's taken yet another kill. Shadow Surge was not taken and completed as he picks up his double. And when you think Top Esports are out, just remember that Knight exists.
I mean, I think he still, as Yukai, can come back into his mid.
Oh no, he's going to go straight in on top of him. He gets some full damage down, even commits his flash. Nika should just about survive. But the Ignite does give you vision, so if you're in the Shroud and you're ignited, it will still be able to kind of point you out. As you can see a flash forward as they go in. They're going to try to get him underneath the tower, but a knock-up. Cheated is dead. LNG's bot lane not to be caught out. They get a perfect combination. They stop that gank dead in its tracks.
They want this tier 1 tower real bad, and LGD knows it. Shadow behind enemy lines. This is an opportunity as Mako goes under the tower. TP being channeled, but Shadow's too late to the play. His teammates are already falling. Gets an ulti on in, but it just doesn't matter as the Gnar comes through. Shadow late to the play that he was setting up. Here, trying to chase them down, they're trying to find the opportunity. EDG continuing to move as a group. No rise in this game, so there are no realm shenanigans. There is no way out. And now a TP from Xiaosheng behind the play. EDG go for the engage, but the Shadow says Xiaohu with one already finds a reset for himself. Can they find more is the question. EDG trying to disengage, but Viper doesn't have a way out. Slammed into the wall, walloped down, and now Xiaohu finds the back line. RNG just say no to EDG. They're not allowed to do anything. They're not allowed to go anywhere. Not even you, JJ, as Xiaohu shuts them down.
We've been walking countless miles on a mystic way of life. Unsure where we going. Where's the rooftop of our life? So You're the brightest star to shine. I sink into your light, watching the stars collide, watching them shoot away, watching the
对战 UP 的中单，我觉得他是一个比较跟中野配合吧，跟打野配合的选手。然后跟他对线的话，尽量把他压在塔下吧。目前我们队伍磨合跟操作失误减少一点，就能进季后赛的概率大一点。
Welcome, everybody, to the LPL. My name is Butchballs. I'm joined by Orcs. Thank you very much, Mazel and Dagda, for taking away that first series. We're here for the second series of the day, and this one is a doozy, Orcs. We've got RA versus Ultra Prime, and straight off of the bat, I want to take a look at where we are in the standings, because both of these teams are fighting for both survival and for a berth into those playoffs. This is going to be a crucial matchup, both of them within
like Ultra Prime, one more loss, maybe two more losses, and they will be out of playoffs contention. Whereas Rare Atom, you know, a couple more wins on the board, they're going to be looking good at securing their seeding.
Yeah, things get pretty difficult for Ultra Prime. And again, I mean, when you're this close, I think particularly is if you think about Ultra Prime winning this, they actually close the gap quite significantly. They'll still be lower in losses compared to RA, but they'll equalize in terms of wins. And that's the thing, when you have these matches where two teams are so close in the standing, it is so vitally important that you get the win when you're looking towards securing those spots in playoffs. And if anyone is not familiar, 10 teams will go to playoffs. So right between OMG and FPX, that is where the cutoff is.
Yeah, it's going to be a crucial matchup here because it's possible that these two teams tie as well. So when it comes to things like head-to-head record, every single game is going to count between these two teams. And I want to talk a little bit about RA here because they had been on a win streak and a half. RA had been taking names, including getting a 2-0 over RNG. But all things must come to an end, Orcs. And against OMG, RA's win streak ended. Not the team I would have expected to finish them off after beating names like RNG, like FPX.
Yeah, it's quite a weird one because I feel like them beating LGD, TTWE, kind of standard. That RNG win was really significant, honestly. Kind of came out of nowhere for both sides. But, you know, OMG did just enough to manage to take them down. It was a close series. In fairness, there was a lot of team fights that went back and forth. And I think really OMG just finding that extra edge of the course of the game.
Yeah, managing to win out a lot of the sort of scraps, and that's often the way with OMG, right? They're very mechanically gifted. But we can take a look at what happened throughout the series. Bit of a recap here is RA winning game number 1. It felt like sort of everything was going to plan, right? Everything was going the same as usual, but then OMG managing to out-scrap them. You can see some of these clips. The coordination from OMG was quite impressive.
Yeah, for sure. And I think when it came to team fights in particular, there was definitely an extra element. I think it's expected, right? Abel doing some solid performances on the Jinx, but the whole lineup just really knowing exactly where to look in fights. And it felt like RA at times a little bit disconnected. Strive, who we've seen such good performances on, I feel like this game too was somewhat lackluster on the RE.
Yeah, definitely. And Strive, a player that, you know, when you think back to last year, this is a guy that won the LDL on the RA Academy roster, doing a fantastic job to manage to win that one. It was actually alongside Arn, who was playing in the LPL this split earlier on as well. But unfortunately, sometimes we're not quite seeing that version of Strive. I feel like he's been generally pretty good across the course of the year, but there have been certain games where it feels like he's not able to have that impact. And like you're mentioning, that Ari in game number 2. But then game number 3, he was over on that Orianna, which has been comfort for him, but Shanchi was just tearing Cube apart in the top side over and over again.
Yeah, that was the thing, is that like we talked about how it came down to those fights, but the game 3 was OMG stomped the laning phase and they never really let go. You know, we had a lot of back and forth in the beginning of the series, and then that game 3 was just very decisive. So, you know, unfortunate RA lost their win streak, but you have to admit, like on the back of that win streak, they went from being in a position where they were like 1-5 to 6-6. So pretty solid glow up in the later end of the season, and they still need to continue to ensure that they get a spot in playoffs, but it did a lot of work for them to keep them in contention.
Yeah, now I will say RA had a similar win streak. Last split, they managed to make themselves, I believe they finished 3rd in the regular season in the round robin in summer 2021. Unfortunately, could not convert that in playoffs. Didn't really have that good of a time once we got to best of 5. So we need to now see RA maintaining form and not just falling at the final hurdle like we saw last split. But I want to talk about the mid-jungle 2v2, because I feel like on both sides of the board here, both RA and Ultra Prime, the mid-jungle is really where a lot of the action is going to be happening. Cryan versus Strive, both of these players looking to prove themselves. Cryan trying to prove himself beyond his history with RNG. And Strive, obviously a fresh player coming up from the LDL. Then Hacker and Lien have had pretty similar jungle records across the course of this year so far.
Yeah, I think the big distinguishing difference is you see Lien playing things like the Nidalee, lowest kills and assists of any jungler that has played so far, but in return a pretty significant goal difference, right? Very much playing for himself. He finds the momentum and then he can use that to get his team ahead, whereas on the other side Hacker is just gang city, right? You know, really low in terms of goal difference, but kills and assists, puts a lot of work in getting his team snowballing. And I feel like that syncs up really well with Cryan, like, right? Cryan and Hacker are looking to impact the map as a duo. Strive and Leanne are looking to get ahead and be strong enough to take their team with them.
Yeah, it's all about the snowball on the side of Strive and Leanne, whereas Hacker and Cryan, as you say, more of a utility style in that mid jungle. But that doesn't mean they're not willing to play carries, right? We have seen Cryan step in a little bit more onto carries, more than you would perhaps expect from him. And Hacker as well. Happy to play things like the Lee Sin, happy to get things rolling. So we'll see where these two teams are going to opt and whether or not that changes throughout the series, because quite often in these best of threes, we do see different versions of each of these 2v teams.
Yeah, and I think it often comes down to the draft, right? I think there's such a range of picks that, you know, particularly things that we've known Cryan for, things like the TF, which are very much in his wheelhouse. But then TF often banned away, particularly against Cryan. Rise also often banned away, and it can mean you have to move into different areas. But we've seen solid performance from him on a range of picks. And then moments from Strive. I think Strive has just been really stellar when it comes to the laning phase. That was a big aspect of why they beat RNG, right? Being able to challenge Xiaohu in the mid lane, and then similarly up against WE, just consistently finding these windows, killing Xie at level 2 as a solo kill.
Yeah, I mean, Strive has been exceptional when he's on form. Like you said, occasionally we're not seeing that exact version of Strive, and it does feel like we need a little bit more consistency. But the guy's a rookie. I don't want to go too hard on him at the end of the day. Like, this is his first split in the LPL. He won the LDL last year. And now having so many great performances, so many moments where he's finding these solo kills in lane. So I'm excited to see more from Strive, as RA will be stepping out onto the stage. Strive there among his peers. See if they're going to be able to get that win streak going up again. Obviously, losing out on the actual streak itself versus OMG, but I would say RA in a good position to pick up a win here against Ultra Prime. I would say that they are the favorites coming.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think they are in a position where I'd sort of lean into them. I will say though, however, it's actually pretty important they get this win. Because if you look at the schedule from here on out, RA will play Weibo, then JDG, then EDG. That is not a fun schedule to end the split on. This might be their last sort of easier win to take if they can manage to do so. But Ultra Prime, definitely not a team to roll over and give them that chance.
Brutal schedule remaining. And that's kind of the nature of it. Well, it's no different from Ultra Primes. Ultra Prime started to face BLG and RNG as well. It feels like both of these teams tall tasks ahead. This is the last easy series for both squads, so need to see a lot. I do want to talk a little bit about the AD carries as well, and I'm going to talk a lot about AD carries today because our next matchup will be Huanfeng Jackie Love as well. But it's iBoy stepping up against Elk, and at least to me, this is entirely opinion, but to me, iBoy and Elk don't have massively dissimilar playstyles in the teams that they've been on historically. Often quite like to funnel a lot of resources into them, and there are these moments of like lapses of judgment, whether it's on a rotation, whether it's mispositioning early on in a team fight. These two AD carries, when they're playing well, will take over a game, but sometimes they step out of position, sometimes they just get caught out at the worst possible moment, and it feels like an absolute disaster. And I'm really hoping today we can see both of them in such a crucial game, you know, maintain that positioning and not have that lapse of judgment, not step too far out of line.
Yeah, and I think it's particularly important for Elk, and I do feel like he's really been delivering when he's given the resources so far this split. But with Hacker and Cryan's playstyle, with looking to play to their side lanes, get them ahead, Elk is kind of like the win con, right? It's like in TFT when you get the golden egg and you got to hold on to it. That is Elk. You put the resources into him, and then he will deliver in team fights, particularly on things like the Jinx. If he avoids making those mistakes, they are in a good position to take games, right? Whereas I feel like Rare Adam, as much as iBoy will perform well, if he's got resources right, he has a good game, Strive and Leanne is much more about them, right? And I feel like as well, they can lean resources up to Cube, which has been happening a fair bit more than we've seen for a while. I feel like there was that period where Cube wasn't really playing as many carries. He's kind of been in that role once again and delivering pretty solidly. So I feel like, you know, for me, when I look at Ultra Prime, I'm really looking at Elk to be that big late game carry, whereas with Rare Adam, there's a bit more distribution.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you mentioned Cube. I still think back to the Demacia Cup where we first saw Cube. and he just came in on his gangplank, finding solo kills, taking names. He was just dominating people in that tournament. And we got him in the LPL, and it didn't feel like he was able to have that same flexibility. It was just put on duty basically every game. And now it feels like he finally does have a little bit more freedom on this roster. As you're saying, like, this is a roster that they can have multiple people step up to the carry plate, and it does feel like Cube gets that opportunity sometimes. So it's always exciting to see that same old Cube that we saw back in Demacia Cup so long ago. But we'll see if that's going to be the strategy today. I think one thing that's very interesting with this Ultra Prime roster is the fact that they have consistently played Lien in that jungle. And Lien has been having a great split for himself, especially comparatively to the last couple of years. I feel like people were starting to lose faith in Lien. And over Junja, a player who has been topping the Korean ladder a lot over the last year or so, Lien has managed to step up and really make his name known. But I digress. Let's get into picks and bans here. As we've got Lee Sin ban, and we've got that Twisted Fate ban that is just so standard in matches
Automatic.
where Ryan is playing.
Yeah, the Rise as well, the Lee Sin from Hacker, it really feels like they're looking at those early productivity tools. On the other side, Ultra Prime, Nidalee, it's kind of become a bit of a standard for Lien, right? You don't want to deal with that. Absolutely a pick he can take over with. Also, taking away the Gwen. And critically, we've had no AD carries banned, right? Zeri, open and available. As I said, banned away. Perhaps this leads to Rare Adam wanting to prioritize the Jinx early, and it looks like they will do so.
Yeah, this Jinx, a huge favorite for both iBoy and for Elk. iBoy with 15 games on the Jinx, and Elk with 18 games on the Jinx. But Elk has been more than willing to spread out what he likes to play next across many, many picks. So we'll see. It's going to be the Aphelios for today.
Wow, this is an interesting matchup. Haven't seen this too much, have we, Joe? Aphelios Jinx.
No,
wow,
this is a rare
very
one.
uncommon.
Yeah.
Now,
Very
I think
exciting.
often on red side, see the jungler picked up here. Hacker potentially looking at the Xin Zhao as something that has that early pressure, could set up ganks, and also good into the Jinx at being able to, just soak a damage for 5 seconds. Now, for Rare Adam, they could look to prioritize the support here. They could look for something like the Tahm Kench. If they want to take in this rotation. But I expect a jungler to come out in either the second or third pick just to be able to match what Hacker has taken. And they opt for the Hecarim, so something with a lot of that dive pressure, a lot of that engage available, which I feel like even more so sets you up to potentially take something a bit more defensive in the support role. But a lot of options here, right? Could also look towards the solo laners if you want to secure something before that second ban phase.
Man, you can't just hover spicy picks like Rumble and Riven and then go for a Tahm Kench. That's just not fair. Yuyanji going to go with the Tahm Kench. Now, historically, this has been one of Yuyanji's very best picks. Like, when you think back to Yuyanji on Top Esports, this was one of the picks where him and Jackie Love had real success together playing the center Tahm Kench. Obviously, it won't be alongside the center. Obviously, it's been reworked since then, but still very much a comfort pick for Yuyanji.
Yeah, and I like Ultra Prime's plan here, looking at something potentially that can punish the lowered pressure from a Tahm Kench, right? It's not Leona or Nautilus, so you can take this Lulu, look to scale. It also syncs extremely well with Xin Zhao in the sort of early mid game. Instead of buffing your Aphelios, who's going to come online later, you buff that jungler who can really just dive in and skirmishes. Now, both teams pick the bot lane, pick the junglers, so expect to see solo lane bans here. I feel like Ultra Prime, if there's something they're concerned about Rare Adam taking as a blind, whether it's mid or top, they would look to target things like, Jace, often strong here, but they're actually going for the Victor. So in my mind, things like Vex, things like LeBlanc might be something they could be more concerned about, but really respecting the Victor that we've seen Strive deliver on, particularly in that series against RNG.
It's kind of strange to see Xiaoxi on Enchanters, isn't it? Like, not that he can't play them necessarily or anything like that, but just when I think of Xiaoxi, I think of Blitzcrank. I think of Hook champions, seeing him on a Lulu always feels a little strange to me.
I'll be real. I feel like that's applicable to like 90% of the LPL support.
That's true.
It's just like, wait, they're not on Leona and Nautilus? Interesting.
Yep. This a little bit of Alistair thrown in there as well. Cheeky bit of Ricardo Thresh. But yeah, once you get out of the hard engaged supports, it does start to feel a little strange. I'd say Mako is one of the ones that more recently has been much more willing to play. Anyway, I digress on random support champion pools. Let's talk about mid laners, because Victor and Ari have both been banned away here by Cryin. The TF is off the board. The Rise is off of the board as well. We're already starting to get a little bit niche. LeBlanc still available. That potentially could be a pickup for Cryin here.
Yeah, there's LeBlanc, there's Vex, there's Orianna, right? Could just be they're looking to pick that one up. Interestingly, Rare Adam actually take away the Malphite, so perhaps they're thinking, you know, Ultra Prime lacking a bit of engage, right? Xin Zhao isn't as good primary engage as Hecarim. Obviously, a lot of teams rely on the supports to have that engage, and you have a Lulu. So Rare Adam just thinning out those team fighting tools in the Kennen and the Malphite, particularly AoE engage tools, because that can lock up both the Tahm Kench and the Jinx. Now, Ultra Prime could just take a blind mid laner here, and it looks like they are going towards that LeBlanc. They want that early mid jungle pressure that they can lead to the side lanes. Now, Rare Adam, I feel like Vex, you could see just being picked up in a response to this would make a fair bit of sense, and it kind of helps with that sort of dive potential. But also, when we're talking about the top lane, there's a range of options. Jace, in my mind, is a pretty strong sort of blind option where there isn't too many champions that are going to make his life too difficult.
Yep, Jace very solid, very safe, and Cube, this split has an 80% win rate over 5 games on that Jace as well, so better comfort for Cube up in that top side. Syndra being hovered right now, this would be the first time we see Strive play Syndra all split long. Strive, a player that has had a reasonable amount of flexibility, but I'm always keen to see him play something new. I'm always keen to see a new side of Strive, but we'll see. Seems undecided and where he wants to go. Lissandra is the answer. Another pick we've yet to see from Strive in his rookie split.
Yeah, but that age-old sort of LeBlanc counter we saw a lot of last year, where you are just able to shove her in. You can't really apply too much pressure, have too much kill threat. And I think that's important, right? You have the Hecarim, weaker pre-6 compared to Xin Zhao. You need someone who's going to be able to apply that pressure. Now, Ultra Prime, think about what top lane they want to take. Zion will do a pretty good job of just soaking that damage. And also, we talked about it before, Ultra Prime were lacking engage. They now have a tool that can just charge forwards, potentially put Rare Adam in a difficult spot. So I feel like it rounds things out pretty well. The front to back from Ultra Prime going to be solid, but very, very reliant on Elk, right? Elk needs to be doing the lion's share of the damage when it comes to those late game team fights. So I think for me, Ultra Prime very clearly have a strong mid jungle and a bot lane that they need to get ahead. Whereas for Rare Adam, more of a neutralizing pick in the mid lane, but then they have these great scaling tools in the side lane. You know, if the Jace gets ahead, if the Jinx gets ahead, going to be problematic. And I feel like the team fighting looks really smooth if they can get on the back line.
Yeah, I mean, the Hecarim is always going to bring a lot of team fighting to the table, right? You kind of have that pseudo front line in your jungle and the ability to force those fights. I'm looking towards Strive, though, as well, to play both a peel tool for iBoy, but also you can play for picks with the Lissandra. Can be an incredibly impressive sort of single target engage tool as well. We'll see how that's going to work out in the mid lane, but you said it rightly. Ultra Prime with a very Ultra Prime composition here, with Elk having a lot of eggs in his basket. And I love how we saw the Malphite banned away, and Alias just goes with the Scion. It's like, you clearly read them, RA. You knew exactly where Ultra Prime were going to go, but you can't stop it. Alias still going to have that Mega Tank up in the top side. Plenty of scaling on both sides of the board here. But I'd say there's plenty of opportunity for early aggression as well. Like you said, this LeBlanc Xin Zhao combo feels like if Ultra Prime want to get aggressive, and I hope they do, should be able to see some 2v2 action and maybe action towards the side lanes.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, is that you can definitely apply the pressure. It is kind of hard to punish the Lissandra herself, because you can obviously throw out the claw before the chains connect and make some distance, but if they are able to find success, if they are able to punish this Hecarim as well, that's where Ultra Prime will really come online.
See if they can, as early ward dropped in that bottom lane from Ultra Prime, but just going to be standard level ones here, just trying to make sure that there's no shenanigans coming out from either team, and it doesn't look like there will be deep vision from either side. So let's talk lane matchups. Let's talk jungle pathing and what you're expecting in this early game, because Leon on the Hecarim, although I'm going to hold that thought as Crown moves in, I don't think anything will happen. Leon on the Hecarim, very fast at clearing, not so good at the early ganks comparatively to his Xin Zhao, but you can choose to go for early ganks if that floats your boat.
Yeah, I think the critical thing for me is kind of just be Leon avoiding Akka, right? We've seen often one of the punishments that gets afforded towards Hecarim is invading him early, right? Because he doesn't have that flash, a little bit vulnerable at that point, doesn't have that mobility tool, and seen a bit of a scrapple in.
Yeah, Ignite actually used onto Xiaoxi in the bottom lane. This is huge. Xiaoxi on like 1 HP in the bottom side. That is a 1 lane in the bottom side from RA. Shousey, I don't know why you keep standing next to Elk here, taking splash damage. iBoy so close to finishing both of them off. And sure, it was Ignite used, but look at the control RA are going to have for the rest of this lane.
Yeah, absolute domination. I think Ultra Prime just disrespectful. Just end up having RA walk up to them. You land a slow from the Tom Kent. You can't get out of range. And you can't really out-trade the Jinx, especially when you get that lethal tempo stacked up. So Ultra Prime really making a big mistake here, especially as they have the double range matchup, right? They should be the ones winning out in those trades. And already giving Prio over to RA. Obviously, you have the sustain and the potions to heal up, but a great start from RA's bot side. Now, the only concern is Leanne is pathing towards the top side, which makes sense, right? We talked about him wanting to sort of avoid being punished. You have Strive finding Prio mid. You have Cube finding Prio top. You did want to path over there. And that's why it's important we see this ward come out, because RA, you know, they managed to find Prio in a lane that typically they might not, thanks to the double range matchup. They need to make sure they're safe.
Yeah, they certainly do, but I have to say, just looking back on that early trade, that feels a little bit like Shousey playing a hard engaged Lulu. Right there. Feels like he wasn't really aware that he wasn't playing Leona either. You know, one of these ones where Shousey's
the same letter, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I don't know if that's a good excuse, though. Regardless, level 1 trade going the way of RA. A good lead for iBoy and Yuyanja. It won't lead to too much unless shenanigans occur continuously. Yuyanja does go in. It's just a fine priority for iBoy as he clears that wave. We'll be able to crash that one. Hacker moving down. Uh-oh. RA in a very aggressive position on the map. iBoy's moving towards Hacker. He's going to 1v1 as it's out. That's not where you want to be, iBoy. Flash used now. Knockup going to come on through. Can the rest of the team follow up? Shousey over the wall. iBoy will go down. And RA too much too soon.
And this is the downside, right? You see Leanne go to the top side. You have such heavy Prio, and critically, they actually got the wave to a point that it was going to bounce back into them. And then, iBoy, why are you walking in that direction, right? They could have just looped through the lane, gone to the tri-brush together, and then put the ward down, right? There's just zero reason for iBoy to walk here, and it was prime opportunity for Hacker to take him out. Like, look where he is. And it's like, why are you there when Yuyanja? Look where Yuyanja is. That is where iBoy should have been to get the ward. Just massive mistake.
Yeah, separating as a 2v2. Yuyanja cannot save him before level 6. That's the thing with this time counter. Pre-ultimate, you don't have that peel tool. So, iBoy, bit of a blunder, to be honest. He will be able to grab a cull before heading back towards the lane. But look at the gold. All of that happened in the early game has led to nothing now. It's going to be even between the 280 carries and more combat stats for Elk. Strive is in a bit of trouble here as the engage comes on in. Ethereal Chain's going to be there. Strive went aggressive at the worst possible moment. The whole gang was there from Ultra Prime.
Yeah, and I feel like it's one of those scenarios where, you know, you're playing Alessandra, you have the claw, you're like, I'm fine, I'm safe. But if you get CC'd before you get it off, no way you get out of that situation. That's why it's important Shousey was there, right? Able to be in position to apply the polymorph if needed. It wasn't in that case, but it just makes it so difficult. If you do get hit by that point and click CC, your mobility is for naught. And Ultra Prime doing a pretty good job. And this is what we expected, right? Look at the CS difference. Leanne, 41 to Hacker's 29. He has been farming up a storm, but it's kind of what we expect in Hacker going for those ganks, trying to get his team ahead. And he is up in gold because he's picked up the kills, but it is falling down in terms of that farm, in terms of that XP, as he is now level 4 to Leanne's level 5.
And the thing is, it's just like when you're locking Hecarim in solo queue and you're like, I'm going to do 2 clears. And Hacker is elsewhere on the map just taking names. iBoy's going to fall again.
Beautiful.
And now onto Yuyanja too. Hacker is taking over this map. He does not care what RA want. As a kill for each of the bot laners from Ultra Prime. 2-0-2. Hacker is completely in control. Leanne wants to answer on the top side, but there's no way.
Yeah, and again, wave in a horrific spot, right? Pushed up, so RA's bot lane are forced to overextend, and Hacker finds a beautiful gank, and critically, this time he doesn't get both of the kills. One of them does go over to Elk, so more resources for his team, for that 80 carry that we said was so pivotal when it comes to those team fights. Now, they are starting up Dragon, and RA looking to contest, both level 6, by the way.
This will be Dragon taken by Ultra Prime here. The smite comes on through from Hacker. Ulted, though, charged on down. And the rest of Ultra Prime just abandoned ship. See you later, Hacker. You've given us all a lead, but We're not willing to die for you.
Yeah, and that's crying.
Oh, picking the jungle, crying. Hides in a pocket of vision. I didn't even see him because the observers had toggled vision there.
Yeah.
Very nicely done by
That is
crying.
right? So good pick coming out, and we're going to see a bit of a pro view. And I love this play, particularly from Hacker here. He saves the knockup, right? Tom Kench tries to abyssal dive, and he gets knocked out of it. Losing that bit of mobility means they're able to just follow him down and get both kills in the trade. So really nicely played. But obviously we saw him die at Dragon. I think that's the thing, right? We talked about it. Lian farming up a storm. He hits that level 6 on the Hecarim, and it's such a huge power spike. So, you know, they got the Dragon, but as soon as they saw this level 6 Hecarim, this level 6 Cassandra come over, you know you're losing at least one member. You know you can't fight. And so as a result, one goes down. But the fact Crying can answer back, Ultra Prime in a pretty good spot so far.
2v2 on the bottom side. iBoy is level 6. Here we go, though. Aliez, the pain train, entering the bottom lane. Yuyanja gets the Abyssal Dive off, though, and
yeah.
Oh, that wasn't
Not
an
quite
attempt.
the payoff. Not quite the payoff you're hoping for. Oh, and he'll just TP back up top. You know, I respect the play, right? Not much is happening in the top lane. If you're going to TP top lane anyway, you might as well use your whole bot. In fairness, if he ults top, he doesn't even need to TP. But either way, it really shows Ultra Prime playing for Elk in the bot lane. They really need the Cephalios to be strong.
Elk is going for it as well. Moonlight Vigil used there. The Caliber didn't quite connect, but still good pressure in the bottom side, trying to start to get some plates here. The gold lead not significant between the AD carries just yet, as Shao Si once again pretending he's Leona, looking at a tower dive. They've run out of minions, though. Elk will take a tower shot, and iBoy and Yuyanja, I don't know if they saw Hacker in that brush, but they've got to suspect, right? Well, they've definitely seen him now, as Elk tries to push that wave. Lien, in the meantime, is like, look, guys, just handle it. Handle it. I'm on the Herald. Just don't die, okay, guys?
And now Crying's moving down. They really want Yuyanja to get 6 before the dive comes in, but I'm not sure it'll happen.
I don't know. Flame Chopper's going to come on through. Elk might get knocked up here. He's taking a tower shot. Elk going way too aggressive, but he'll survive. And now in comes Crying under the tower. Good flash by iBoy, but it's followed up by Crying. And the dive is beautiful from Ultra Prime.
So little you can do, right? Once Crying turns up from the LeBlanc, the extra burst damage, the mobility, the RA's bot lane did as much as they could to buy time, and there will be a trade-off in return, right? You were talking about Lian taking the Herald. They're going to throw that down. And this is, again, what we talked about earlier. Strive and Lian trying to get themselves ahead, whereas Ultra Prime were looking towards a bot lane. 4 plates lost in the mid lane does mean if Crying goes for another roam, you likely just forfeit your mid tier 1. And similarly in the top lane, you've been able to find a couple of plates there, which is why when you look at the gold difference, it's 7 kills to 1. Ultra Prime only 400, 500 gold ahead, and it's because all those plates have been picked up. It's because the CS lead in the top lane and the jungle.
It's kind of insane, really, considering how one-sided it has felt across the course of this game in almost every single lane. But here we go. Another look at this dive is Elk. Again, really aggressive start to the fight from Elk. Nearly overstepping, but his team was here. He was fine.
Yeah, and honestly, I think if that W from the Tom Kent had hit, they probably would have just killed the Aphelios. So I like the play. You're kind of doomed if you do, doomed if you don't there. But the fact you try to look for the turnaround could have at least made it close or provided that threat. So either way, RA's bot lane doing the best they can, but just you can't do anything against insurmountable odds when Crying turns up on LeBlanc. Without that level 6 from the Tom Kench, very difficult to outplay. But he does now have that, right, available. He has the Gobble, the extra safety tool that should make things a bit harder if Ultra Prime go for another play like that. And speaking of plays, Dragon in a minute could well be that next objective to look for.
Okay, well, big lead in terms of individual... Hang on, no, Rocket going to be used to deny recalls there. There's a 500 gold lead in favor of Elk down in that bottom lane. Realistically, that's about all that Ultra Prime managed to garner out of this early game lead. They've got a 300 lead for Hacker as well, but considering the score difference, you'd expect it to be more. But as you said, Lien farming up a storm in this early game. Drake up in 25 seconds. Looks like Hacker has control of the river, at least for now. Lien moving over to that side of the map, though.
Yeah, so I'll be interested to see if they opt to contest this one. No Summoners and iBoy could make it a little precarious, but they do have a Tom Kench as a safety net. But honestly, I wouldn't mind if they just land up towards the top side. Cube is already applying so much pressure to this tower. He's already actually, if you look at it, despite being 0-0-0, he's 1,000 gold up nearly. thanks to the plates and Cryin.
Cryan's being too aggressive here in the mid lane. He's going to get chased down. The clone is trying to distract. Cryin gets a wild growth. The Xiaoxi roams up. And Ultra Prime don't seem to be able to lose a scrap.
Yeah, they're just not able to finish it off. And a beautiful roam by Xiaoxi to keep their mid laner alive. Now, as a result, I feel like, you know, no Hecarim ult, no Lissandra ult. You can't really contest this dragon.
Oh,
we see Cube. Yeah, getting ulted. I think this, you know that your team doesn't need you to contest that dragon. You go for a bit of a heavier trade. But I'd like to see RA lean up towards that top side, trying to secure this tower.
It'd be nice to see that, as Cube has found himself a massive advantage individually. 1,500 or 1,200 gold up so far right now. He'll get himself another plate just now as well. And that's the nature of playing Jace into a tank, right? You have that ranged matchup. You can just take over individually, as Hacker wants to find a red buff, but look at this. RA grouped as a 4 over the wall. Perhaps will contest, but doesn't look like they're willing to go for it. Lian just has to settle for his chickens.
This is kind of what I mean, right? We're seeing Ultra Prime applying so much pressure on this bot side. It feels like the response for RA should be to apply more pressure on the other side of the map, but I think one of the aspects is it is quite hard to dive the Scion. And honestly, I feel like they're happy as long as Cube can just keep applying that constant pressure. Another fact is he's taken that first strike, right? It is why there is such a significant goal lead. The extra income available from that Keystone. But we often see Lian hovering around this side of the map. They might look for Cryin again, but not really anything to come from it. Just going to push that wave in.
Yeah, not going to be able to do much on the back of that one. But I do want to revisit kind of the win conditions for these teams, because we talked about the scaling, but there was scaling on both sides. You know, Scion is certainly not going to be a slouch up in that top lane, but Elk going to be the brunt of the damage for Ultra Prime. On the side of RA, are you fine with how inactive they have been so far this game? Is this okay that they have just conceded pretty much everything?
Well, I think it's fine. The dragons are a bit of a concern, but obviously they've kept even in terms of gold, right? And you have multiple sort of lanes that can be that carry, right? So despite the fact bot lane has fallen behind marginally, the Jace is very strong. Strive and Lian in a pretty good position thanks to the plates they got mid, right? And when it comes to team fighting, you're confident. It's just different win cons for team fight, right? If Ultra Prime play it front to back, if Scion and Xin Zhao can absorb all that damage from the Jinx and the Jace, and then you have Elk just free firing, that's great for them. But on the other side, if RA can get that backline access, if Lissandra and Hecarim can make things messy, that's where it works out for them. So I think, you know, when it comes to later stages, I would feel pretty happy if I have a Jinx and a Jace on my team going late. But now they are looking towards this bot side of the map. Try and punish Elk potentially. But remember, it's 2 minutes 30 on that dragon. I feel like that's when we'd next have a big fight.
Yeah, I mean, with the way everyone's positioning on the bottom side of the map, you'd think Dragon is spawning right now. Lian will be caught by an Ethereal Chains, but Cryin just going to proc his Electrocute. Going to buy space for Hacker to clear a bit of vision. And Ultra Prime really want to finish this bot lane tower. Elk moving in alongside Xiaoxi here. Plates are gone, so it's a lot easier to finish off now, but unfortunately not getting much done. And iBoy managing to layer this damage out. That's a Moonlight Vigil just onto the Tom Kench. Not ideal. And Elk, 1 HP already. Yuyanja goes forward, but just takes a blast in the face. There's the rocket. Hits Xiaoxi and passes it on to Elk. Hacker's too late to the play. Lian's still doing his crooks in the meantime. And that's going to be a nice pickup for iBoy.
Yeah, Cube also getting that first tower on the top side. So not only do they defend, they get that tower advantage, but also Elk just disrespectful, right? And it's something you talked about start of the game. iBoy and Elk definitely can carry with the resources, but capable of just making these mistakes. And this time it was Elk who does so. iBoy able to just outrange him with the rockets, get a few too many autos in, and then land that ult. And now Ultra Prime looking to try and make a play, but Xiaoxi very low. I feel like not going to find much here.
But then again,
they'll try.
Yeah, tries to go for it. Flame Choppers come down and immediately disengages. I want to see more from Lian at this point, right? We keep on talking about how Lian, you know, he's got a bit of a reputation for being this farm jungler from IG. And one of the biggest criticisms we had for him in 2020 on the IG roster was that he was kind of inactive, that he wasn't willing to get involved in the lanes. And on IG, that's a big issue. Here on RA, he's playing the scaling game, but I want to see him start to use this Hecarim.
Yeah, I think for sure, looking at that next team fight around that dragon will be a big one. And we do see, you know, just that constant trading from iBoy come in on this one. But I think probably going to go back to live in just a second, because looking contesting that mid priority, right? We've seen Lian just picking up that Herald now. Can definitely throw that down mid to not only take the tower, but also force Ultra Prime away. Cloud Soul, pretty valuable in all honesty. I feel that extra movement speed can make a big difference for the Hecarim, right? In terms of engaging. So we'll see them looking to contest this one. Already they're moving over, and critically it is Strive in the top lane who has the TP, and I like this more because I think if you're going to TP someone in, better it's for it to be a Lissandra on the flank than for it to be a Jace. You want Jace there to land that early poke.
Certainly do. Ultra Prime control of the bottom side of the map though, and this doesn't look like it'll be contested at all. That'll be 3 Drakes back to back for Ultra Prime at 17 minutes. That is a damn good showing so far from Ultra Prime, but RA will trade something at least. Demolish comes out from Strive on the top side, along with that Rift Herald. This will be a tier 2 in the top lane traded for the Dragon. Cryan trying to contest a little bit, trying to save the Krugs, but it's not going to happen. The RSPCA does not care about mythical creatures.
And with that, already, not only do they get that top lane tier 2, also the tier 1 mid. So I like the play, honestly. You know, you decide to give the Dragon. It does put Ultra Prime on Soul Point, but as much as I really like the Cloud Soul for the side of RA, you like Hecarim with that, so strong. Yuanjo, when he ults a target, can run really fast away, but Ultra Prime, I don't think it adds too much to that composition, and I think RA feels similarly. They're like, we're not really bothered if you do end up getting the soul, we'll fight you on the next one. But as a result of taking that top lane tier 2 and getting the mid tower, they're now over 3,000, like 3,500 gold ahead. So pretty significant lead at this point in the game, and it opens up the map quite significantly, right? Because they've taken that tier 1 mid, you can push a bit deeper, you can then lean into the sides to apply pressure. You can see already Cube going into that bot lane, looking to apply a fair bit of pressure to that tier 1, the last one standing for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, I feel like, as you say, side lanes could just be the option all game, right? Because, you know, the Scion, if he doesn't get to team fight, doesn't really get to do anything this game. He's never going to have that moment where he can just 1v1 the Jace. Sandra does well on the side lane as well. Feels like that could be a way forward for RA, as Ultra Prime just stacking up in the bottom lane right now. But the gold, despite the 3 Drakes, despite the 7 kills, is in favor of RA, thanks to those lane advantages that we've been talking about. And it's almost 4,000 in their favor as well. iBoy on this, Jinx with a Kraken Slayer, finished Azil, his color's already stacked on through as well. He'll be finishing a second item very shortly. Does feel like, honestly, everything is kind of fine for RA. They have just been playing this one slow, chilling. There has been some good plays early on from Ultra Prime, but no advantage actually found in the end as we head towards this mid game.
Yeah, and a critical thing as well, because Ultra Prime have so many Drakes, despite the fact that down in gold, there's not going to be an objective advantage showing up, right? Because they have those objectives, but 3 Drakes doesn't add that much power, right? It's really the soul that is that big spike. So for now, Ultra Prime, in terms of combat ability, it feels quite a bit behind, right? iBoy, 2 full items completed, whereas Elk still working to finish up the second. The Jace has just had the Manamune fully stacked, so doing a absolute ton of damage. This is where RA are really strong, and I feel like we said Elk needs to be that relevant carry when it comes to those team fights. Isn't quite there yet.
Yeah, that's the second time we've seen iBoy just ult that brush. In goes Elk. He's trying to make a play here, but Yuyanja just going to save iBoy with the Devour. In the meantime, another tower goes down for RA. That's the 4th tower of the game for them. Cube gifted over a Gromp by Lien as well. It feels like so far so good for RA. Playing it slow, playing it steady. iBoy using the ult on cooldown just to try and deny recalls at this point, because he knows that the game plan for RA is not to fight anytime soon. They don't need to fight until that Drake comes up. 2 minutes time though. I mean, like Orcs, they changed the Cloud Drake. Did it matter? Is this even worth fighting for RA, or do you just allow the soul to go over so the Elder comes onto the map and you can win the fight for Elder?
They changed individual Cloud Drakes, right? They didn't do anything with the soul, and the soul, you know, I think the soul is underrated. I think there's times it does have value. I don't think it's super significant here for the side of Ultra Prime. If Ultra Prime get it right, it's not a big deal for Cryan, really. It's not a big deal for Elias. It's nice for Elk, don't get me wrong, but it's not crazy. And I feel like, yeah, RA, they could contest it if they want to win the fight and then transition that into Baron. But if Ultra Prime get it, it's kind of whatever. That's the thing, is normally, if it's a high value soul, you don't let it get to 3. Because if you lose the smite fight, but then win the team fight, you can take Baron, enemy team doesn't have soul. I think in this situation, even if Ultra Prime win the smite fight, I'm not sure RA are that bothered. They want the team fight, and they are setting up for this critically. If they can blow up Elk, it'll be a huge advantage. Crying, fishing for some poke, but the Jace is here. This Jace, 3 items, mega strong. If we see a Shock Blast connect onto a Squishy, it's gonna be rough for Ultra Prime.
We talked about Cube at the Massive Cup. He was the carry all those years ago. See if Cube on this Jace can live up to that reputation once more. Feels like it's been a long time coming, and this is the roster where he can finally stretch his wings a little bit. Shock Blast goes wide onto Elk, though. He's trying to find some poke as well. Both teams want to engage. Both teams toying with it, but not finding a window.
I feel like RA just want a bit more poke to land. Oh, it's coming in.
Or an alias to land, apparently. It's going to be an ult out from Lian there. Ultra Prime with a good little mini fight there, forcing RA away, trying to find poke there. iBoy takes a massive chunk, and there's a Gravitum to finish it off. Elk slams his counterpart into the floor, and that'll be so easy peasy for Ultra Prime.
Beautiful play coming out from Ultra Prime. They start the fight before Cube lands any poke, right? They chunk out RA's engage tools. Strive and Leon have to back away. No ults available. And then the thing is, you saw on the other side, Elias and Hacker soaked up so much damage on that front line. And then critically, iBoy gets a little bit overzealous, right? You stacked up the lethal tempo, trying to step too far forwards, and as a result, gets punished by Elk. And that's what I want you to focus on in this replay, that critical moment when Elk steps up and is able to pick off iBoy. And it's like, you just don't have the backing. I think the big thing as well is that the ultimate for Tom Kench already used.
iBoy just being too overzealous there. Steps on too far forwards, and this is what we talked about, right? This is what we said at the start of this series. Both Elk and iBoy have a habit of being a little too aggressive and being punished for it. So, bit of a disaster there for iBoy. He's 1-4 in this game. And yes, we've been talking about the gold lead for RA. We've been talking about how they found these advantages during the laning phase, but actually, if you can never win a fight, if you can never get the neutral objectives, that advantage doesn't matter.
Yeah, and as we said, Cloud Soul, it's not a game changer for Ultra Prime, but it does mean that the next subsequent fights, right, will be for Barons or Elders, really significant. And I think the problem was RA didn't land that Jace poke and couldn't get on the backline. You see, Elk playing so aggressive right now.
Yeah, and I love it. Elk loves to be aggressive. He loves to push that envelope. And, this is the two-sided coin that we talked about with both Elk and iBoy, right? They're very similar players in that they love to get as much damage out of their carries as physically possible, but it often means they overstep. But both of them, with a Lulu, with a Tom Kench, does allow a lot of freedom to be that aggressive player. But another tower taken by Cube on the bottom side. There's only one tier 2 remaining, as Hacker actually going to face check into the brush, and it's going to be Lian and Strive. I'm not sure they realized Hacker was kind of alone there. Maybe could have been a bit more aggressive, but they're just going to back away. Baron on the cards here with 25 minutes on the clock. 4 minutes until that Elder spawns. RA the ones that are going to get control.
Yeah, and I think RA need to approach this a little bit better because, they have these strong elements. So this Jace is monstrously strong, but they're approaching things a little bit wrong, right? The thing is, if you just have Elk free hitting, he will outperform the Jinx because he has that Lulu, right? Yuanja is a safety net, but it's like a one-time usage off that ultimate, whereas Xiaoxi has the shielding, the speed ups, the attack speed from the Whimsy, as well as the fact that the ultimate is an extra layer of health that can keep you safe. And as a result, that's why Elk can be so aggressive, whereas in return, iBoy, he's just firing into these bulky frontliners. I want to see flanks come out. I want to see Lian get a big engage onto the Aphelios. I want to see Strive on the backline make things a bit messy, because that's where really I feel like RA will flourish. And on top of that, talking about the Jace poke, we often see Aphelios go for that Bloodthirster second into heavy poke. Elk hasn't done it, so if you land a Shock Blast, it's going to be extra punishing.
Yeah, Elk wants the damage. He's gone with the Collector as Hacker. It's gone Strive, won't find the window of opportunity here. Strive forced to recall, maybe an angle on the Baron here. Cube on the bottom side of the map, trying to just hammer home onto Alias. He's almost on 4 items in that side lane as Alias. Look at his farm, 280 almost at the 26-minute mark. Lian will not go for the engage. And the amount of times I've seen Lian just sprinting around in circles on this Hecarim, I'm not even sure we've seen him ult aggressively once this game.
This feels like, when you're in game, how if you press tab, you see the kill score between teams and everything, but you don't see the gold. and only we can see the gold. We're looking at this like RA or 4K gold ahead, but in game, it feels like they're just psyching themselves out. They're so afraid to look for these opportunities. And oh, Q might have found a kill here.
Oh no, Alias. It's a bit of a whiff on the ulti there. Crying over the wall, trying to get onto Q, but takes a good chunk himself, and Striver's going to try and follow this one up. Both RA solo laners staying way too long, though, as the rest of Ultra Prime will arrive. There's a wild growth to keep Crying alive. And I mean...
I'm not sure, like, he wild growth the clone, right? So I'm not sure if that's a better play, because then you don't know which one to hit. Or if it's
He got the knock-up. He got the knock-up regardless.
That's the important thing, right? You know? And actually, TP coming in. They might look straight on the Baron, yeah.
Baron is the call. TP from Alias. He's happy to tank this one up. iBoy has to get the damage down onto this Scion. Remember, Cube isn't here. 20 seconds on that respawn. This is 4v5. In favor of Ultra Prime here. iBoy has to be careful. Crying stepping forward. Takes a rocket to the face for his trouble. And 9k on this Baron. Doesn't feel like Ultra Prime are super committed. It feels like they might want to go for a fight here. It would be a coin flip as Crying over the wall. Bit of poke onto Yuyanja. 5k on the Baron. Ultra Prime sticking to this one, not committing to the fight. And RA are on the wrong side of the pit right now as Hacker over the wall tries to start this one off. Alias keeping the Baron going as in comes Cube with a shock blast onto Xiaoxi from behind. He has to carry. Yuyanja flashes away. iBoy still going strong. Hacker the target. There's a reset for iBoy as Crying tries to flee on the bottom side of the plate. Shock blast goes wide. Tank the tank as Strive chases down Alias but misses the route. RA have managed to stay strong in the fight.
And finally, it gets messy for Ultra Prime. In the Baron pit, part of the position, they try and move out, but critically, Elka ends up in a spot where he just has to get out. He cannot team fight with Cube up in his face, and as a result, RA are able to clean up. Shock Blast, again, goes a little bit wide, but will be able to find Sion. And actually, Strive has to flash away. Doesn't want to risk going down, but now Elder Dragon up and available in 5 seconds. Baron up and available and so much used here. We're going to replay. I think that's the thing, right? They start to spill out, but watch Elk's positioning in this one, right? Gale forces forwards to try and finish off the kill. Starts to move in here, but Cube TPs in, and Elk, he gets so fortunate with his blast cone, but it's literally like, I have to get out now. There's nothing I can do. As soon as he takes the blast cone, he's just out the fight. iBoy's able to reposition thanks to Tom Kench, and with that, they're able to close it out. But now we come back to this fight. So many summoners been in the last engagement. Pretty much everyone using their flash apart from Elias. And he has no TP to join. So RA want to start this quickly.
RA already starting this one off. Crying over the wall. Getting damage onto Leon. He's so low. Ults into the pit. Hacker tries to finish the job, but just kills himself. I don't know what else to say. Hacker. He just went in 1v5. They might have stopped the Elder, but ultimately there's no smite available. Lien. His second smite will be coming off cooldown any second now. Crying's clone is down. Crying jumps into an auto attack there. Takes half his health. Almost goes down to a shock blast. Alias trying to buy space, trying to buy time for his team. But RA can play this one at range. They don't need to fight. Moonlight Vigil, bit of a whiff. This is a shambles from both sides. But Elder will be smited. And it means RA can clean house. Orcs, I don't know what I just witnessed. But RA come out on top.
What an absolute mess. Leanne getting so low, but the Tom Kench coming in clutch to save. Hacker oversteps. And then the smite difference is so big. Ultra Prime doing as much as they can, but it really feels like Elk has to do so much. And the fact that the Moonlight Vigil misses ends up costing them massively. Now, looking towards getting this mid lane tier 2. They can keep pushing if they want to, right? Ultra Prime, very hard to... What is the range on that auto, by the way?
Rapid fire cannon with the pow with Elder ticking away. Hacker, you got to go to the fountain, buddy. It's going to be the mid inhib taken down. And RA finally find themselves a more tangible advantage, right? 10,000 is the gold lead, but they've been up in gold all game. They finally got an inhibitor down. They got that Elder Drake, and they're looking to a Baron.
Yeah, they're going straight to it, you know, even though they haven't reset, there's some lower health bars, a lot of gold not spent. They know that the Elder Dragon is enough to that Ultra Prime just can't contest. They can't even get them in time, in honesty. So now, both buffs in hand, they are in a very strong spot. When we get that replay, Leanne, you know, overstepping a little bit on that much HP, but the Tom Kench save comes in, and that is the critical difference, right? Hacker sees his window to try and punish, but just gets bursted out, completely oversteps. This late in the game, that Jace and that Jinx can shred you. With the jungler down, RA can afford to take it slow. And despite so much going in favor of Ultra Prime in terms of the fights throughout this game, RA managed to secure that objective. And now they are looking to push with it. Still have the Elder buff in hand for the 45. 2 minutes 20 on that Baron. So for Ultra Prime, you want to wait out the Elder, and that's when you can look for a fight to stop this push. But the goal difference at play, 10,000, it's not going to be easy.
I mean, I'd go as far as to say it's going to be hard, Orcs. It's going to be the opposite of easy. Crying takes us up.
medium.
Oh my days! The Shock Blast, the Rocket, Wild Growth used. I mean, the fight's already over. 2 abilities go out, and the fight is over. RA can just power into the base now. Cube is firing on all cylinders. He's full build at 32 minutes into this game. Another Shock Blast lands. That one wasn't even accelerated. And now the charge on forwards from Leon. Hacker trying to get into the backline to finish things off. Alias goes in as well. And actually, maybe they found it. Elk, keep your eyes on this Aphelios. He has to win the fight. But Cube knocks him away. The Nexus is low enough. It doesn't matter that Up found some damage. RA finish it out.
Yeah, Ultra Prime managing to find a few kills at the end, but it's just not quite enough. And I feel like it got to the point in this game, the range discrepancy, the Jinx and the Jace just too hard to deal with. And it felt like the approach into those fights was struggling, right? As soon as Hacker went in, just absolutely deleted. We kept seeing Crying trying to find this poke, but if the Lissandra was in range, she was there to check it. And it just felt like too many eggs were in the Elk basket. And in the late game, when it's 1 carry against 2, and those 2 carries do scale so exceptionally, it's very difficult. Definitely a bit of a weird game. Kill lead for Ultra Prime pretty much throughout, but then it was RA who were constantly ahead in gold, and it took a while. It was very much a slow burn for them to come out on top of this one.
I love the total opposite approaches to how to play jungle in this game as well. You've got Hacker who's like, I am going to do a gank between every single camp I clear. I'm going to get in every single lane. I'm going to do as much as I can in the early game. And Leon is like, guys, hold out. You just don't die. I'm going to farm up a lot of camps. And we're not actually going to fight ever.
It was like, don't die too much, right? Like, they still die. Like, whatever, man. You know, they killed both of us bot lane. Cool, no problem. This is all going to plan. And you know what? It did work out for them.
That's the norm anyway. We're used to this. We can play around this.
Yeah, if you factor in that iBoy is going to be 0-3, then nothing can surprise you.
Oh dear. I will say, Cube had a whale of a time. I mean, obviously, a very positive matchup for him, Jace into Sion, where you can just hammer away your game. But man, those Shock Blasts in the late game, Cube just destroying Elk like that. Once he had Elder, the Shock Blast that hit Elk and basically killed him in one blast. Like, that was unholy damage coming out from Cube. And that's the nature of it. If you just allow a Jace to sit in a side lane, super pushed up all game long, never punished, 6 items by 30 minutes, turns out he's going to do a lot of damage. Who could have seen this coming?
And I think that's the problem, is that despite the fact we saw Ultra Prime get the early lead, the gold lead didn't match the kill lead or the objective lead. And I think they needed a bit more, right? They didn't really find too much of advantage for Elk individually, but also when you're up against the Jace who's free farming, up against the Jinx, you need more momentum than they ever got.
Yep, certainly do. We're going to jump into a break and we'll find out if they can get some momentum going right after.
Ultra Prime here, you can see what they're thinking. Hey, we still have a lot of follow-up damage. Sure, our Leon tells them to back off, but again,
Elk is flying! Elk is flying in this replay!
Oh, wait. Oh, wait, Elk is flying.
It's Harry Potter! Oh, my God! Oh, my God. All right. Forget the replay. Elk is a wizard. Like that.
You're a wizard.
I don't know how. Got the Shy on your roster. Because they can move towards this bottom lane. The inhib is open. There's a minion.
Nice.
Man, my team is very good. My team is very good. Very good.
Nice.
My team is very good. Very good.
Nice.
Man.
Stepping forward with another point. Dropped onto the board. They're 1-0.
And now they can just look to take that wave in mid. The TP's already coming through the Shy. The masked man standing. Can he get Doggo?
How is Doggo on this side of the tower?
Oh my
God. What happened for Doggo to be there?
He's so far from home. He doesn't even have a color. Nobody
He's
knows.
got Battlestar, but still gets the kill. And now the chase down is on Invincible. Has to block for his team as the curtain call sends V5 away. The team. I mean, let's be honest. If you want a team with Mojo, this is your team. They know what's up.
Oh, the ulti comes in. Cole's now going to be the target, but that's just the support. Southwind has been left behind. Wait, did Cole think the Jinx was on the enemy team, I wonder?
And WE find a consolation prize at the end.
V5 need to stop this. Dragon is in 20 seconds. V5
Wait,
are
what
trying
are
to
these
stop
wards?
them from
How are you
resetting.
missing?
And wow, Super Mega Death Rocket with an absolute big one. Strive on the chase, the needlework. It's just a little tip. Tarzan, the what? Strive is a madman. That target selection lyric, that was insane.
That wave out, and it feels like they're trying to get pressure on that bottom side while they can. 2.5 minutes until that Baron comes up, so they don't need to worry about getting caught on the wrong side of the map. 6-9, he's found us.
It was at this moment he knew. He f***ed up.
He must have gone past that control wall to get there. Goes for the slice of Maelstrom anyway, but Viper flashes away, and 3-6-9. You know, it was a good attempt. I like the gumption there. You're down on death row at this point. You might as well try and make something happen, but it just cannot come to fruition.
Try and use their map pressure, use their mobility, look for picks, and see if they can kind of catch out Ultra Prime. Oh, they're going again.
Oh, they're doing it again! They just have no chill. EDG, these guys have families. Come on.
Very curious about that. So no TP available for ZDZ. Let's have a look at the inside. Oh, no! Or sorry, in the base, I should say, is actually just Spin saying, look, I don't care about the 1v1. So where are we going, observers? We're looking at one, the other. RNG, take the neck. No, he didn't the inhibitor. No, wait, did he? Wait, no, the inhibitor respawn. We haven't finished. Go back to the game. Go back to the game. Go back to the game. Observers, please. Go back. Thank you.
Okay, they're gonna end it. They're gonna end it. They got it. They got it. They got it. They got it.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
All right. I have one word. Fiesta. that was some. Okay. RNG do close it out. They do manage to. Finn manages to. I mean, the rest of the team would join them. Put it back.
I just wanna love somebody, someone who gon' love my body the way that I want my body to be loved. Give me love, love, love when I need it. I'll be right here to receive it. Only kind of love is the one you give it. I mean it, need it. Need the kind of love you give. I mean it, need it. I just really wanna know if you want. Are you there?
Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when the one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice.
我们能慢慢赢比赛，是因为大家都互相信任，然后一起努力训练。UP 前15分钟非常厉害，我们要防守好。
That's just beautiful to hear. The reason they're playing well is because they trust each other. That touches me right here, Orcs. I'm much more. I'm joined by Orcs as we head towards our second game, and I love how Yuyanja basically acknowledges the way that first game went. He's like, "Look, we're just gonna hold out strong for the first 15 minutes, and then we'll win the game. Just try not to lose lanes, guys, and then we'll win later on." I love that RA are just completely committed to that style. And Cube, he's loving it in the top lane, right? Managed to get a great matchup for himself and just hammered away the entire game. He gets himself MVP.
Yeah, just did so much damage when you're just free hitting the Sam. But I love the fact it took first strike to get that gold injection. Had so many items as we got through that game. And then when it came to the point where he hit just one shock blast, right? That was really all it took, especially since it was Elk who's that primary carry. If you hit him with a shock blast, that is team fight over. No way that Ultra Prime can contest. And it became really pivotal in those key moments.
Man, I wish I could hover over that keystone and see how much money he made from first strike that game, because I bet it was an unholy amount of money. The amount of just free hits he was able to get, not just on the side, but in the team fights as well. Those shock blasts were starting to do crazy moves. Like, some of these team fights, though, I will say, even though RA won in the end, it was really messy.
Yeah, 100%. And honestly, I feel like this was the first fight where it got messier. And I think that's when it started to favor RA, right? I think the fact they have these snap engage tools on multiple members, and the fact that Ultra Prime couldn't keep things going in the front to back, you know, that's when RA really started to flourish and started to find some momentum in this one. And, you know, I feel like Elk just had a rough time trying to make things happen. Being that sole signature carry in the late game was such a burden.
Yeah, it certainly was. And I kind of want to shift my eyes over towards Cryan in this one, because Cryan has somewhat of a reputation of being kind of a Twisted Fate player, right? Not being the carry himself and instead trying to set up his side laners back on RNG. And I feel like this year he's been trying to move away from that. Twisted Fate still banned against him every single game that he plays. But then we see him on this LeBlanc. He was 2-0-1 to start this game off. But then we didn't really see much of anything else from him for the rest of the game. And granted, you know, he's against the Tom Kench, he's against the Lissandra. It's never going to be easy to have an impact on LeBlanc, but didn't feel like Cryan could have much influence on this game. We need to see more out of this mid laner.
Yeah, I think that's the problem, is that, you know, when you have that one singular carry, when there's things like the Jace that can poke them out, it becomes so hard. So I'd like to see a bit more even distribution. But actually, Ultra Prime going to ban away the Tom Kench. So something that Rare Adam picked up early on to protect that Jinx. They don't want to be going up against that, so will take it off the cards. Just remind you, guys, they are on the same size as they were in game 1. And Rare Adam have gone with the exact same bans. Ultra Prime, interestingly enough, have gone for the Tom and the Jace ban. Zeri available, Gwen available, and remember, Jace is one of the big counters to Gwen. So I feel like Rare Adam are in a difficult spot. There's 3 power picks in my mind. They go for the Gwen, and critically, because they go for the Gwen, Zeri and Jinx available. So even if Ultra Prime get one, you'd think they can get the other. We have seen some Zeri flexes, but for the time being, Ultra Prime need to decide which AD carry they want, I feel.
I just want to mention as well that Cube, Gwen is his most played pick of the split. He has 10 games on Gwen with a 60% win rate for our side. Hackers in Zhao, and it feels like already Ultra Prime signaling early aggression once more.
Yeah, and I think for Rare Adam, Hecarim, I like, you know, obviously you can just charge into the Zeri, but something to counter the Zeri as well in lane would be important. Nautilus comes to mind, but they go for the Tristana, something we've seen often picked into it. And for Ultra Prime, you're forced to take a top laner here. If you go to the second ban phase without picking something that can handle the Gwen, you're going to have an awful time. So both teams got some powerful picks in hand. For Ultra Prime, I'd like to see a ban towards that Nautilus, particularly effective at shutting down the Zeri. So I think taking that off the cards would have a lot of value in this situation.
Certainly could do. As we'll see where they're going to go with this one. I'm excited, though, so far. We have a very aggressive bottom lane matchup being locked in on both sides of the Zeri versus Tristana. The Ahri taken off of the board. Is Cryan going to try and set himself up for potentially go for a blind pick again? But realistically, I feel like for Cryan, you should be going for the counter pick here. You could go for your support as your fourth block.
I think that's the thing, is that, you know, Tristana can't beat out the Zeri, right? That is the reason people pick it, is you can just jump on ahead and stomp her. If you end up with a rough support matchup as well, it can be really precarious, and especially as Ultra Prime like to put their eggs in the Elk basket. Maybe they leave that support till the end to ensure a good matchup, especially when I feel like there's a lot of mid laners you can feel comfortable to blind, right? Ahri we often see blinded. We see the Vex as well. So LeBlanc last game in a blind pick matchup, which even actually got countered by the Lissandra, and still Cryan had a stellar game on it. So I feel like he's feeling pretty comfortable, but he is going to trim some of the options available to Rare Adam. I would really like the Nautilus ban to come out here. We'll see if they feel similarly. They could end up just picking it themselves on this fourth pick. Well, that's a great answer, right? Is you pick the Nautilus, and then they end up taking the Leona. Elk will go cleanse and not be punished too heavily as a result.
Yeah, we'll see if he does end up going with the cleanse. LeBlanc banned away. Orianna and Victor both available. I'm just saying, it's Cryan. Annie is available right now. It did become a bit of a signature for him. We'll see where Cryan is likely to go in this mid lane. But then also what Strive will go with, because Strive, not really, you know, he was playing Lissandra last game. You don't really get to see that many insane plays on Lissandra. I'm hoping we get a bit more of an exciting matchup in that mid lane, but the Syndra will be locked in here for Cryan.
Yeah, so they want that early pressure. A lot of the early pressure mids you typically take are taken away, so now Strive has to have a sort of answer. There is still the Victor, which does lose out early, but in terms of support picks, yeah, you know, there's the Nautilus, which has the ultimate as a great answer. There's also the Alistair, which has essentially a point-and-click combo, right, once you get in range. And critically, I think one of the things is that if Elk takes cleanse, it really hurts the Leona's ability to lock it down. You can't cleanse an Alistair combo. And looking at the mid lane, they might just lean on that Victor. A few options available, but importantly, remember, you're into the Xin Zhao with the Hecarim. You kind of need something that contest priority. Victor won't be able to so much in the early levels, but once you get that laser upgrade, will make a hell of a difference.
Certainly will. So long range matchup in the mid lane. Xiaoxi gonna go with the Rakan. This is something that we've seen Xiaoxi play plenty of over the years. And very short range bottom lane from the side of Ultra Prime, with Rakan having that all-in engage and Elk being a very short range AD carry, but a lot of hard engage options, right, from Ultra Prime. Once again, we see them locking in a composition that really wants a fight.
Yeah, and honestly, for Ultra Prime, I feel like, you know, it was the case before where they kind of need Elk to be ahead. They needed team fights to go a certain way, and they need their mid jungle to be strong. I feel like their mid jungle has a big advantage here in power, but they absolutely need to capitalize, right? I think if iBoy and Nyanja have bot lane go the way they want it to, they're going to be able to crush. If top lane just plays out, Cube will scale into a monster. I feel like RA's composition when they get to those team fights is really hard to deal with. And again, it feels like Elk has to be a massive factor in those late game team fights. They're still Cryan and Elias who are able to do a lot, but I really want to see momentum from Ultra Prime. And I don't just mean kills. We saw that game one. If anyone missed it, basically Ultra Prime were ahead in kills, behind in gold for like the whole game. I need to see them snowball this one. I want to see Hacker not only getting the ganks, but transitioning that into a lead.
See if Hacker is going to be able to find that same early aggression. Whether RA can do what Yuyan just said in the interview and just survive for the first 15 minutes. And then they're trusting each other will come up trumps. RA trying to find that momentum that they had previously. They went on a 6-win streak only to be snubbed out by OMG. Now against Ultra Prime, they are 1-0 up in the series once more. And remember that this series is crucial when it comes to the standings, right? Both of these teams trying to make it into the top 10. RA right now in 9th position. If they win this series with a 2-0, they will actually tie BLG, not only in series score, but in game score. Would be a huge swing for them as Xiaoxi has a bomb over his head. That's a good chunk of damage very early on as Elk tries to answer a little. Will just be resets on both sides.
Yeah, fortunately, it's early enough that you can just reset, right, and get back on the map. Obviously, does block him from getting a ward over the wall, but critically not too much lost in that regard. And we see that ward put down in the top lane. This is actually pretty important for them to talk about, is when you have a range versus melee matchup in the top lane, it's so difficult to play as a melee champion. If the range champion kites you into the brush, they use it to drop vision, right? It makes it so hard to contest. So I think it's important, Cube getting down that ward just so that he can sit in the brush, have a bit of a safety zone where he can't be harassed, and also know where allies can sort of set up and just poke him back from. And I think that's the thing with this matchup in the top lane. Cube is just looking to survive for the most part, right? Scale up and become that late game once that we've seen Gwen be.
Yeah, and Cube has done such a good job on Gwen historically as well. Look at Cube's summoner spells right now. Going with the TP, and usually you see TP Ignite, right? Because Gwen doesn't necessarily need the flash, but
or
going
TP
with
Ghost.
the exhaust because he's against... Oh yeah, or TP Ghost, sorry. He's against the cannon, right? Able to just drop that exhaust in the team fight, stop Alias being able to just take over as a bit of a trade in the bottom side. Halo Blade's there for iBoy, but can't really follow up on the bomb onto L.
Yeah, using that brush nicely. Xiaoxi just dips away when he gets a bomb on him, so they can't stack it up. Playing around that vision well. And, you know, Alistair typically not too active at level 1. Unless you're going to flash Q, you can't find too much. But will knock up Xiaoxi here.
Yeah, Yuyanja ignited as well, but Xiaoxi with a bomb on his head. Guardian will be proc to deny most of that damage. So this time around, it's Ultra Prime with an early advantage in that bottom side. Huge CS lead, although some of it will crash. I will say Tristana kind of sucks at farming underneath the tower, especially early on in the game. Can make life a little bit difficult for iBoy.
Yeah, but it's expectation. You take Alistair, you kind of expect to forfeit that level 1. And obviously, just the fact that L can spam that Q from a little bit over like the standard auto distance can just kind of really push the wave effectively. So Ultra Prime able just to get the priority there. They have priority top lane as well and priority mid. And this is kind of the thing, right? Ultra Prime have so many lanes applying that pressure. It really gives a lot of freedom over to Hacker. If he wants to go for a play into the jungle's Leanne, he absolutely can. He could have control of the Scuttle Crabs. And we do see Prime actually taking a bad trade, so he'll have to back away, and Leanne can just head straight down bot and pick up that Scuttle Crab, it would seem.
Certainly seemed that way, as I think he's going to help shove out that mid lane first as well. Being a bit of a pro in the jungle. And once again, remember, the game plan for RA, as stated by their support, is play it safe for the first 15 minutes. So if they can avoid a fight, they're very likely to. And Leanne, I mean, when you think historically about Leanne, when you think about him on IG, that was one of the things people criticized about Leanne so often, was that he wanted to be really quiet in the early game, didn't want to get involved in the lanes, and it feels like perhaps this is the perfect team for him, since that seems to be the strategy across the board. Cube potentially in trouble. Hacker trying to move his way up towards his top side. Yes, potentially could find a stun onto Cube, but this is a Gwen we're talking about. Exhaust available here. Cube dashes away.
Oh,
dropped his shroud. There's the stun though. Flash forward from Hacker. Can they finish the kill off? One more auto will do the trick. It's a 1-for-1. Cube finds a kill in a 2v1.
The exhaust difference is there, right? And I feel like it's pretty heads up when you know there's the potential to be dove. You take the exhaust. The damage wasn't there from the Zins out as a result. Weren't able to finish him off quickly enough, and he's able to get the turnaround kill. Really nice for the side of RA. And I think, you know, we talk about Hacker being this ganking jungler. Kind of hard to gank when all your lanes are super pitched up. Now, they are waiting because it's going to be a bounce back here, but they decide to pull the trigger early. Elias does manage to get the stun, but it's exhaust, right? Stops so much of this Zins out damage. You see the wind become lightning. Tickles there, thanks to the exhaust. And then as a result, he manages to get the trade kill. Would have been even worse if Cube survived on the back end, but fortunately for Ultra Prime, it is just a 1-for-1 instead of a 1-for-0. Would have been a absolute disaster if that had been the case.
Yeah, still very positive for Cube, though, because look at the gold difference, right? The fact that he's able to get that first blood means the CS deficit doesn't matter. Crying has to flash to the mid lane. Good little gank from Lien there, trying to make something happen. Drake is up onto the map. Feels like Hacker wants to make a play on the mid lane first. Crying low on HP, low on mana, but could find a stun. We saw this play in game number 1 with Crying getting the support from his jungler and support in that mid lane. Doesn't look like Strive will step too far forward this time.
Yeah, but they set up the vision, right? And that's important because it leaves opportunities for the for Crying to move, right? They can play aggressively around mid if they have that vision control. Chelsea gonna really have a strong control ward line and actually throws this one down.
Wait, what?
But they don't spot each other, right? It's that little curvature in the brush. So a bit of an interesting one, giving vision to both sides there. But it does mean, you know, obviously, I think that's favoring RA in this situation, right? Because it does mean if someone walks through that jungle path, right? You can see where Lien is now. If that path is taken by Ultra Prime down towards the red buff and into bot lane, they will be spotted. And that's a critical thing.
Exactly, Will Skull Crap going to be taken by Lien once again. And once again, we are seeing Lien build himself a bit of a lead in that jungle. And that is sort of the nature of playing that Hecarim. You do farm exceptionally well. iBoy's going in. Knocked up, though. Low HP is Shousey now the next target. It's a 2v2, but it's the wrong players. Lien blasting his ulti off to deny the all-in from him. Now diving the top side as well. Actually, Cube's in trouble. Flashes away. Oh, doesn't flash away. Dashes away. Guess what? Kill for himself. Oh, my days. He's going to 2v1 them. The needlework on cooldown now, but it doesn't matter. Cube is taking this series by himself.
They let the Gwen go free and Cube delivers, right? We've said this. You said at the start of the game, Cube on this Gwen is stellar. Before he had the exhaust and got a 1-for-1. This time without it, a 2-for-0. And it is an absolute disaster. They go in with the ultimate, right? They get the stun lock, but the Gwen able to buy some space. So tanky here. And the tower just enough damage to take down the Kennen. And then here, the cleanup comes in. Man, I mean, this is why typically we see when they go for those dives, they bring the third member, right? They loop Crying in for that extra burst damage. But Ultra Prime get overconfident and they lose out so massively, man. Anything worse than a 3-1 Gwen at this point in the game, I really don't think there is.
Yeah, I mean, I'm struggling to think of anything. Maybe a 3-1 Aphelios, but actually,
maybe
no,
a 4-1 Gwen
worse.
is worse, right? I feel like that's probably about it.
Apparently, there was a kill in the bottom side as well. It was, I'm not entirely sure who went down. I just saw the kill go the way of iBoy in that bottom lane. So, advantages across the board here for RA. And remember, this is the team that's playing it safe. They're not even starting any of these plays. This is Ultra Prime trying to make plays happen, and it's just going disastrously wrong for them. Now grouping up for the Herald. We could have a 5v5 here, but it looks like iBoy will stick around on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and, you know, I actually think this play is fine for RA, right? They are ahead. They could look to contest this. And actually, it looks like they're moving Trist up. So they want some action. They could have just left Trist bot to get tower plates. And actually, iBoy...
they're not deciding.
This
is the worst of both worlds. Don't get tower plates bot. Don't contest the Herald. Just don't do anything.
Yeah, what was the... You know, I was saying I like the play to leave iBoy bot. And they're like, no, let's move him up. Then they're like, no, actually, we're too late. So a lot of time wasted. And honestly, Ultra Prime can be pretty happy with that situation. The Herald, definitely an opportunity for them to close that gold gap that is currently open and available. But for now, Yanja is hovering in the jungle. Lien is there as well. They want to make things a little bit tricky if Ultra Prime are to move over.
It's tagged by Laser. Yanja moving over towards iBoy in that bottom lane. We'll be able to at least get some plates even after the Herald. It's only going to be the 2 for the time being at very least. As iBoy will have to back away from the situation. Lien going to grab himself a Drake. So RA don't get nothing from the Herald play. It's just a little bit delayed from when you would usually expect that trade to be occurring. But I do want to quickly mention that, remember, we're talking about these two teams trying to make plays. We're talking about these two teams trying to go into best of 5s against the very best teams in the league. And it's moments like this where you see the weird macro stuff coming through, where indecision on whether or not to swap for a Herald and things like this. The teams higher up in the standings will eat you alive if you make these kind of silly blunders.
Yeah, because I feel like most teams higher in the standings would hopefully not dive a Gwen and go 0 for 2. You know, I feel like that's kind of a checkbox you want to tick if you are one of those top teams. And unfortunately, you know, despite the fact Ultra Prime have that Herald, I am concerned for them. We said they needed that early agency for the mid jungle. We needed them to pull out ahead, and they haven't. And at this point, now it looks like a play might come out from RA in the bot side. iBoy looking to jump in.
Oh, the W used as well by Shousey. iBoy has to back away, though. The rest of his squad arriving. Elk still alive, though. Just kiting away. Lien trying to chase him down. Doesn't have the damage. Shousey wants to jump to his AD carry, but the cooldowns are too long. And Elk barely survives as well. 3v2 finally goes the way of RA, but that was a little closer than maybe it should have been.
Yeah, Chelsea doing a great job of peeling there. Interrupts the Alistar combo with the quickness, with the charm, but it's still not enough, right? They can just keep running you down, and they had enough damage to take down the Rakan in the end. So still favorable play for RA, despite the best efforts from the Ultra Prime bot lane. And now going to be able to shove that wave in. Hacker will pick it up, but it just means there is that substantial lead. iBoy 2-0 on the Tristana. And that's the thing. If you get ahead in this matchup, iBoy will just jump on you, right? And here, Exhaust was used critically by Elk to mitigate the burst, but if it wasn't available, Trist definitely a scary foe to go up against Azazeri.
Lost a shot to try and get the first as well, but as you say, that exhaust from Elk, so crucial. Had he not hit that fast enough, he just goes down immediately there. Very nicely done by iBoy to pick up the kill in the end. Good little engage there. Kraken Slayer, the first item for iBoy, as Shousey wants to get some deep vision, but he's bitten off more than he can chew. Pulverize interrupts the grand entrance here as Hacker now just going to aggress upon Strive, and actually Shousey follow it up. Hacker gets the kill. I can't believe they pulled that one off. Now iBoy trying to answer. There's one on Shousey. Resets coming on through. Yu Yanja gets onto Crying. There's the combo. Now a bomb on his head. There's two for iBoy. And Elk has to surely just slide away across the map. Blast Cone available. Is Hacker going to move to the bottom side? They actually have Herald. Maybe they're just going to slam Herald on this tower.
Yeah, I feel like they won't be able to get the whole tower, though, and that's... Well, actually, saying that, iBoy's just gone straight mid, so this might just be the play. Tristana is going to be able to shred through that mid lane tower, but TP comes out from Strive. He's going to be able to defend, and as a result, it's just Ultra Prime losing out. Again, they lose out in the trade. They're losing out in this tower mid. And it just feels like this gap is opening and opening. Before we said Ultra Prime had the kill lead in game one.
Herald is about to time out.
Oh, no.
Hacker, why didn't you just drop the Herald, man?
Press it, press it, press it, press it, press it, press it, press it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Stressful. Not the best
At least
usage,
he dropped it.
but at least he dropped it. And it's mid lane, right? If you're going to just throw down the Herald and get 2 plates, it might as well be mid. But ultimately, that was kind of the thing, right? You think about the fact they lost the Dragon, they lost a couple of plates for that Herald. All they're getting back in return is a couple of plates, right? So not the best scenario to be in for Ultra Prime, and it kind of feels like this game consistently, they've been on the back foot.
Yeah, they really have, and with the Herald, at least it does get the charge. At least it's not completely denied here. Lion just sweep up a wave in the mid lane. A minute until the next Drake comes on up, and it has been a much slower paced game than what we saw in game number 1, and that's ended up favoring RA even more. Look at iBoy, man. 4-0-0 right now, and we talked about both of these AD carries and how they
The
sort
goal
of have
difference between them.
reputations. Yeah, exactly. Like, iBoy's so far ahead in this matchup, and he managed to do better, or at least he managed to win the matchup in game number 1. I don't know if I'd say he did better. After all, Elk did kind of assassinate him during one of the fights, but yeah. Game number 2, iBoy gets to play Tristana, where you can go really ham and then also press W again to get out. It's iBoy's perfect champion.
Yeah, and I think it's just so difficult for Elk to play these team fights, right? You're going to get range checked a lot. That's the thing, because Zeri is so short range. If you're in range of basically anyone on RA, it's a bad time, right? A lot of tools to just jump on you from the Hecarim and the Alistar, but also Strive Cube and iBoy will just blow you up, right? If given the opportunity. Now, RA trying to look for this bot lane tower, but will be contested here.
It's going to be RA moving bot side.
Oh, the first tower gold!
Oh no, that was the first tower of the game. I didn't even realize. Yeah, Hacker now taking a huge amount of damage. Yanja over the wall, double knock up with the Pulverize, but Nobody on the team really willing to follow up. This is a bit of a blunder from RA, not super coordinated. As iBoy needs to get the damage out. Remember, he has all the gold, but exhausted, jumps away, is slowed, flash forward from Elk. They're trying to finish these kills off. Elk could clean house here. There's one on the Zeri, looking for a second. And that's a beautiful little play from Ultra Prime, a punish as RA went too deep.
And remember, that's a shutdown as well from iBoy. Critical moment where you just overstep, right? A lot of tools, a lot of that CC used, and it allows Elk to flourish. It's where Zeri often shines, is when all those tools are on cooldown, they've been committed, and then Zeri can just start to ramp up over the course of the fight. Elk will be able to pick up a lot of gold there. They also managed to get that dragon, and critically, that was an objective bounty as well. So a ton of gold in the pocket of Ultra Prime. The difference is still there between the teams, right? 1,500 with Cube looking to pick up this top lane tower. It'll get even bigger, but Ultra Prime get a much needed win there.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, after how things went in the top side with Cube, and then with iBoy having a massive lead bottom lane as well, I was all but ready to give up on Ultra Prime. But this play, Lien whiffs his ulti. They all go a bit too deep. Yuyanja on a different page to the rest of the squad as he engages on the back line. Feels like RA just stepping too far forwards when they don't need to.
Yeah, and then, again, that's really where the Zeri can shine with those CC tools down. You can see the call is just get out, do the best you can to get away. And unfortunately, Alistair, great at getting in, not so good at getting out again. Prime opportunity for Ultra Prime to clean up, but we go back to live. Herald's going to be taken by RA. Is that second Herald not as valuable as the first, but still definitely a great tool for taking critical towers? And I think, you know, you look on the side of Ultra Prime, they've lost that top lane tier 1, they've lost that bot lane tier 1, mid tier 1 half HP, definitely going to be the target for Rare Adam to take. If they can secure that one, really opens up the map.
It's 3.5 minutes until that next Drake. And I don't know. This has been a bit of a weird game, hasn't it, Orcs? Where we've seen, I mean, game 1 was a little bit of a weird game as well, to be honest. It's just been a bit of a weird series. And again, these two teams are fighting for the right to play in playoffs. Cube fighting for the right to survive right now. It's an engage from Shousey over the wall to try and follow up on Hacker, but a triple fear there. That's more like it, Lien. The ult's too late from Alias as he just goes down, and Cube looking to sweep up yet more kills this game. Dodges away from the knockup. Hacker will survive at least, but another pickup. Look at these two carries. 4-1-0 for both Cube and iBoy, winning both sides of the map.
It's what I said earlier. What's worse than a 3-1 Gwen, a 4-1 Gwen, and now Cube so strong on the side lane and just exhausted. Alias said nothing he can do when his damage, his burst is completely shut down, and things are starting to get scary. That's the problem with Gwen, right? Is not only does she win the side lane, but she also is just super strong in the team fights. It's not like she has that massive weakness to expose.
Yeah,
you know, that's kind of the thing with these broken champions. They seem to lack weaknesses critically. And Gwen definitely broken. I think a lot of people would agree. So
yeah, it's a tough one. I do want to just quickly shout out Strive as well. We saw a little picture-in-picture replay there. Strive interrupting Cryan's TP towards that bottom side with his ulti. So nicely done there to make sure that Ultra Prime cannot answer the play on the bottom side. And it means that the gold lead 3,500 in favor of RA right now. They're one up in the series as well. And we keep on talking about how they actually just want to play this slow as well. They scale exceptionally out of all three lanes. They have a massive front line. They have a great team fight. They have a great skirmish. It feels like everything is looking fantastic for RA right now, unless they overstep again. We did see them make a play that was too aggressive in that bottom side. Ultra Prime were happy to punish, and that's where those 2 kills for Elk have come from. If they keep on making mistakes like that, there's still windows of opportunity for Ultra Prime.
And that definitely needs to be the thing. It's those windows of opportunity. Because coming into this game, we kind of talked about what the teams wanted. Ultra Prime, it was about that mid-jungle, trying to get ahead and snowball the sides. That hasn't happened, right? 1-2 and 2 for Hacker, 0-1-0 for Cryan. They haven't been able to have that impact. And bot lane is naturally going to pull ahead just because of the matchup. Top lane, though, it really was that big mistake. But Cube, if he's uncontested top in this Gwen, will be a monster. And now I feel like RA, as long as they maintain agency to keep making things happen, they'll be comfortable. But it is about those potential mistakes that can get Ultra Prime back to the game. But it is a rough spot to be in. 4,000 gold lead. They will slam the Herald down top. Doesn't quite get the tower. Will get it
does
low.
it?
Actually does. Never mind.
The claw.
Slams at the end.
The claw chooses which towers will go and which towers will stay. The Herald finishing that one off on the top side. You know, it's a long time since I watched Toy Story. Maybe I need to watch it again, actually, thinking about it. It's going to be a 4K gold lead in favor of RA. Drake coming up in 20 seconds' time, and RA well and truly in control of the situation. All 5 members on the bottom half of the map. They are deep in enemy territory as well. They are controlling this jungle. Ward comes out from Xiaoxi. And I'm glad that he dropped the ward there, because face checking would not have been the play. Now towards the Drake go RA. And realistically, I don't think this is something that Up should contest, but apparently I'm wrong. They're going to go for it. Team B here. Alias over the wall, has flash, has his ulti. Dragon is going to be taken before anything can happen. And now Alias thinking about his decisions in life, trying to back away from the play. It's a bit of a disaster here from Ultra Prime.
It was a zoning TP, right? And now they'll get access to the mid tower. So despite the fact that it didn't work out in any way or form, at least they get something, Joe. And that's the important thing.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
Silver linings. Silver linings.
Copper lining, I think I'd say.
Silver lightnings, huh? Because he's Kennen. See what I did there? Baron actually being pinged right now, which concerns me greatly. I'm not sure either team is in a particularly good Baron position. But hey, you know what? I'm down. If you're down, I'm down, Orcs.
Yeah, definitely make it fun, right? I feel like our game plan is we head over to Baron, maybe start it. If someone steps up, we engage. But also, a good way to throw the game. Critically, though, Ali has no TP, so a lot less threat from this Kennen. But they are just going to start up, because why not? Why not just make the game a bit of a flip? A lot of fun there. But RA will go. Actually, we are 3,000 gold ahead and we outscale, so maybe not. Perhaps not the best plan.
Yeah, I think realizing... I think it was one of those ones, right, where it's like, look, they might not have any vision. They might have all reset. Maybe we can just get a free Baron. It doesn't work out. RA just back away. I like that... Like, in this situation, I like the Baron play because they backed away. If the contest comes out from Ultra Prime and they don't back away, I hate the play. But because they just test the waters and see if they can get a cheeky free Baron, you might as well, because if it works, it's going to win you the game. So we kind of reset once more. 8-4 on the scoreboard. 2 Drakes for RA. 4 towers for RA. They have themselves that gold lead. And they have themselves control of this Baron area. And I have to start to wonder, like, if Ultra Prime do contest and the exhaust comes down onto Alias, can Ultra Prime actually win the fight? I'm not so sure at this point.
That's a good question. I feel like it's difficult, exceptionally difficult. I think it kind of comes down a lot to Elk, right? I don't think a Kennen ult is necessarily going to like instantly win the fight because of that exhaust, but maybe if the fight split up and Cube isn't nearby, there's a window. But Elk has to kind of do a lot, right? 2 items on this Zeri, definitely an opportunity to do so. And RA, they kind of test the waters here. A big thing is that Alias doesn't have his TP, right? So Cryin has been forced to hold the side wave. At the moment, can kind of hold Cube at bay, but does mean that without the Syndra, with the rest of the team. And I think the Syndra is honestly one of the things that makes engaging onto Ultra Prime a bit harder, right? That Scout of the Week definitely discourages you. And ultimately, that's not there. Now, we get a little bit of a vision toggle. You can see that ward on the back end of the pit isn't spotted by Rare Adam, so not going to be able to do too much to clear out vision there. But ultimately, we see a bit of a rotation come through, right? Cube has pressure in this lane. They'll move down to assist and just take this tower for free, pretty much.
Yeah, no way Ultra Prime can contest it. That's the last tier 2 as well. Oh, actually, no, there's a tier 2 in the mid lane, I believe. So, one away from cleaning up the tier 2s. And RA, again, happy to play it slow. Happy to take this one easy. They know that they have the advantage both in this game and in this series. They don't need to rush anything. They don't need to flip any Barons. And, you know, I have a bit of a reputation at this point for just wanting teams to flip everything and just wanting to see the fights. And while that may be true, that is the case,
definitely more
in
fun.
this situation, with standings the way that they are, with how crucial this series is for both of these teams when it comes to playoff standings and when it comes to what seeding you're going to get, I like this from RA. I'm glad we're seeing a slow, calm game out from them.
And I think they can afford to be slow and calm, right? Cube still so strong. Level up on Alias, I'm probably going to hit that level 16 point soon now. And I feel like this has been the story of this the series, honestly. Just this Hecarim hops the E, ramps up, then just runs out of there and doesn't really do anything for a lot of it. Once again, done it again. It feels like a constant thing. But I think at this point, right, you're not really going for the Baron. Dragon is now the focus. 45 seconds would be the third for Veradam. And if you do get the Ocean Soul on a Gwen, Ocean Soul on a Hecarim, pretty difficult to deal with when you're already down in gold, already behind in damage. So RA looking to get set up, and Ultra Prime, it's a rough one, right? I feel like if you're not able to contest this, you're probably screwed.
I can always tell when a team is doomed because Orcs goes, "It's a rough one" to start the sentence, because he's like, "How do I angle this to make it sound like they have a chance at all?" Yeah, it is a bit of a rough one.
You know, 3 items on the Gwen as well. Good luck is what I'll say to Ultra Prime.
Cube's looking for a second MVP. That's the real contestation that's going on right now. Who gets the MVP for RA? Is the Drake is going to be taken. That's the Drake of the game, and now an engage as well. Alias uses his ulti, but defensively exhausted as well. iBoy still just going strong. Ult comes out from Crying, but he doesn't die. iBoy survives, but Elk's trying to clean things up. There's the cleave. There's the Zeri taking over the game. They've managed to somehow turn it around, and Elk gets a quadra kill.
Did I say a rough one for Ultra Prime? It's a rough one for RA. They sweep the fight. Elk 1,000 kills in the LPL on the back of that quadra, and they can head straight over to the Baron. And that's the thing, right? No matter how far ahead you are, if you don't check the Zeri, there's always the potential for that to happen. Elk monstrous in that fight.
Well, that is the best way you can make a series interesting, isn't it? Just straight up cast a curse, say it's impossible, talk about MVPs, and immediately Ultra Prime step up and manage to win a fight. Elk 6-0-0. He says, I want the MVP.
Okay, so I think the big thing is that Strive and iBoy are nowhere near, and the front line all engages. This fight starts off. iBoy hasn't auto-attacked anyone yet. Strive isn't even on the screen. You can't even see him. And that's the thing. All those engage tools have been used. And that's what we talked about. The Alistair, the Hecarim, they are there to check the Zeri. The engage tools get burned without any follow-up, and that means Elk can just drive forwards. This shouldn't have been a winnable fight for Ultra Prime, but RA completely floundered on the engage, and as a result, Elk was able to flourish. So now, gold, top of your screen, dead even right now. Baron in the hands of Ultra Prime. And that Zeri looking real scary off the back of that quadra. 3.5 items now, by the way. Yeah. Pretty big, pretty large amount of gold put in the pockets of Elk.
Shenanigans have occurred, Orcs, and shenanigans are continuing to occur as Hacker takes half of his HP. iBoy could be in trouble though. Shalsi wants to find the engage. Yanja, the target here, dodges the knockup, but he's just not tanky enough yet. Ult just used there. Will defend him. Buster shot used as well to try and disengage. But Ultra Prime got the Baron off the back of that last play. They can start to shred through towers. And crucially, the biggest weakness of Zeri is the range, right? But with Baron, you have that window to be able to get in onto these towers. Mid lane tower, hammered low, will be finished off. That's an inhib for Ultra Prime after being so far behind this entire game. Ultra Prime now finally have a gold lead and have some kind of advantage on the map.
Yeah, and you can see Cube looking for this long flank, has come off the side lane, but was spotted on a control ward. They know Cube is here, and they're going to chase him out of the jungle.
Yeah, I don't know if they can actually kill him, though.
I'm not sure about the quickness use. A little bit ambitious, especially as the Banshee's there. Not sure about that one, shall see. But ultimately, they forced the Gwen away. That was the main objective. And as a result, no threat of a flank anymore. They can move on and take more structures. And that's the thing, right? Ultra Prime were even in gold when they took this Baron, but so many towers open and available for them to take, so much standing gold to pick up, and now RA facing down another tower going down.
We didn't think it was losable, but RA have somehow found a way in this one. Ultra Prime now pushing in the bottom side. Massive wave, all Baroned up. This will be a second inhib tower at very least. Hacker goes in to try and find the fight for himself, but he's low on HP. Crescent Guard used just to survive on this one as Lien looking for the engage. No fear available, though. No ulti for him. As iBoy just jumps over the wall, finds a pick onto Hacker, who for some reason separated from the rest of his squad. iBoy wants the resets, wants to go for more. Needs to be cautious, though. Lien there to try and help him out. Yanja on the flank.
Hex flash into the pit.
long
Yanja
TP.
on a secret agent mission. The TP coming on through as well. They need to get Elk. They need Elk to be shut down. But Alias drops the slicing maelstrom. Elk being protected. Cube exhausted. Nobody can finish the Zeri. iBoy jumps in, but Cryan's in fog of war. He's in the brush. 3 still strong from Ultra Prime as iBoy 1 HP and finished off. Strive versus the world. A double kill on the Victor as Alias and Elk trying to survive this one. Strive moves in for the blue buff. Will get it for himself. And that's all he'll find. Has to head back to base.
Don't worry, guys. Strive got the blue. It's fine, right? Oh, man. So close there. I feel RA just on the cusp, right? Especially iBoy being able to get the resets. I really thought that they would be able to clean up there. But ultimately, despite the fact they get onto Elk, the bulkiness of the Zeri is so hard to deal with. And now, Super Minions and base, they're going to have to clear those out. And you can see on the minimap, Hacker is heading straight towards his dragon. There will be no soul for RA yet in this game. No extra power in these team fights granted by that. And still, Elk 4.5 items. Wits End picked up. That extra magic resist so valuable against the threat of Cube and Strive. Man, what a back and forth in that fight. I really felt like RA were going to be able to take that one.
This is a head in hands kind of situation. Let's take another look at what actually happened here. Yanja, it looked so good for RA with that flank with Yanja there.
The Cannonball does a great job of mitigating the engage, and then critically, Elk is just tanky enough that even with a Gwen in your face, you can survive. It's not good, right? You're definitely getting chunked out, but you're still alive. And then Cryan critically steps into the brush, so iBoy can't get the reset. Then gets to scatter the weak. So Cryan, huge savior there, basically means iBoy can't get the resets and keep getting kills. He stopwatches a little bit dodgy, I'm not gonna lie, and they're able to take him out because when health bars are that low, you're looking at the Tristana to be the one to clean up. And Ultra Prime, Cryan in particular, stops it from happening.
So, to give benefit of the doubt here for iBoy, I think the stopwatch was like, he was nervous about Scorch or, you know, damage over time being there, corrupting potion, and feeling like he had to go for the stopwatch. Maybe could have rocket jumped beforehand or something, trying to get a bit of distance. Either way, he ends up going down on that one. And suddenly, I'm looking towards Strive as the carry. We've been looking at Cube, we've been looking at iBoy all game long. Strive is the only one surviving the fight, but it feels like Strive is not able to have much of an impact. He got the 2 kills at the end, but look how little kill participation Strive has had all game long.
Yeah, it's been really difficult for him to find headway, right? All of RA wants to dive in, except the Victor, really. And you get put in a precarious situation if you step too far forwards. And I think the problem is, Cryan and Alias are really difficult to get close to as a Victor, right? Because once you do get in range, there's potential just for them to burst you. And also Elk, this is one of the problems with the Zeri. It's not just the fact that she's doing a ton of damage and she's very mobile, but she's so bulky, right? The amount of HP available, like you can see in the bottom left of the screen, iBoy, about 1800 HP. Elk is going to be significantly higher with the Titanic Hydra, with the Triforce, and has the magic resist with the Wits End. It's closer to about 2,400, 2,500 for Elk, and that makes such a big difference if you're trying to burst down these carries.
No sweepers available here. Actually, there was a sweeper available for you, Yanja. I don't know why they're not sweeping the vision, but spotted on a ward. The Ultra Shock Laser comes on through from Elk. And we're going to see Baron is up on the map right now. I don't know if Ultra Prime will necessarily be willing to just commit to starting a Baron. My eyes are drifting over towards that Drake that comes up in 2.5 minutes, though, because if Ultra Prime can get that, it means that we get to, you know, really dire situations 5 minutes from then, right? When that guaranteed soul on either side happens. That little minion that could, that one caster minion survives and finishes the tower off. Cryan, literally outplayed by minions on the bottom side of the map. But that will be, hey, a little cheeky bonus for the side of RA. Maybe some TP shenanigans from Cube could open up the game.
Potentially there, right, if you're struggling in the team fights. And I feel like one thing for Ultra Prime is that if you let it go to the next dragon, there's a chance RA gets soul, but no chance you do, right? Whereas the Baron, if you can force it, it's a bit more of an even encounter. But then again, starting the Baron always risky, especially if you get trapped in that pit against the likes of Cube against Strive. Something that's a little bit interesting to note is that Leon, he did this last game as well. He's gone for the Manamune on the Hecarim. So typically we see like the pure tank Hecarim. The Manamune is more of a solo queue build. It just gives you that extra bit of damage, so you're not just a pure tank. And I feel like in this situation, it means you are a bit more threatening to the backline, but ultimately it feels like Leanne just can't really do too much to solo out anyone. I mean, you see it in Chelsea there, basically just tickling. Yanja gonna get chunked, and it's getting scary. All right, before we said it looked unlosable, but they found a way. And Ultra Prime, it feels like they are very strong right now.
We might have a fight. Yanja get some honey fruit for himself. I want to challenge you here, Orcs. You told me RA have the better scaling. I'm not seeing it anymore. This doesn't look like good scaling to me. This looks like Ultra Prime have outscaled. Doesn't feel like there's a way for RA to win the fight.
Well, Ultra Prime are ahead, but also I think it's the Zeri factor, right? I think when you have a 7-0-3 full build Zeri, that kind of makes a bit of a difference. And Zeri really does just outscale the Tristana exceptionally. I felt like the Victor, the Gwen, really were just massive elements for RA. But at the moment, it's kind of just Elk. It's just Elk. And that's literally the major factor for Ultra Prime.
Okay, so eyes on Elk in these fights, guys. Baron
Absolutely.
being picked by both teams. 20 seconds until that Drake comes up. And RA, they can threaten the Baron because they know if they lose that Drake, it doesn't matter too much. They won't lose Soul just yet. Maybe they can trade it for a Baron, but not just yet. Hacker moving on forwards, but will dodge away from the laser. iBoy trying to clear the wave, trying to deny too much control from Ultra Prime. So RA continue to threaten. Elk is down on the bottom side of the map. Crime may have been found, but Lien will not commit the ulti. Feel like that was an opportunity maybe, but Elk rejoins his team, realizes he can't just go for the Drake right here. Baron down to half already. Ultra Shock Laser into the pit. Lien down to half his HP. Crying over the wall. Might be able to make a steal happen. It's going to be 50-50, and iBoy gets it in the end. Lien ults defensively. Ultra Prime now on the chase down. TP coming through. Chaos Storm is there. Lien actually knocks people to safety. In goes Alias, though. Stunning up everybody. iBoy versus Crying on the bottom side of the fight. Cube versus everyone. And they all just about to survive. 1v1, me says iBoy. Taking them down. And now Lien, the solo Cube build coming up trumps. Can he finish Chelsea? No, he can't. Hacker trying to chase him down now. The shield's coming on through. Lien trying to gallop away through the jungle. It's pure chaos.
What is this game, man? That looked so good for Ultra Prime. And then they just overstep Elk jumping into iBoy. The dual 80 carries, and it is won by a millimeter in that situation. Gonna see Lien head towards that dragon. He's sustained up enough. Ultra Prime not able to contest with iBoy on the map. And RA,
look, I just want to say,
it looked rough, but they get the soul. I mean, this is gonna be a heavy replay, right? Is all I'm gonna say.
Yeah. The game is going to end while we're in this replay, by the way. I can't believe iBoy gets the Baron. This 1v1, you could swap Elk and iBoy's nameplates, and it still makes sense as a play. Both of these players would be more than willing to make these kinds of shenanigans happen. Great flash from iBoy.
Yeah, huge. It basically secures that, and then Q buys so much time to chunk everyone out, and then Elk feeling confident. But the thing is, right, the crit damage making a difference there. It's so close, but it's enough. And then Lien cleans up the cannon. It was down to millimeters, I feel like, in that one. But RA, they get the Ocean Soul. Definitely makes a difference, right? Especially as Elk often will ramp up the damage in the fight. Allows you to sustain through it. For Q, for Lien, it's huge. And RA feeling confident. GA's picked up for both 80 carries is something to note. iBoy and Elk both have those in pocket. Definitely will make a decent difference. And Elk even sold his Runans to grab that for himself. RA with the Baron starting to push up.
Crucially, Baron and Ocean Soul. RA significantly stronger than the last time they fought. Yanja loses half his HP for absolutely no reason. And that's not ideal. That's his Unbreakable Will on cooldown as well. I mean, Yanja, that's just a bit of a blunder at the worst possible moment here. RA, they are slowly but surely winning, but this is not a clean series.
Absolutely not. I mean, it has been a bit of a mess in this one. Very back and forth, but they are still looking to make the most value of the Baron. Remember, iBoy does outrange.
Oh my god.
Look, Cube
I thought
as
that
well.
did more damage than it did. Yeah, Cube gonna hammer away on this bottom inhib thanks to that miraculous caster minion earlier. He gets direct access into the inhibitor. And it means that they continue to pressure across the map here. Ultra Shock Laser goes on in. They won't be able to do much. And RA, like, the thing is, they have the Ocean Soul, so they can just keep this up all day long. There isn't that much poke on the side of Ultra Prime. They can keep on going. Cube jumps in with his Shroud. And now if RA want, they can retreat, reset, go up towards that top side, and try and finish off all three inhibs in this game.
yeah, definitely would make it so difficult, right? That's the thing. There is a decent amount of wave clear on the side of Ultra Prime, but those inhibs being down, it keeps you pushing your base. And there's another Baron going to be on the cards in 2.5 minutes. Another Elder in 3.5. We have now had that Baron timeout, but the Ocean Soul will be there for good. And I feel like at this point, RA, it's about keeping Ultra Prime trapped in their base and just picking up those next 2 neutrals. Those 2 neutrals should be enough to win the game. Ultra Prime, for now, still have hope, right? There's still that 9-1 Zeri. The downside, right, is Zeri hit full build a while ago, right? Not getting any stronger in terms of items.
That's certainly true. Leon takes a bit of a chunk, but once again, that soul will not expire. I want to quickly talk standings here. Zara playing towards the top side of the map, chasing Ultra Prime out of the jungle. Remember that Ultra Prime, they're fighting for survival. They already have 8 losses. The best they can do is make it to playoffs at this stage. But for RA, it's still possible for them to make top 6. It's not probable. They would certainly have to make some miracles happen. But wins like this are going to be crucial, and game difference will be all of the everything that matters here. Hacker trying to find an engage. Yuyanja off on the side. Remember, his ult, not a big cooldown at this point. Used it earlier, but it's back up again very quickly. It doesn't feel like RA can find a foothold to keep this siege going.
But the big thing is time is on their side. You can look at the bot lane, super minions funneling. That's why Ultra Prime wanted the engage, because they want to get something. They want to fight before the pressure for the minions overwhelms them. So they keep hunting. Ultimately, should be able to handle these waves okay. And I feel like for RA, I'm looking at that Baron timer 1 minute away. The critical thing is, as the observers are showing, there is no vision in the jungle. There's no vision for Ultra Prime outside their base. How can you contest a Baron when you have no wards on the road towards it? Makes it very hard. And that's what RA are doing, keeping Ultra Prime trapped in their base.
You're going to clear any defensive vision there, as well as a little bit of damage onto the tower. There were no minions, though, so the backdoor protection was there for the tower. It means iBoy's bomb doesn't do as much as Rare Atom would have liked. The supers very slowly but very surely pushing down in that bottom side. You can see they're about to crash into the base. There's a mid wave that's crashing at the same time, so it'll be double supers in the base for Ultra Prime that they have to deal with. There's no wave in the top side, though. Again, the backdoor protection is there for the tower. It'll be a little chunk of damage. Elk almost gets one shot. I don't know what he was thinking. This is what we talk about with Elk. But a great stun comes out from Crying. Strive uses the Zonius, protects himself. Fears across the team. GA still available for Elk. He'll survive for now. Bomb down onto the tower. There goes the inhib tower. And Cube charges forward. Slices them apart. Double kill for Cube. The carry that we all wanted to see. That might just be everything as RA continue to press forwards. 3 more waves making their way in. Bomb onto the tower. Last tower almost down. iBoy has to flash away. Cryan trying to finish this player off, but he just can't do it. The tower will fall. Cryan tries to pressure onto iBoy, but he's got a GA, and 4 autos is all it takes. RA take them down 2-0.
It was not smooth sailing for RA, but they managed to close it out. They managed to find that big fight at the end, and man, what a back and forth in that game too. Elk in particular making it such a hard one, but in the end, the tools are there. The scaling kicks in. RA able to find the advantage, able to clutch it out, and I think Cube in particular at the end on that Gwen really doing so much for the team. A pivotal win for RA and potentially a crushing defeat for Ultra Prime when it comes to playoff standings.
Yeah.
And RA, they lost their win streak in the last series. They can start one up again now.
That's 9 losses on the board for Ultra Prime, which isn't elimination from playoffs yet, but could lead to elimination from playoffs depending on whether or not OMG and Rare Atom can get 8 wins on the board. So far, so good, though, for Rare Atom. That's their 7th win. They are now tied in both series score and game difference with BLG. They lose the head-to-head, but still maintaining that 9th place position and score-wise catching up to BLG is a really, really positive thing for them. They're actually in touching distance of starting to contest the teams like Top Esports right now, JDG, Edward Gaming, LNG. These teams are all just a singular win ahead of Rare Atom. This is a huge moment in the standings for Rare Atom if they can find more wins. But once again, Orcs, we do have to talk schedule because they have some tough opponents ahead of them.
What is that gold graph?
Oh, God.
It's such a swing, right? But at the end of the day, despite the fact that Elk does most damage in the game and nearly had that massive comeback resurgence, Rare Adam just have the gas in the tank to finish this one out. And I think that's the thing, right? Elk was trying to do so much, right? The Syndra had moments, but critically, when a flash comes in, when a stopwatch comes in, it really shuts you down. Aliez and the Kennen, you know, again, moments, but it really was about Elk. And when it got to the later stages, the fact that it was Cube on the Gwen, Strive on the Victor, and Ibo on the Tristana, it was just a little bit too much. But what a game. By all means, very, very messy and chaotic. And kind of begs the question, because as you said, Rare Adam made playoffs last split and got instantly knocked out, right? Mistakes like this in this game aren't going to hold up against some of the top teams in the table. So despite the fact Rare Adam, they have a trajectory towards making playoffs. Play like this, you know, we need to see a bit cleaner, a bit crisper. Definitely think you don't want to be throwing the game that much up against some of our teams like, you know, Top Esports, EDG, RNG.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if I remember correctly, I'm trying to remember specifically when RA lost playoffs last time. It was against WE. I was gonna say it was the last win that WE got before their big loss streak that made they couldn't make it to Worlds. WE also beat EDG 3-2. Isn't that crazy, man? That was such a weird playoffs. WE beat EDG 3-2.
They were the last
EDG
team to beat EDG in a series, right? Before World. I mean, then
you're absolutely right. WE were the last team to beat EDG in a series. That's kind of crazy to think about. I'll move on from 2021 playoffs. But RA, again, in a position where they are very likely at this stage to make playoffs. But once again, I do want to bring that schedule up because I kind of interrupted myself because we saw the goal graph and all of that. They win against Ultra Prime. They still have to face Weibo, JDG, EDG. Now, JDG and EDG have both shown weaknesses. Weibo have shown that they like a happy game or two, especially game number 2 of the series. These are not impossible matchups for RA. If they can get just one more win, they're almost certainly going to make playoffs at that stage.
I mean, I feel like if they played like they did today, right, I think those series are going to be very difficult, right? I think, you know, they came out with the win, but it was messy. But, you know, this team beat RNG. And I think when we look at RNG's recent performance, one of the teams who have locked in playoffs, they've been really solid in the later end of the split. The fact that RA are one of the few teams that have been able to beat them, it just kind of makes me feel there's always a chance. There's always a hope, right? And if RA can pick up just a win or two more, that could be enough.
Do you know, that RNG RA series, I think, is one of the biggest head scratches of the entire split so far, where it's like, if you just look at your expectations and your beliefs about these teams, and you look at that scoreline, you're just like, what? How? It's like, it was like a bad day for RNG and the best possible day for RA at the same time. But we've seen that they can do it, right? And if they can show up in that kind of way, I mean, it's fantastic. Their late game certainly has positives to it. I will say the 3v5 engage with neither of your carries, not ideal. There are situations like that where it is just a little bit pear-shaped. But ultimately, when Elk tries to 1v1 iBoy wins it. So, you know, swings and roundabouts. There are positives.
It's kind of crazy how much of the game actually relied on that 1v1, right? Because... You know, if Elk wins that, they can probably just translate that into, you know, denying the soul and having that momentum as well. So a bit wild. It comes down to those critical moments. But we are actually going to get an interview from iBoy, so hopefully we'll see exactly what he felt of that mano-a-mano one-on-one duel.
Hello everyone, welcome to post-game interview in Shanghai studio. This is Christina. Now we are joined by iBoy, the bot laner for Rare Adam. Congratulations on your win. Firstly, I want to touch on the game 1 because I do think the Ultra Prime targeted on bot lane. There's a lot of tower dive and gank made by your enemy opponent. How did you guys deal with it? 让我们欢迎 iBoy 选手来到赛后采访。首先想要问到的是，在第一局前期的时候，对面可能是非常针对下路的，经常来越塔抓你们。当时你们下路是如何应对这样的情况呢？
我们第一把打得太松懈了吧，因为他们上单是赛人，就是不可能会抓上的。然后我们去跟打野汇合的时候被他给埋伏到，然后导致后面没闪很容易死。
Maybe we didn't play so seriously in game 1 because we think their top liner is Sion. maybe he can to come to the bot lane to gank us, but when we come help our jungler into the river, and he teleport here to gank us, and maybe we made a little bit of mistakes in that time. So next question is about the game, still about the game 1. Something interesting that I found is even your enemy opponent got the lead on the total kills and the drakes, but why you guys can maintain the golden lead for the whole game？ 接下来还是想要说一下，虽然第一局对面在这个整体的人头数上，还有在这个小龙方面，他们都取得了很大的优势，但是你们是如何做到能够在整局一直在经济方面还是领先他们的呢？
主要是上单优势太多了，他拆了很多塔，然后兵线，然后还有天赋偷了很多钱，再加上我每次死都是吃完线死的，就是不会落很多经济。
Actually, because our top laner, he really destroyed a lot of turrets and he got a lot of waves and he got a lot of golden leads by his roams. And I died after to clean the wave, so we didn't to fall behind much on the golden leads. So next question is about game 2. I'm curious about your very late game strategy, especially when Zeri got quadra kill in that Baron pit. 接下来想要问一下，第2局大后期的你们整体策略是什么样？特别是在对面的 Elk 他拿到了一个4杀，在那个小龙团当时，然后可能看起来有一点点他们想要翻盘的趋势，你们大后期是如何应对的呢？
因为中期我们出现了太多失误了，然后差点让他给翻盘了，我们就让野辅不要去开团比较好，因为我们自保能力很强，保着双 C 到我们双 C 射程很远。泽利这个英雄太灵活了，根本杀不死。
Actually, we made a few mistakes in the mid game, and we just communicated to our teammates, to our jungler support, don't be hasty and don't engage in so fast. And I do think Zeri is so flexible, and we can to kill her. We just to protect our core member, our AP carry or AD carry, to start a team fight together this way. And my final question is about your thought on the upcoming matchup, because the regular season is coming to an end and the competitive for the playoffs tickets has become more intense. 最后一个问题想要问一下你对于接下来的赛程看法，因为现在常规赛尾声将至了嘛，感觉对于季后赛的门票争夺战也是愈发激烈了，你会觉得队伍需要在接下来的比赛中展现一个什么样的表现呢？
进季后赛还是要靠自己打得更好才能进。我们后面如果能赢下1-2场的话，就比较稳定。如果赢不了的话，只能看 FunPlus。很可惜 FunPlus 昨天没有比赛，不然的话今天就能知道什么结果。
Actually, we really think that it depends on ourselves if we can make playoffs, if we can get 1 or 2 victory in upcoming matchup. Maybe we'll have a better chance to make playoffs. And if we can't win those games, it depends on FunPlus result. And it's a pity that they didn't play game yesterday. So we just need to try our best in coming matchup. Thank you so much for joining me. 让我们再次感谢iBoy 选手来到赛后采访，跟大家说再见吧。Back to you guys.
Yeah, that's always the scary part right before playoffs, where it's not just about your results. It's also about how well the other guys near you in the standings do. So keeping their eyes on FunPlus Phoenix. And obviously he's talking about the game that was meant to happen yesterday that has been rescheduled because of OMG. So a lot still to be decided in the middle of the standings. Let's talk about iBoy though. He's going to be our MVP for this game. And a fantastic performance on this Tristana. It was, a tough game to be able to play in, and I think Cryan basically ulting him every single fight definitely made it difficult for iBoy.
Yeah, 1,000 gold down at the end, right? Kind of sort of illustrates how fed his opposition was with Elk and Zeri, but ultimately iBoy had some clutch moments, right? Finding that kill onto Elk in the team fight, and it was a good start, right? I feel like that's kind of the trajectory similar to the game. iBoy started strong, there's some success in the laning phase. Mid-game was a bit rough, but not really necessarily down to him, more so how the team played the fights. But then when it came to that late game, really stepped up again.
Yeah, he certainly did. I mean, he went 4-0 to start this one off. Really, really great start to the game from him. And Yu Yanja as well on the Alistar, setting him up multiple times. There was a couple of blunders from Yu Yanja, but generally speaking, I think Yu Yanja has grown quite a lot as a player over the last year or so. Certainly a much stronger player than he was back on top esports. But this fight, I think this is the one that really got iBoy the MVP.
Yeah, I think the thing is, what's critical is that Cryan consistently tries to find iBoy, and iBoy just doesn't give him the time of day with using things like the flash. Yeah, it's so close. And critically, getting that kill was what led to them getting the Ocean Soul, right? And that gave them such a large amount of power, you know, really set the momentum for the game. So clutch, I think, is the word here, but iBoy finding those moments to make the game around him and stepping up.
Look, there are plenty of things that you can levy at iBoy as criticism, but when it comes to those clutch mechanical moments, the guy has got hands. That is for sure. Nobody
He can right-click
can
all
say
right.
otherwise. His flashes are damn good too. All right, we're going to jump into a break, and then it is time for things to heat up even more, because that was kind of a banger, honestly, of a series. It wasn't clean, but it was a banger. And now we're going into the match of the week. It's Top Esports versus Weibo, and it is all about the mojo. You don't want to miss it.
Weibo Gaming have demonstrated dominance this season and seem almost unstoppable.
Back trying to buy an angle for SOFM.
And here, look at the slicing maelstrom! Everybody getting electrocuted. You know what? You pile up in front of Weibo Gaming. It's all for it. But Weibo Gaming, blink and you'll miss it.
Different from Weibo, however, Top Esports didn't perform well at the beginning of the season, and now they have become an inspirational story.
And now they want to fight with the Dragons. Old Shockwave misses. It's flashed away from. And Jackie Love sitting pretty behind the counter. The rest of Top Esports serving the drinks while Jackie Love, he's making all the profit. And Top Esports, this is their game to lose.
The Shy, one of the most famous top laners in the LPL. Many doubted whether we had already seen his peak form, but it is obvious now that he has returned to previous glory.
새로운 팀 와서 좀 재밌는 것 같고 전 팀이랑 좀 다른 것 같고요. 좀 지금 팀은 학교에 온 느낌인 것 같아요. 그냥 다 할 줄 아니까 옵시가 쓰고 싶은 거 쓰는 느낌.
I mean, he's going to pay for that one with his life as he tries to get out the safety. If are actually going to work, and the Shy makes it happen. The Shy and SOFM, partners in crime, making the impossible possible.
An old friend of the Shy, champion AD Jackie Love is still a player who can completely control the bot lane. Although the days are missed when they fought side by side, the competition is even spicier now that they are opponents.
因为很长时间也没有就是碰到，有很长时间没一起碰到过，就希望就打得都正常一点。我们比他们比较大的优势的话，就是可能中路拿一些英雄可能打得会比对面好，其他都看发挥了。
Even in the gate, Tryon sets up a beautiful package. Knight going gone, but Tryon's on the wing. It's a choke and Top Esports have to get out of here. Zoom coming in. He's Knight, but Jackie Love's still alive. Zenith jumping for him, flashes away. Matches the counter-strike. A quick QSS. Zenith actually dying though. Zenith is dead. It's a triple kill.
Towards the beginning of the season, TES fell into desperate situations. They had no real avenues of success. When they needed him most though, Knight stood up, and what was left to watch was his incredible solo performances unfold. The genius mid laner of Top Esports.
觉得他我配合可能还需要更加就那种精进一点吧，就可能那种小细节要配合的好一点吧。主要这样的话，感觉就之前状态输很多了，就主要是训练赛也要找回自信吧，就不能被输太多影响，让比赛再打得更好。
As for Weibo Gaming, the current results are tied hand in hand with Angel. No one takes advantage of the Black Angel of the LPL.
Safe position to Shy on top of LWX. Severin keeps him healthy, but a 4-man shockwave. Angel is a city of heroes right now.
TES are now up against treacherous winds, feeling in better form than ever before. And Weibo Gaming on the other side need to maintain their domination in the LPL this split. This is a challenge, but it's also a greeting between old friends. Weibo Gaming versus Top Esports.
Running in circles, waiting for the moment to come. There's no rehearsal when you want to reach the stars. I lift my head up and hit resume. Get me away from pressing my own limits. It's taking me to the top. I'm taking action, okay, here we go. Well, do you feel it getting closer? I know each day we're growing stronger. Well, do you feel it getting closer? My eyes on the goal, the game is on. The game is on. The game is on. Game is on. Game is on. Game is on.
Why do you speak on my name? Why do you treat me so bad? 'Cause I never made you feel like this. Why do you leave me into? Do you love me for real? Do you love me for real? No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. Why do you speak on my name? Do you love me for real? Why do you treat me so bad?
진짜 아무 생각 없는데 제키 그나마 같은 팀이었으니까 그냥 잘했으면 좋겠다 같이.
Welcome everybody to the mojo of the week. It's Weibo versus Top Esports. I'm Munchables. I'm joined by Orcs as we get into this one, and you already know it's gonna be a banger. You already know this one is gonna be insane. I am so hyped. And straight off the bat, Orcs, I think we should talk about two of the players that are gonna be coming into this series that are old friends, right? They were friends, and now they have become frenemies. As it's going to be Jackie Love versus the Shy today. Two of the old IG world champions going up against each other.
Look at those staring each other down. That's nice. We did just have the interview, a few words from the Shy saying how he wishes that Jackie Love does well. And obviously, frenemies still got that bond. But, you know, we've seen a lot of head-to-heads between former IG members. The Shy and the Rookie was a big one. The Shy and Jackie Love here. And I feel like stakes are high on this series because Top Esports, frankly, have been tearing it up recently after a slow start to the split.
Yes, Top Esports have been on a spree and a half. Take a look at this win-loss record right now. You can see on a 6-win streak over the last 3 weeks. And their remaining opponents, I mean, realistically, Weibo is going to be tough, but then IG, Anyone's Legend, and LGD, realistically speaking, if Top Esports wins today, they should probably just clean house for the rest of the split.
Yeah, this is, I would say, anyone would agree on paper, the hardest matchup they have left of the season. So if they manage to win this, good chance they just sweep the rest of this, the split. But obviously, it's the LPL. That can never be taken for granted. But I kind of want to draw your attention. That win streak, right? It's not just like they've crushed some easy teams. JDG, EDG, FPX, BLG, LNG. A lot of big names there that they've taken down. But Weibo currently in that top 2 position would be a huge team to be able to take a name from.
They certainly would. But we also need to talk about how Weibo have been doing, right? Because Weibo were on one of the biggest win streaks of the entire LPL. I think they got to an 8-win streak in the end. Then they lost a series more recently. That was against RNG, who 2-0'd them. That was when RNG finally came out of the woodwork. They were off of that loss against RA, and they really started firing on all cylinders. But Weibo now trying to get that momentum going again. But the thing about Weibo is this is a team that likes to go to 3 games in the series. And game number 2 of each series, we call those happy games. Because it feels like Weibo will come in and the hand-drawn smiley face is too much. That's the first time I've seen that graphic. That's too much. Even LGD, Weibo went to 3 games against. When Weibo wins game number 1, game number 2 is always a happy game.
Yeah, I mean, we have some clips to show you of some of those happier moments where Weibo are really enjoying themselves. And, you know, I think it always makes for an interesting series. But there's this moment where SOFM, and on not to be deterred by, you know, the enemy team, trying to invade very heavily for this Grump in this situation and end up getting punished for it by LMG.
Yeah, I mean, just way overextending, being outnumbered. This is game number 2 against OMG, again, with the advantage. And then when it comes to the pivotal moments, overstepping, getting out of position, and getting destroyed. This one, not as egregious as previous ones, but still a game 2 moment where they just kind of go gung-ho and try and make it happen.
I love how On, despite the fact this entire team are dead, just still jumps in at the end.
Yeah.
You know, never to be deterred. The loss of teammates is kind of irrelevant. And then this moment, right? Just so I mean, some strong play. We got to credit the teams against them for finding these opportunities. But Weibo definitely, as you said, opening a window for the enemy team to potentially find an avenue in. And I think it's, you know, it's happened so many times across so many different series. That's why we're kind of highlighting it. It's pretty special.
Yeah, sure. That's one way to word it. I want to talk about the AD carries that are coming into this one because, you know, we'll talk more about happy games when we get to game number 2. I feel like this might be a happy series, honestly. Both of these teams like to be a little bit funky. But down in that bottom lane, we have a classic matchup here from the LPL. Huanfeng was on IG Young for a couple of years before he ever made it to the LPL, training underneath Jakilov. And now today, he goes up against Jakilov once more. It really is, you know, it's student versus the teacher, but it's also the finalist versus the champ. Huanfeng made it all the way to World's Finals. Jakilov's already been there and done that. He finished the finals off. This is kind of the matchup consistently where we want to see Huanfeng prove himself against his old teacher.
And I think it's interesting, despite the fact, you know, as you said, training underneath Jakilov, they're very different stylistically. I feel like what we've seen a lot from Huanfeng is that consistent carry performance. He is the reliable backline for Weibo. And if it goes to an extended fight, moments like this, he is the one cleaning up, right? He is the one who results in them closing out the fight. Often when you have the likes of the Shy creating so much space for you, you can then push in at the end and be the ones to clean up the kill. Whereas Jakilov, you know, he has obviously teammates that can step forward for him, but he always wants to be doing as much forward gameplay as possible, it feels.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, both of these AD carries love to max out their damage if at all possible. One thing that I do want to point out is, statistically speaking, Huanfeng, one of the best damage per death in the league, showing that, you know, he manages to get a lot of damage out, but also doesn't go too aggressive too often. But Jakilov, we can see here, this is one of the clips where you get to see Jakilov just going ham, happy to take a 2v1 here, happy to try and sweep up the rest of the game off the back of it as well, cleaning up these team fights. And that's really what we're looking at in this series, is both of these AD carries are big team fight AD carries. Jakilov a lot more aggressive in lane though. So when we get to that laning phase, I am curious if we get any 2v2 shenanigans. And importantly, in that 2v2, it will be On to start things off today, as opposed to Sword Art. Whether or not that affects things, we'll have to wait and see. But I do want to talk about the other lanes in this one as well, because like across the board, we have some insane matchups here, but especially in the mid lane, I feel like Counterpick is going to be everything, because both Rookie and Angel, these guys are first and second for most played, most champions
Knight
played
and Angel,
of
I
this
think
split.
you said Rookie and Angel. Yeah, I feel like Knight.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
I feel like Knight has really not hit as hard as he did last split, right? Breaking the solo kill record, really strong performance. It's not to say he's been weak by any means, but I feel like Knight just hasn't hit the same highs. The series against Rookie was one where he struggled a bit. Up against Angel, if they can find the advantage, they can absolutely lean that down at the bot lane and get those AD carries rolling.
Yeah, Knight definitely, I would say, the mechanical advantage in that 1v1. Angel not necessarily known for his laning, but when it comes to the team fights, that's where this matchup gets really exciting. Now, apparently, we do have a graphic standing by to talk about the playoffs implications of this series. So we'll be able to take a look at what can occur based on this series. Obviously, right now, 8-4 for Top Esports, 10-2 for Weibo. Top Esports will be qualified for playoffs if they beat Weibo today. Weibo obviously already guaranteeing themselves qualification, but Top Esports, they can lock that spot in for themselves.
Something critical to note, though, if Top Esports don't win this match, right, Weibo will be on 11 wins. Top Esports can only make 11 wins with the remaining 3 series, so they won't be able to catch Weibo, right, because they'll be losing that head-to-head. So, you know, it's not just locking in that playoff spot, because I feel like if they don't win today, there's still a good chance of that. But it is about maintaining that chance to really compete with Weibo at the top of the table. Definitely important in this one. But a lot at stake, right? And especially when we talk about the impacts of seeding, getting deeper into the playoffs, getting into double elimination, because we've seen teams, you know, despite the fact they come into playoffs pretty hyped, can get, you know, upset, right? Last split in particular, we saw both LNG and WE make huge miracle runs and just knocking out teams left, right, and center. EDG as well went down to WE, and because they were in the double elimination stage, managed to bounce back and obviously ended up winning Worlds. So does make a big difference. All important.
Just take a second and appreciate that. If we didn't have double elimination, EDG don't make it to Worlds. Just think about that for a second. They went on to win the finals and then win the World Championship, all thanks to that double elimination bracket. We're heading to this stage, though. And just on the topic of what this series means, if Weibo wins it, they will guarantee themselves top 6. They're pretty much guaranteed that they'll be top 6 anyway, but mathematically will guarantee the top 6 if they win. Top Esports going to step out onto the stage. And this is a team that on a 6-win streak have really proven themselves over the last few weeks, because this is a team that struggled at the start of the split. They really did not get off of the mark that well before Chinese New Year, but over the last couple of weeks, they've really pulled it together, and it feels like in every single lane, in every single role, this team is firing on all cylinders.
I think that's the thing, is that individually we saw this team as being so talented, right? There's so many standout players. Knight and Jackie Love in particular, you really think of excellence of them, but not quite hitting the mark, some questionable decisions around the map, and really struggling to get things rolling, but now on a Big 10 up against Weibo Gaming, who honestly, I think throughout the split have been pretty stellar.
I mean, that is the least controversial statement you've ever made.
It's a bold one, but I'll stand by it.
Second place is 10-2. Yeah, they've been doing pretty all right,
you know?
They've been okay. Yeah, Weibo stepping on up. And I think when you look at this roster, there is more like controversial players on this team, right? You've got the Shy, who some people believe he's the best top laner in the world. Some people can't stand him. SOFM, he's like the mad genius in the jungle. Some people, again, think he's the best in the world. Some people think he doesn't know anything. Angel, another player that often flies under the radar in the mid lane, but when it comes to those big team fights, often will step up to the mark. I feel like Huangfeng is the only player on this team that is unarguably one of the best in the league at his role. He's just so consistent, so on point every single game. But it's so exciting when you get to see this Weibo squad against the other squads that have just raw pound-for-pound talent like Top Esports, because that's when we get players like Angel being tested and getting to show their value.
Absolutely. I think I love the point about Huangfeng, because it feels like he is that consistent piece, and particularly in this meta when it comes to team fights, he can be that driving force to continue through. But as you said about the Shy and SQFM, it's interesting because we sometimes get that in the same series, right? We're talking about the happy gaming, but you have like game 1, you're like, oh my god, the Shy is so good. Game 2, you're like, what is he doing? Honestly, I think that's part of the charm, right, of Weibo. But definitely up against Top Esports, I feel like you need some of that first game energy where you are just performing well. And as you said, I think that mid lane will be a big test. But on the other side, I'm looking really at the Top Esports top laner, right? Wayward going up against the Shy, right? We've talked a lot about the storied history of this roster, players like Tian, Knight, Jackie Love, right? But Wayward, it's a big challenge. We've seen the Shy, despite the fact he's played a lot of Sion this split, even on that, right? Going up against LNG, Sion into Jace against Ola, and actually just schooling him in the matchup. I feel like if you give the Shy an inch, he will take 3 miles, potentially even more. So definitely need to hold him at bay for Wayward.
The Shy is controversial in terms of his playstyle and things like this. What isn't controversial is that this guy, if he finds an advantage in the lane, he will dominate. That's not up for debate. It's just a fact. He is one of the strongest laners in the entire world in the right situation, and he so often finds that right situation. And again, I just want to reiterate that Weibo, I think, one of the teams that has been most surprising this split. I don't think that many people had this team really high in the standings. You know, Sword Art coming back from North America, a lot of people didn't have great expectations for him, and in fact, he's not even been making the main roster. It's been On who's been the main support. You know, the Shy coming over after, it has to be said, a couple of rough years over on IG. You know, SOFM and Angel, both of them having a bit of a rough year last year. This year has been a massive resurgence for Weibo, and not just like, you know, a good resurgence would have been like middle of the table for this team. The fact that they are top 2 right now, and today will have to prove that top 2, like, because ultimately, if they lose as well, they'll actually go down to 3rd place right here. RNG will overtake Weibo in the standings if Weibo loses today. So for Weibo, it's not only proving that everyone was wrong, that this is a team to be feared, but second of all, they're fighting to hold their spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, 100%. And I think as well, the fact that it can go the other direction, right? If they win this series, even if it's a 2-1, they will tie game score with V5. If it's 2-0, they'll be ahead. And they have the head-to-head against V5, so they will hold that first place spot. So potential for movement here, a lot of stakes. We're going to fly into the draft, and big thing to take note of is Hecarim, Nautilus banned away. You know, Nautilus often and Hecarim picked into that Zeri, and it is still available. And with the Felios banned, Top Esports can only ban one. And actually, Weibo, I feel like doing them a bit of a favor by banning that Zeri. Top Esports can ban the Jinx. A lot of these power pick 80 carries now off the table, and I feel like that does change the priority. But remember, Fong has often lent on that Xayah. I don't think he'll pick it here, but is definitely an option to rely on that is outside that typical 80 carry meta we see.
Yeah, I just want to mention on this Zeri ban, like seeing it banned on blue side, not something we're used to seeing, as Rise has made it through the bans. Twist of Fate also available, by the way. But this Zeri, Weibo have played it twice, 0% win rate. It's not a pick that has worked for them, so I think it's more of a just stylistic thing where Huanfeng really does not want to play that Zeri. Over to Top Esports though. Is this Viego available? Lee Sin also available. Both Tien and SOFM, huge players for grabbing that Lee Sin.
Yeah, and toying with the idea of the Graves, right? We saw Wei would have a really good series on this against EDG in particular. And they're going to lock it in very early. Feel uncomfortable with it as a blind. And I think Graves has been that big blind pick top laner. Only really Tryndamere is a rough matchup. Be interested to see if Weibo go in that direction. But instantly, you know, Angel on the rise is something you're going to have to match in the draft. For the time being, typically see jungler picked up in this rotation. Honestly, for most teams, jungle 80 carry is what they take on red 1-2. So Top Esports going in a very different direction by taking this Graves and Rakan, right? So a lot of things left unpicked.
And I like that from Top Esports, actually, because it kind of throws a bit of a curveball, but immediately look at this from Weibo. They're like, we don't care. We're playing a win lane. We're playing to dominate the bottom side of the map. Huanfeng looking Jackie Love in the eyes and saying, I have outlived you, teacher. Caitlyn looks complete domination available in this bottom lane, and Jackie Love apparently wants to go toe-to-toe.
And this is a horrific lane matchup, right? Critically, you have the Kate Lux with the Rise mid to cover, right? Should find Prio, can roam down. But also, Lux was originally picked when she came in a meta as a support because she was such a good matchup into Rakan, right? So hard for Rakan to punish compared to things like Leona North. The binding can just stop you in the tracks and follow up the trap. And Tristana is also going to get heavily outranged by Kate in the laning phase. Remember, she did get nerfed back when she was in meta so that her range early is lower. So Top Esports, I feel like they're in a comfortable spot already. They need to navigate this one. I think big things is going to be that mid jungle. They need pressure. They need to be able to match this Rise.
Yeah, I'm really curious about this lock-in here. The fact that the Tristana is there against Caitlyn. I feel like Top Esports may be going to put some pressure towards the bottom side. We'll see where Tian goes, as the action going to be banned away by Top Esports. This is something that the Shy has played once. It actually didn't go that well for him, but still a pick that potentially could be a good matchup into the Graves. And so trying to set Wayward up for success on the top lane.
Yeah, and I feel like for Weibo, you're just banning away those mid laners that can kind of match the Rise. Galio, one of those ones who can roam down towards the bot lane. Great with a Rakan for setup as well. You could even look towards the Twisted Fate, but basically you want Angel to have not only priority, but also be able to move bot first whenever possible, so that Huangfeng and On could do what KateLux does and just push up and harass. For top esports, you know, trying to hit options that potentially could go into Wayward on the Graves, maybe even could look towards that Trinity as being something, but actually going for the Lee Sin, so wanting to weaken that mid-jungle matchup and potentially contest control there. Top esports obviously get first choice off pick coming out of this. They can go for mid lane as they know they're going up against the Rise, or they could look to prioritize a jungler if there's something they want to take that stands out, you know, something like the Xin Zhao, and then potentially leave Weibo with less options available in the jungle.
Remember that Hecarim was the first ban as well. So Tien, even though he has loved to go towards that Hecarim, it's been respected and taken away. So has to go for something else. The Viego is still available. That was hovered earlier on in the draft. It has been a comfort pick for Tien, but looks like Knight instead going to go for a blind pick in the mid lane. Oh, it's not blind pick, there's a Rise.
Yeah, it's an Ari. So I think they want to make sure the matchup's good. If you pick Xin Zhao, there's potential to go into things like the Trundle, the Volibear that can cause problems. Actually, for Weibo, if you get Volibear Rise, to me, that is the perfect level 6 side lane dive, right? Because you can turn the tower off, you have the Realm Orb, really solid. Shy looking towards a Nara, something that can just play a pretty neutral lane to the Graves, right? That's the goal. The goal for Weibo is bot lane focus, so the Shy just needs to survive. And we'll see what's picked up by SFM there. I feel like the Volibear would make a lot of sense in my eyes, but there's a lot he can go. But I do want to see something that does have a bit of early agency. The Viego, maybe not quite as much early agency as I'd like, but still definitely a strong option that can ramp up in team fights. And if you do land a binding, land the Room Prison, definitely can allow you to get those single target resets. But going where they did, we'll go for the Jarvan, so something with that early gank pressure, right? And particularly onto the Ahri. Hard to avoid if you get Room Prisoned into the Flag and Drag. Not much you can do before level 6.
You know, I'm seeing that Jarvan locked in for SOFM. I think I feel a Warmog's coming on. I don't know about you, Hux. I can already sense it. It's near. It's near. The Viego being hovered here. Xin Zhao still available as well. Aggressive junglers, though. That's the key here for the side of top esports. Viego will be the answer. Look at the resets on the side of top esports. Viego, Ahri, and Tristana. If you get one kill in a fight for top esports, you're just going to take over.
That's the thing, right? When it comes to those team fights, they have the strong gauge from the Rakan, right? They have the reset potential. You can 100% see how top esports, when they get to the skirmishes and fights, can flourish. But the problem is getting there. You know, the Rise is going to be able to push early, have control of the lane. Jarvan is going to be able to have more impact pre-6 compared to the Viego. And then it's this bot lane. That's what I'm so worried about. Is this 2v2 matchup in isolation is awful for top esports. You're going to get harassed, pushed, pressured, poked. You're going to lose plates as well. It is not going to be a fun time. And really, top esports, you know, they're going to have their work cut out for them navigating this early game. But if they get through it, there is definitely potential.
Certainly is. It feels like win lane, win game on the bottom side of the map here. Side of Weibo. But let's be honest, top esports, not a team that it's easy to pull that kind of strategy off against. We'll have to see whether this strategy is going to work out. Definitely an interesting draft coming out from both sides. Not the way I would have anticipated. Like, we're so used to just seeing Jinx and Aphelios every single game with a little bit of Zeri sprinkled in. But with all three banned, we get a totally different style of League of Legends today. Huangfeng, a lot of pressure on his shoulders to dominate that laning phase, to take JackeyLove down, and to take that advantage into the mid-game for top esports. Never a team that you can count out when it comes to the mid-game skirmishing.
Yeah, and something I want to kind of talk about is we had a game which was OMG against V5 game 1, whereas a similar situation where the enemy team at V5 had that KateLux, and I was like, I don't know how they're going to be able to handle this. Too much pressure. And you know what they did? They went for some aggressive level 1 invades. They had Shanji on the Shen stay for like 3 waves just to chain kills together, if anyone remembers. Yeah, I feel like something creative like that could be the answer for top esports. You know, a map split, aggressive players where you look to burn early summoners from Weibo. Just don't let them play the lane in isolation. That's the big worry, because that's really what KateLux does so well, and that's why the Rise is so important as the coverage. Is that when it is just a raw 2v2, like if you went into a custom game 2v2, one side of KateLux, the other side just wouldn't have a fun time. It makes it so difficult. That ranged harass, the poke potential, and the push, all critical elements here.
we'll see what TN is going to be doing. I'm looking towards these junglers because we talked already about that Jarvan having early gank potential. Well, Viego, you can be quite aggressive as well if you go for that W second. There's a bit of an all-in on the bottom side. Mark gets a knock-up. Guardian going to be used here. The bomb on is going to be big damage, but Hwangfong kind of just answers on to Jackie Love instead. And ultimately, I think Weibo come out on top.
Yeah, again, one critical mechanic with Caitlyn is when you're in those bushes, you stack your headshots twice as fast. Some good trading coming out. On isn't too bothered. We'll have the extra health. We'll have those health potions just to sustain up. And critically, with Jackie Love burning through health potions already, puts you in a rough spot.
Love how both top laners just going ham on each other right to start the lane. But the thing is, Wayward has a long sword and his refillable potion. So his sustain, not necessarily as strong as what the Shines brings to the table with that fleet footwork. So it's actually quite a good trade for the Shine to start things off. Lane's going well at the very start of things on both sides of the map for Weibo. But I want to talk a little bit more about that mid lane matchup that you talked about, right? Where Angel theoretically should have the push in that matchup, should be able to make plays on the map. Are we anticipating Angel trying to make early plays towards the bottom side here on the rise, or is it more just a matter of making sure that Knight can't?
I think it's more the denial thing, especially pre-6. Once you get the Realm Warp, it's a lot easier to make those plays. But by having priority and getting control of the area, you can see that early ward he put down. It just means you're basically stopping Knight from being able to make the plays. And that's the important thing, right? If you let this lane go in isolation, as we're seeing already from Weibo, it's so heavily favored. Mark takes the binding there, gets chunked out. This is just what you want to maintain, right? You want a fair 2v2 for as long as possible. The second it gets scrappier, that's where there's more potential for resets for Jackie Love. You know, Tian can come in, Knight as well. That's where it's precarious. So definitely, as you said, more about that denial.
SOFM hanging around on the bottom side right now. I think he's just going to go for the Scuttle Crab with this priority he has in the bottom lane. One thing I want to mention as well is one of the awkward things about this bottom lane matchup for top esports is even if the wave ever gets in a precarious spot where it's sort of frozen against Hwangfong and On, well, you're playing Tristana. You can't ever even hold that wave on your side. It's going to eventually push towards Hwangfong and On again because of your passive. So Tian actually missing the Scuttle Crab with his stun there. Not ideal.
It was hiding in the brush, right? I swear, this Scuttle Crab, people should be like watching, researching it. The jukes available is just on another level.
Yeah, we talk about these players having great mechanics. What about the Scuttle Crab? No one ever given the props to the Scuttle Crab that it deserves.
You know, we often talk about like regional differences, like, you know, how good LPL tops are. I wonder what is the regional difference between Scuttle Crabs, like how the mechanics vary.
Well, from what I've seen, the North American Scuttle Crab, really strong. Blabber knows all about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I think early so far, we've seen both junglers just kind of farming up, which, you know, there haven't been too many windows open up. I do think if anywhere is going to get ganked for Weibo, it's probably going to be that mid lane, right? Pre-6. You can set up the Room Prison. Flag and Drag comes out. Not much Knight can do. I think for the time being, they're quite content with just the lanes playing out. I mean, top lane, where Wayward was able to get that early prio, it's still even in farm. Nothing too much has come to fruition. In the bot lane, not honestly too much has come out either, right? We've seen the prio there, but I feel like where the Caitlyn really starts to ramp is like that level 5-6 area. A few points on your Q makes it really hurt. On top of that, when you get your ults available, it goes from, okay, I got hit by a binding, I'm poked out, to, okay, I got hit by a binding, I'm just dead.
Well, flash out from Angel in the mid lane. Knight actually flashed forwards as well to try and make that play happen, but doesn't quite connect the play. Both junglers relatively quiet. We've seen this little bit of action in the mid lane, but so far, that's all we're getting out from either of them. And I am curious, though, because this Jarvan pick, we talked about it being able to be proactive. So far, I feel like it's SFM more just playing for farm and also playing to make sure that TN can't get it.
Yeah, but I'm going to say, I feel like Jarvan, not, oh, Knight's look for the ult.
Yeah, ult's forward, looking for the charm. Will be able to hit onto Angel. There's a knock-up onto TN, though. Damage coming out from Angel to try and finish off the jungler, but first blood comes through for TN. And now SOFM might get charmed himself, but no mana available for Knight. So SOFM walks away.
Huge win there coming out for the mid-jungle duo of top esports, right? The resets are available once you get those, very hard for Weibo to contest. And honestly, just a bit of an overzealous commit, right? Felt like The momentum was there from the level 6 being hit by Knight. It's such a power spike, and Angel's level 6 isn't really going to offer much power in the fights other than the boost to your damage on your overload. All in coming
the
in.
Shy might be in trouble or not. He hops over the head, but flash forward from Wayward and finds the 1v1. Beautifully done.
Yeah, and I asked the question, Wayward up against the Shy, such a big name to face against, and he manages to find the solo kill with that mid 2v2 winning out for Top Esports. Top coming out ahead. Things are looking solid on this side of the map. What I will say though, bot lane has started to open up. 15 CS lead between these two, already 1 plate down. This is where things are painful for Top Esports bot lane.
And the Shy theoretically could have flashed there as well. Let's take another look as Knight ults forward to start.
Angel, quite low on mana, right? But critically, Knight waiting so long to get the charm. The turnaround tries to come on at the end, but just not able to find the damage. And as soon as the kill is taken, SOFM knows that's it done. You know, and then here, it's close, but the ult, and then this flash auto, the burst from the Graves at close range, so significant. Just some nice outplays from Top Esports, and this is really what we talk about with them. The individual talent is really there for this team.
So much. There's going to be so much of that across this series because the individual talent of Weibo as well. Certainly no slouches on this team, so I feel like this whole matchup is just going to be so exciting to watch. Big lead in the bottom lane for Huanfeng with a 20 CS advantage, but Wayward and TN both with kills for themselves to find advantages in their respective matchups. And Wayward, the outplay on the top side does mean he has no flash available, so potential opportunity to punish for the Shy and for SOFM, but for now it's Top Esports on the bottom side of the map. Despite Jaculov currently resetting, we're going to go for this Drake, and it doesn't look like SOFM is going to contest at all on. Just trying to fight for these wards, but not going to be able to win that fight, at least for the time being. Drake will be finished off by TN. That's a good little start for Top Esports. 2 kills across the board, a Drake as well. Very nicely done.
Honestly, a steal, considering the pressure the Weibo's bot lane have had. I feel like it should be a no-brainer that they're able to pick up those early Drakes, right? It should be a granted. Top Esports able to get that one. Obviously makes the soul stacking going to be delayed for Weibo, even if they do find more advantages in the bot lane. And now we actually see both Huanfeng moving up.
Good finding in the mid lane. There's oh my days, Huanfeng's here too. The whole team has decided to come to the mid lane, and Knight had no idea that was coming. Ult in the top side now as Wayward stunned against the wall. This is the Meganar we've all heard about, but Wayward, tanky enough, has that lifesteal as well. Not too worried.
Yeah, just not that much damage available to Shy right now, even though he lands everything. The fact that he is just Ninja Tabbies and Doran Shield, it means that Wayward tanky enough to survive, because Graves obviously has so much armor baked into his kit, and then can just sustain up in the long run now. Because of that pick mid, SOFM.
SOFM has made a bit of a blunder there, has to flash back over the wall. Luckily for him, TN flashed in the last fight in the mid lane, so he won't go down, but that was a very bold flag and drag into the top lane.
Yeah, bit of a mistake, I feel. And also, you know, I'm not sure it's that worth it. I feel like the Jarvan, you know, I'm going to say something about this Jarvan in general. I was going to say it's not the best at dealing with the Graves, right? You can dash out your Cataclysm. The Jarvan pick in general this game, everyone on Top Esports has a dash in their kit, right? No one is really truly trapped when you hit that ultimate. And often that's what we look for in the value for the Jarvan, right? Being able to ult like a Jinx or an Aphelios. They can't get out without their flash. That isn't really a play here, so definitely doesn't have as much power.
A bit of crucial information on the back of that as well is that this was the 5th pick for Weibo as well. They knew almost everyone they were going up against and chose to go for this Jarvan regardless. So we'll see whether that comes to bite them across the course of this game. But right now, gold almost dead even. It's just a 300 gold lead in favor of Weibo. Drake coming up in 3 minutes time. But SOFM has that Herald. And we have to start to think about where he's going to go, because with the Caitlyn looks in the bottom side, I mean, that's the lane that screams to me you should be making plays.
Yeah, and if you take that bot lane tower, the ideal is you move the Kate looks around, you can look mid, you can look top, and you start to take more and more plates. I really want to see that momentum from Weibo, because I feel as the game goes later, right, things like the Tristana will start to ramp up more, the Viego as well, those resets, the Graves. There's a lot of value there, so I think for Weibo, I want to see this momentum the bot lane have continued. But Top Esports making it tricky, right? We see the moves coming in. Knight, Knight and Tian confident, and will push in just to contest that vision and have some control over the bot side.
Trying to maintain that control. Knight has got to the point now as well where he can very easily clear these waves, so that presence from the Rise in the early stages of the game has started to diminish somewhat in terms of just being able to shove out that mid wave, as Hwanfeng will find an opportunity to crash one wave in this bottom side. Won't be able to get too much off the back of it. Maybe just goes for a reset himself. 2 minutes on that Drake that we talked about. And SOFM still yet to use the Herald, but could save that. Try and use it for pressure when that Drake is coming up.
Yeah, could look for 2 plates mid, right? Get that mid lane tower lower, potentially set it up for later. But again, I feel like one of the things is that mid lane tower is great to take when you're just trying to slowly, you know, find an advantage in the game. You get plate gold. You can also look to take that tower later. But I want momentum, right? I want the bot lane to snowball this lead. They have 700 gold up at the moment between AD carries. And that is really your win con here. And I gotta say, we set up these 2 team compositions. We looked at Angel on this Rise. And as much as I said, as I'm saying it,
bot side, JackeyLove's in trouble, but it's just Angel coming to say hello to his old buddy.
You know, I was gonna say, like, don't get time to talk.
Engage in the jungle now. An answer from Top Esports, and it's a damn good answer. As On is switched off in the bottom side. That's going to be a plate in the mid lane for Knight as well. Maybe more. With Drake coming up in 55 seconds. Angel and SOFM in trouble here. Angel will walk away. SOFM gets under a tower in the mid lane. Looks like everyone gets away with it aside from On.
Some great pick potential coming out from Top Esports. And I was going to say, in Angel's Realm Warp is there to discourage, but it hadn't really been used yet, right? Level 9 hadn't used one. Finally pops it and then finds nothing, right? JackeyLove Cleanse of Flash available. Really no chance of taking him down. And we see Top Esports go for a good answer. And overall, I gotta say, I was very worried about Top Esports on this bot side of the map. I think things are pretty okay, right? Tower still up, only 2 plates gone. In fact, JackeyLove was just able to equalize in terms of plates, I believe.
It's a 10 CS lead, but that's about it, right?
Yeah,
and the 1 kill,
good.
but yeah. Agreed. Everything going all right for Top Esports in the bottom side. 5 seconds until Drake, though. I was sort of expecting, I don't know, I feel like maybe it's just the matchup. Maybe I'm just getting too excited. But I saw the Drake timer. I'm like, okay, team fight in 5 minutes time. Let's go. It's only the second Drake. I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. Reset coming out from Knight. Does have the TP, though, if Top Esports do want to try and contest for that Drake. It's Wayward trying to finish off that tower plate, but won't quite be able to.
Yeah, now with the shield bow in hand, very hard for the Shadow to find a kill, right? You have that burst protection with the shield, but also you'll kind of just out-sustain any harass coming through from the Shy. You're permanently going to be able to find Prio. Obviously, the Nara has a lot of strength in team fights, but you're kind of just going to be trapped in the lane against Wayward. Top Esports will pick up the second dragon. And I'm just going to say, this Caitlyn Lux hasn't worked to the value we'd expect so far. You pick this bot lane to crush lane, right? There is a gold advantage, but you haven't taken that first tower. Plates are about to time off. You only got 2 in the bot lane. You've missed out on the first 2 dragons as well, right? So overall, I'd say it's kind of been a bit of a miss. You know, there's still potential for this bot lane to do things later on, but you definitely would have liked to get more out of this.
Shy going aggressive with his ulti up onto Wayward here. Just trying to get some damage while he is in that Mega Gnar and can punish the enemy laner. But yeah, you're absolutely right. And even the advantage that Hwanfeng has, right? A good chunk of that gold was actually them ganking the mid lane as opposed to winning their lane. Like, it's not even from his lane that he managed to get that gold lead. They went for the gank onto Knight earlier on. So, yeah, not really ideal for Weibo. And to be honest, it's kind of scary moving forwards because Caitlyn, one of these champions that is notorious for a huge power trough in the mid game. Does feel like Top Esports, they're the ones in control of this one for the time being at very least. As Knight moves down, Angel, sorry, moves down to answer JackeyLove in that bottom side, make sure that the tower doesn't drop.
Yeah, and it looks like they're trying to apply some pressure in the mid lane, right? That tower mid is fairly low, but just constantly being mitigated to a decent degree. And I feel like one thing you can sort of talk about a bit at this point is how the side lanes sort of manage. I feel like Ari is pretty okay holding Rise, right? You have that mobility, you can't really be punished too easily. Can just clear the waves. I think Rise does have the advantage, but on the other side, the Graves pretty strong. We now do have the Hull Breaker picked up for the Shy, so gonna make the waves take a bit longer to clear, but still I feel like the pressure advantage in favor of Wayward now. SFM.
Oh, quickness in the mid lane. SFM is just going to get one shot, flashes away, but still goes down. 4v5 now as Weibo still committing to the play. The Shy about to turn Mega. Perhaps a window, perhaps an ulti could come through, but Top Esports, they're just going to disengage. They're not interested in the fight anymore as the Shy trying to close this gap. Does have his flash available, and he's still looking like he wants to go for it, but this is 4v5. Weibo, you got to be careful.
I will say, though, Top Esports want to make way out of the Mega Gnar. That's going to allow SFM to come back. And critically, They burn a lot of big tools, right? No Ari ultimate, no Rakan or Tristana ultimate. Weibo are in position. They want to continue this passage of play.
They certainly do. The Shy has no fear. Mega or not, he wants to fight you. There's the Herald trying to be reset, it feels like, by Weibo at this point, but it won't go. Jaculov just about gets away with his cleanse there. Herald down to 1,000 HP. It's going to be a smite coming through from Tien in the end. But now Weibo trying to protect the eye of the Herald. At least try and deny the pressure on the map that the Herald can offer. That was dicey for both teams, honestly. That felt on a knife's edge as Tien's trying to sneak in, but Angel is not going to allow it.
Yeah, making sure they don't let that pickup come in, but they might find a play here. The Knight looking.
Yeah, the Shy could be in trouble, but in the meantime, tier 1 in the mid lane will go down. The Shy has pushed up the lane. He has no idea that a play is happening right now. Jumps away, dodges the charm. There's an Everfrost coming in. The stun dodged by the Shy. Mega Gnar comes through to save the day. I think the Shy will be all right on this one. Or maybe he'll look for something himself. Goes on tonight, trying to find a solo kill. 2v1. The Shy makes it happen again. Tien wants to punish, wants to find an answer for this one. Will get revenge. But my God, the Shy, he's a different breed.
Big win there for Weibo. The Shy not only manages to dodge everything, turns it around, and they get the mid lane tier 1. Tian looking for one himself, but will be denied by SOFM. Good answer back from Weibo. A lot of denial. They deny the Herald. They deny that play on the top side, and they are rewarded. But if you play, and I'm just going to say it, top esports, everything they had to hit was missed. Charm doesn't end up connecting. The Everfrost does, sure. But then the stun from chat, I mean, I think he was predicting the flash, but ambitious at the least, I'll say.
Imagine thinking the Shy will flash away from you. Imagine thinking the Shy will respect what you're bringing to the table. He flashes in and finds the kill for himself. I can't believe the Shy gets a kill there. That is just... It's kind of unacceptable, honestly. Like, that should not ever happen. But the Shy, I mean, like I said before, he is a different breed. 20 seconds until Drake comes up, though. And it feels like we're getting to the point where Weibo do need to start contesting.
Yeah, and I think the big thing that makes this difficult is ideally Weibo want to be on the objective first. Oh my, Knight chunked already.
He's just looking for Knight anywhere on the map. He wants to find a kill. Top esports grouping in the brush, though. SOFM has to be the one to go forwards. He's got a Gordon here. He's relatively tanky.
And look at the minimap. Knight can't get to the objective. He's just zoned out completely. It's a 4v5 right now for top esports because they can't even get that mid laner into the play, which is why they look so hesitant here and they have to move away. And now Weibo can start to set up a trap line from Hong Kong. SOFM on the flank.
This is going to be maybe a 50-50 smite at this point. Wayward actually goes to the ult. Mark with the quickness only onto one, though. Not the ideal target as Angel is damn tanky, and he's got a stopwatch. See you later, top esports. Easy kill onto Tien, and a dragon taken as Weibo start to wrestle control of this game.
Critically, a shutdown as well onto that Viego. Nice play, and I have to credit the Shy with that, right? He stopped Knight from being able to get in on it, and critically, with top esports, you want to just be able to burst down a target. If you can land a charm, it does so much for Viego, for the Tristana as well in terms of getting those resets. And I think Weibo, all things considered, managed that one pretty beautifully.
Man, and I feel like both of these teams, they have such creative players. Like the Shy managing to keep Angel out of this play. It's not something you'd see many teams do.
Yeah, and it just has such an impact, right? Because if the charm comes down, you could see Angel just be picked without getting the opportunity to pop that stopwatch. And if he goes down, the reset comes in for Chan, it makes all the difference. That's why he commits so heavily on these plays, because he knows if he does get that reset, the invulnerability window, the fact he gets the health back, makes it so difficult to take him out now. Gold's still dead even, right? And despite the fact Weibo got that dragon, it's still 2-1 in favor of top esports. Really anyone's game still at this point. And as much as we said Weibo's bot lane didn't get the results they hoped for, Swangfong's still pretty strong on this Caitlyn.
I mean, yeah, like once you finish that second item as well, he's going for the Lord Doms as a second item. So very much focused on big spike at the level 3 mark. And nobody will be tanky enough to deal with damage that he'll be bringing to the table once he has some armor pen for himself. The Shy could be in a 2v1 on this bottom side. Both solo laners trying to take this Gnar on, and the Shy this time around will respect it, understands the situation, backs away and accepts that Wayward will be able to finish that tower in the end. So I kind of want to take a second to take stock of what's been happening in this game, because it's been Even though the kill score is fairly low, it's felt fairly chaotic, right? With 21 minutes in, gold is just about even. Nice little bind there. Bit of damage onto Marcus. Wonfong gets hit by a charm. Oh, look at the CC chain. The charm hits. You don't get to play League of Legends anymore. Top Esports now TPing. They're going to commit to a Baron.
Yeah, they want the Baron or the fight that entails. Wave will have to come and contest this. Critically, the Shy has TP, has Meganar. He's going to reset first. And actually, Meganar going to time out as a result. It's on SQFM here.
TP coming out from the Shy. He wants to get involved, but he's just turned Mini-Gnar. It's a disaster for Top Esports. Bit of damage onto the Shy. Baron low. The laser is too late. Top Esports, they get the Baron. They get a bonus kill onto SOFM, who buys a lot of time, but can't finish anything off. Top Esports, one pick, and they blow this game wide open. I was just saying how even the gold is. Well, it's a 3K lead now for Top Esports.
Massive amount of momentum in favor of them, and it's critically finding those picks. Now, Realm Wolf coming in. They're trying to answer back.
A try on tonight.
His ult just came up.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Literally just came up, yeah. And actually looking for a bit himself. But yeah, that's the thing. The Ahri's so powerful in finding those picks. Get one onto Huangfeng, and that is enough. That is the concern, right? Top Esports with that pick potential. And we look at the replay. You know, I feel like here you have to kind of expect, I think, the Viego being up in your face. They're looking for something, and Knight finds the beautiful play. And another! You know, we come on the replay, we get another one. More picks from Top Esports.
And more picks from Knight specifically there as well, managing to find himself another kill. And you know, when we saw Ahri and champions like this coming into the meta, Knight is the kind of player you immediately think of to be able to make the magic happen on these kinds of picks, be able to make the mechanical outplays. He's on 2 items, and he's really going to be putting the pressure on. This Baron, though, is going to be a nightmare for Weibo, because they don't really want to be dealing with this right now. They don't have the wave clear to deal with the Baron minions.
And also, their engage isn't that great. It's really SQFM, but again, everyone on Top Esports has a dash in that kit. Cataclysm won't keep them locked in, and now they're looking for more.
The Shy's going to die here. Just gets destroyed. And we said, Top Esports, if they can find an advantage, will snowball like crazy, and that's exactly what we're witnessing. Good charm comes through. Bit of damage. It's just onto On, though, so not the end of the world, but another tower in the bottom lane. Top Esports continue to expand that gold lead. It's 5,000 lead right now. It's gone up so much. Look at the Baron power play in the top right corner. 5K gold difference just off of this Baron alone.
Yeah, and we see, you know, in the picture-in-picture how On got caught. And that's the thing with the Lux is you need to be contestant vision, but it's so risky to do so. So much potential for Top Esports to take a kill. They're going to keep applying this pressure on this mid lane tier 2. Oh, charm hits. Not going to have any follow-up. Dragon in 20 seconds would be the third for Top Esports, but they really want this tier 2 before they go for it.
Certainly do, and they should be able to finish it off here as Jaculov steps on forwards. As Knight threatening with more charms, and Weibo now significantly on the back foot. We need to see more items coming through for Wonfong. He's on the 2-item mark on the Caitlyn, but realistically, it's 3 items where you're really going to come alive. The Rise as well with this build, you do take a bit of a while before your damage starts to ramp up. SOFM, sorry, crucially getting close to his Warmog's power spike. We all know he loves a Warmog, so you can see he's heading towards that. We are starting to see some items come through for Weibo, but I want to ask you, Orcs, what is the game plan now for Weibo? Because we said, win the bottom lane really hard with this Caitlyn Lux. That didn't really happen. We talked about trying to win team fights. Well, is that still a viable scenario when you're this far behind in gold?
It's rough, but it has to be. And I think the main thing is Top Esports need to make a mistake when they funnel in, right? We've seen how Chan, Knight, Jaculov, Mark will all dive forward. What you need is a good front-to-back setup where, you know, the Shy can land a big Meganar ultimate. You have Wangfeng and On the back line. You land in traps. You're landing bindings. It needs to be that front-to-back. But the problem is, at the moment, Top Esports aren't even really opting into team fights. They're looking for picks, right? They're looking for individual members. And it really makes Weibo struggle to find anything, right? And I feel like if we get a structured 5v5, that's the best odds for Weibo. But when the goal differential is this much, it's hard to see.
Tough. Yeah, it really is. One thing that maybe can happen if On can find a miracle binding, you get a trap underneath the feet, there is big pick potential.
Wow.
Or maybe he gets picked himself the second we look at a different lane. On is gone again. That's the 3rd time it's happened this game. The Shy, you know, he's got himself a bounty, but I'm not sure that's going to be enough to answer for what's happening on the top side of the map. Jackulov charges forward. He's on that Tristana, remember, as well. He takes towers damn quickly. SOFM, the next target. He tries to escape, but Mark with the follow-up engage. The bomb on SOFM said, Gore Drinker is not enough, apparently. He goes down anyways. Jackulov gets another. This might just be game, honestly. Top esports. The definition of the phrase, you give an inch, they take a mile. The second they have control of this game, they've blown it wide open.
One pick was all it took onto... Oh, actually, Jackulov!
Oh my god, Jackulov does not care. On is just fodder for his cannon. Now into the base they go. They want to finish things off. Wayward grabs himself a couple of kills to finish out in style. We talked about Mojo, therefore top esports. They don't give time for Mojo to even be a factor. 15-3. One pick is all it takes.
And we talked about Weibo's game 2 happy game. Game 1, that wasn't a happy game. That was a sad game for Weibo. They didn't find the advantage they needed, but at top esports, as you said, give them an inch and they take the whole game. One pick on the Caitlyn was it felt just blew that game open. And I feel like, you know, they had advantages on the top side. But the critical thing was Weibo couldn't play to their win cons. And from there, it just felt like it spiraled out of control so rapidly.
Yeah, I mean, top esports, if there's one thing that you really cannot criticize for them, they are proactive. When they have the advantage, they will make things happen. Often too much. Often they end up throwing their leads because of that proactivity. But when they have a window to push their advantage, they will crush people underfoot. I cannot believe how quickly they just demolished Weibo in this game after it felt like a relatively even early game, right? But that's kind of the problem.
Yeah.
Because Weibo had drafted for a dominant early game and they didn't get to see it.
And you can see from the goal graph, you know, there's little tiny bits back and forth, but it was so even. And as a result, just they never found the momentum they needed. And that was the critical thing, is I was concerned about how top esports would deal with early lane pressure, but it never came to fruition. Plates were even in the bot lane. Jackulov and Huangfeng had the same amount. Yes, Huangfeng had a CS lead and got that kill mid, but it wasn't significant enough. And speaking of mid, Knight on this Ahri, so many pivotal charms in these fights to set up the team. It's as you said, right? Knight on a champion like Ahri, absolutely stellar. And it's a question we raised at the start of the day. Angel, not the best laner, going up against Knight, definitely a tricky matchup. But I feel like it's an easy answer who outperformed in this one.
Yeah, I mean, Angel basically didn't exist. The Realm Warp we saw towards the bottom side didn't really do anything. We saw a Realm Warp towards the top side that wasn't really able to achieve its goals as well. It was like Angel had a very, very quiet start to this series. We're going to jump into a break and we'll find out what Weibo have up their sleeves for game number 2.
Weibo Gaming have demonstrated dominance this season and seem almost unstoppable.
Back trying to buy an angle for SOFM.
And here, look at the slicing maelstrom! Everybody getting electrocuted. You know what? You pile up in front of Weibo Gaming. It's all for it. But Weibo Gaming, blink and you'll miss it.
Different from Weibo, however, top esports didn't perform well at the beginning of the season, and now they have become an inspirational story.
Now they want to fight with the Dragons. Old Shockwave misses, it's flashed away from, and Jackulov sits pretty behind the counter. The rest of top esports serving the drinks while Jackulov, he's making all the profit. And top esports, this is their game to lose.
The Shy, one of the most famous top laners in the LPL. Many doubted whether we had already seen his peak form, but it is obvious now that he has returned to previous glory.
새로운 팀 와서 좀 재밌는 것 같고 전 팀이랑 좀 다른 것 같고요. 좀 지금 팀은 학교에 온 느낌인 것 같아요. 그냥 다 할 줄 아니까 FC 쓰고 싶은 거 쓰는 느낌.
I mean, he's going to pay for that one with his life if he tries to get out the safety. Devour actually going to work, and the Shy makes it happen. The Shy and SOFM, partners in crime, making the impossible possible.
An old friend of the Shy, champion AD Jackulov is still a player who can completely control the bot lane. Although the days are missed when they fought side by side, the competition is even spicier now that they are opponents.
因为很长时间也没有就是碰到，有很长时间没一起碰到过，就希望就打得都正常一点。我们比他们比较大的优势的话，就是可能中路拿一些英雄可能打得会比对面好，其他都看发挥了。
Even in the gate, Trine sets up a beautiful package. Knight going gone, but Trine's on the wing. It's a choke on top esports. Have to get out of here. Zoom coming in. He's dicey, but Jackie still alive. Zenith jumping for him, flashes away. Counter strike, a quick QSS. Zenith's actually dying though. Zenith is dead. It's a triple kill.
Towards the beginning of the season, TES fell into desperate situations. They had no real avenues of success. When they needed him most though, Knight stood up, and what was left to watch was his incredible solo performances unfold. The genius mid laner of top esports.
觉得跨国配合可能还需要更加就那种精进一点吧，就可能那种小细节要配合的好一点吧。主要这样的话，感觉就之前状态输很多了，就主要是训练赛也要找回自信吧，就不能被输太多影响，要比赛再打得更好。
As for Weibo Gaming, the current results are tied hand in hand with Angel. No one takes advantage of the Black Angel of the LPL.
Safe position to Shy on top of LWX. Severin keeps him healthy, but a 4-man shockwave. Angel is a city of heroes right now.
TES are now up against treacherous winds, feeling in better form than ever before. And Weibo Gaming on the other side need to maintain their domination in the LPL this split. This is a challenge, but it's also a greeting between old friends. Weibo Gaming versus Top Esports.
The moment I throw my backpack in the trunk of your rusty car, not knowing where we going, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. Oh, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through soft clouds, the sun, the moon, and you. We follow our hearts, we see in the signs, led by the stars, not knowing where we're going. Yeah, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far, it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through soft clouds, the sun, the moon, and you. Emotional landscapes right here, making memories with you. Sun, moon, you. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Sense your vibe, being alive just feels so right. We are flying out of space and time. Sparks spraying between us, colorful clouds of dust. Coincidence might be divine. Wanna sing your melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside. The glowing light is shine, I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, so I would shine. The chaos of my mind, I am with you. Skin to skin, wondering, landscapes we're discovering. Whole new world so new and welcoming. Am I dreaming? Are we here? Just imagine how it feels. Stop believing that it could be real. Wanna sing a melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside. Glowing light is shine, I am with you.
就小天，我最近看到他打比赛的话，就是之前看前人玩的时候，他感觉他一个很有能力的一个打野吧。不是最近看他比赛在 top 里面，就是他感觉就是怎么说呢，就是跟团队这种方面沟通，这种分配不是很好吧。top 最近状态有点好吧，因为他一直有连胜，然后也赢回来了吧。然后应该是看我们的中野辅吧，就我们3个人看怎么打吧。
I love it. SFM is like, you know, TN, I've seen him before. He's a competent jungler, but doesn't seem like he gets good communication from his team. It's like, all right, mate, calm down. No need for that.
Well,
and you did just get absolutely demolished by the guy who actually ends up being our MVP as well. So SFM sort of eating his words from the pre-game interview on this one.
Yeah, a bit of karma there, but I feel like Jan had a really strong performance in this game, right? I was a little bit concerned, Viego not being the most active pre-6 in general, normally wants that level 6 power spike, but it really felt like Jan just found opportunities, and in those skirmishes was stellar. I think there was one where he got bursted out early on, which is that one death, but the rest, he was such a massive threat.
Yeah, I mean, this one especially, like this first play, it's kind of surprising that Weibo were willing to take the play, honestly, but regardless, a great start to the snowball, and every single skirmish, it felt like Tien playing beautifully.
Yeah, and I mean, able to clean up. Obviously, this is the one where the Shy got that.
We've cut the first half of that clip.
Yeah, fortunately, but I mean, it just felt like, I feel like Knight also really strong, right, in those skirmishes. The whole team, I think, had a really solid effort of just delivering when it came to those fights where you get the constant resets. 3 members of the team getting resets off a kill just means there's so much momentum as soon as you get that initial pick.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy, honestly, the difference when you're running this kind of composition, one singular kill, but then when you see a heal come through at the last second or whatever, and they don't quite go down, it's a totally different state of the fight. So we'll have to see if they can get something like this again, though, because this was a very even early game. The one pick set it all off, and now Weibo gets to go over towards that red side of the board instead. Gwen going to be banned away. Aphelios banned once again by Top Esports. Do they ban the Jinx, though? On blue side, I'd be surprised.
Yeah, it'd be a bit of an interesting one. Now, this is the first new ban. Everything else, despite the side switch, is the same. But Weibo not wanting to deal with Wayward on the Graves in the top lane. Feels like, you know, the only pick that really stands out as something that can counter it is Tryndamere. The Shy not willing to bring it out, and so will just remove some of that power. We did see Zeri and Jinx, as you said. It was kind of a move away from the highest priority AD carries, but they aren't going to go for similar here. We will see the Viego banned away, so won't be able to see SFM potentially take it, but it just leaves that Jinx kind of as an outstanding pick. And I think Weibo can't really ban it here because it's like there's Zeri and Jinx available. If you ban one, they'll get the other, right? And it looks like they're going to go for Zeri. So I feel like for top esports, Jinx first pick kind of makes sense to me in this situation.
I will say Caitlyn's still available, which is...
You know what? I'm going to say this.
Weibo are willing to go for it.
I do not want to see K-Lux come out from Weibo this game, especially as Jinx fares a lot better than Tristana did. So, you know, it is an option, but I feel like a return to Xayah from Hong Kong, this is often what he's gone to when the Premier 80 carries on the patch aren't available. You can see them smiling and nodding, so it looks like they'll lock it in. It'll be interesting to see if they go for the Rakan. They prioritized it very early last time around, and now that you do have the Xayah, could see them opt to go for it here. Alternatively, you know, we've seen the Viego band, we've seen the Hecarim as well, could prioritize a jungler in this situation. We often do see 80 carry jungle be taken on this rotation for red side.
Yeah, we do. And, you know, bit of a color scheme locked in as well. Very pretty. Huanfeng going to go for that side, though, which is absolute comfort for him. It's something he is more than happy to fall back on. 6 games played and an 83% win rate on it. But over to Tien, who's hovering over this Rek'Sai. He's not played it particularly this split, but it does well into the Lee Sin. It has been a sort of pocket pick for a few junglers in the league.
Yeah, and I think particularly, you know, the fact you could interrupt the Lee Sin on his Sonic Wave, and obviously a lot of dueling power early levels and at level 6, but does fall off really heavily in the later stage of the game. But for now, top esports going to take that Nautilus, so making sure they have a decent support pick that they can have on this one. And interested to see what top esports go as the final one. I feel like Weibo on the other side probably going to be looking towards a support themselves. I think top esports have a range of options, but typically I'd expect a jungler here just to match the Lee Sin. Like Lee Sin, so powerful early, but they go completely different and take the Tryndamere right now. Likely for Wayward is technically a flex, but be interested to see, because, you know, Rakan stands out as something you could take here and is what I expect, but it does mean that the Shy will have to face 2 potential bans before being able to match this Tryndamere pick.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Wayward willing to go for what the Shy was not willing to, but then again, Knight could take it to the mid lane as well. We'll have to see. I don't know. It's going to be Angel locking in the Ahri for that mid lane. Potential blind pick might end up against that Tryndamere. We'll have to wait and see. Weibo now, second ban phase. They could focus on, I mean, honestly, they could go in any direction. I'm not even sure at this point.
Well, I feel like mid lane matchups for Weibo makes a lot of sense. You could also target the jungle if there's anything you're initially concerned about. It's no surprise to see top esports ban the Rakan, right? I feel like it was kind of, it's surprising it went through. I can understand why Weibo opted to leave it, but definitely considering how much emphasis top esports put on themselves picking it early in the last draft, they know the power of the pick. So Vex band away could also, you know, we've seen the LeBlanc be a bit of a skill matchup between the two, could look in that direction, or could just look in the jungle. If there's something that stands out, they will go for that LeBlanc. Now top esports, they haven't banned any top laners yet. Feels like they're pretty confident on this Tryndamere pick, but we'll see if they opt to take something. They go for that Malphite. Definitely can get very tanky against the Tryndamere and also a big threat in team fights.
To see here, 2 mid laners banned by Weibo, a support and a top laner banned by top esports. And we'll see, because, you know, there's always this Sion. If Malphite was the go-to, Sion certainly ticks that box. We've seen Shy happy to go with Sion and happy to dominate on the Sion, honestly, as the Leona will be locked in for on alongside that Xayah from the side of Weibo Gaming. Now over to top esports, and Knight instantly locks in the Vigor. This is out. They are not messing about in this draft.
Yeah, I love this, honestly, because I feel like you have a Jinx, right? Front to back's already strong. You've locked in the Xin Zhao to make it even more difficult. And with the Veigar, how are you supposed to approach this backline, by the way, off top esports, right? How are Ahri and Lee Sin supposed to function? With great difficulty, is what I'll say. And now it's up to the Shy to take something into this Tryndamere that he feels confident on. He's gonna go for the Jace. Overall, right, you have a lot of harass, a lot of damage in lane. If he does jump onto you, you can just knock him away, proc phase rush, and then outrun him is definitely an option. Obviously, the slow resistance from phase rush definitely useful as well. But ultimately, I feel like, right, you have the threat of the Tryndamere in the side lane, but even in the 5v5, right, Tryndamere not the best there, but Veigar, Jinx, and the Xin Zhao, very difficult for Weibo to approach on. So I feel like they're comfortable in that regard. I kind of need to see Weibo pop off in the early game, is my opinion again. But it's about this mid jungle. You have the Ahri Lee Sin combo. You're going to have prio mid. Maybe not. Yeah, you should have it. I think first wave, maybe Veigar might be able to shove in a bit faster, but you should have prio from like level 3 onwards, and you can really contest that.
Yeah, I have to say, Veigar versus Ari. We googled the pronunciation the other day. You'd expect this to be the other way around, right? With Ari being Knight's pick and the Veigar being Angel's pick. That's the way that it would look in my head. But Angel going with the more aggressive side of this matchup, going for that blind pick with the Ari. As you say, SOFM and Angel in this 2v2, a lot of potential to be aggressive. Down in the bottom side as well, Huanfeng going for this pocket pick in the Xayah that has been a comfort pick for him consistently across the course of the split, and a very successful pick on top of that. As you say, feels like Weibo once more need to try and find early advantages, but what we saw in game number 1 is that top esports will not give up lane advantages without a fight, doing a great job to stay even all game and then dominate once we got to the mid-game fights. We'll see if top esports can repeat that performance here in game 2 against Weibo.
And I think a critical element here might be the Shy, right? Because as I said, approaching top esports backline, a little bit tricky, right? Because they have that cage available. But the Jace, right? If you have the Jace really powerful and strong, he lands a shock blast on tonight Ejaculov, and you don't have to approach him. You don't have to fight. You just zone them off the objective, move in, get control. So for me from Weibo, you have that strength in the mid jungle. I want to see them spread that outwards. I think looking topside could be a strong idea, right? Trinity has no TP, so particularly vulnerable to ganks. On top of that, he kind of wants to play up in Jace's face if he's going to trade. Definitely windows there.
We'll see if the Shy can find that window. I mean, let's be honest. If there's any top laner that can punish a matchup, it is the Shy. We'll see if he can find that advantage. But man, I'm looking at SOFM. He's got the Lee Sin. This is always the pick that Weibo go to when they need it the most. Remember, if Weibo loses this series, they will be pushed down to 3rd place in the standings. Whereas if top esports win this series, they will guarantee themselves playoffs, which, you know, at this point is all but guaranteed. But mathematically, it'll be impossible for them to miss playoffs if they can get a win in this series. For Weibo, they want to keep themselves at the top of the standings. Matches like this are going to be crucial when it comes to who gets better seeding, and that first 2 seeding position is so crucial when it comes to our bracket. Hook in the bottom side from Mark. This is going to be a bit of early trading in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and I want to talk a little bit about this bot lane matchup and how it's going to want to be played by top esports. So, you know, they want to play at range, and I don't just mean about the AD carries. It's kind of a given. Jinx want to stand at distance and just auto Xayah without walking into the feathers. But also the Nautilus, the way this matchup goes is that if you get into melee range of Leona, you're going to have a bad time, right? The short cooldown of the Q, the burst, the fact she's tankier than you. So basically, if on ever Zenith Blades in, you want to use your Q to disrupt it, right? And then there's a little bounce back, right? You might have noticed when Nautilus Qs someone, they like get pushed a little bit away. You want to keep Leona at a distance, and that's how top esports are looking to play out this lane. Just maintain space constantly. If they can continue to do that, they'll have a good time. If they mess up at any point, that's when the CC layering comes in, and you can see Mark get him burst out, especially as he has no aftershock.
We've got a bit of an invade coming through here. Tien will be spotted on this ward from SOFM, who's trying to burst through this camp as fast as he possibly can. Both junglers level 3 right here. Ring around the rosies. It's going to be a smite fight. It's going to be a 50-50. SOFM commits to it. There's the wind becomes lightning, but it's actually Tien. Oh no, SOFM managed to get the buff. In fact, Angel now over the wall flashes forward, looking for a charm. SOFM chasing down onto Tien, and there's first blood for Angel and a red buff to boot.
Yeah, able to move first and get there and assist his jungler. SOFM securing the smite. Don't think it made too much of a difference in that situation, but the ultimate thing is that they have the movement from Angel, and this is kind of pivotal for Weibo. We said we wanted that mid jungle to pull ahead. If Jen had been able to invade on and successfully steal the red away, it could have been significant. And you can see, look at the CS differences. Jen spent so much time. He is now 3 camps down on SOFM. He should be able to pick them up on his top side, but not the start you wanted, certainly, into this Lee Sinari. And it's this ward, critically, that allows him to spot out Jen. The downside to this is obviously you don't have that ward to use to hop to. But in this moment, it's generally quite hard to win a smite fight against Lee. He doesn't get the execute, just finds it there. And critically, we get the first move coming out from Angel to assist.
Yeah, it was dicey at best on both sides of the board, but Angel finishes the kill. Nice little move over from the mid laner. And an advantage in that mid lane for Weibo. Now SOFM trying to get active on the map. Will safeguard into this brush on the bottom side. Mark has to be careful on this one. On moving over, SOFM has now shown himself. Good flash from Jackie Love. Answers that of On.
Yeah, so, I mean, ultimately, you'd rather have the flash on your AD carry. On does have Hex Flash just so that it plays in the future. But, you know, don't manage to get the kill. But the lane, look how uncomfortable this position is for top esports. They're really hesitant because if SOFM hangs around, we can see a re-engage. Jackie Love, no flash, definitely dangerous. But critically, Tiana's bot side to assist and allow them to crash that wave. They also actually have Knight, who's been able to crash a wave in. So, gonna be able to get the bot lane into a safer spot. And now, might even look towards Dragon, maybe. I think not gonna opt for it would be a bit risky.
I mean, that's never been a reason for top esports not to do something before. But yeah, not going to go for that one, at least for the time being. Wayward finding an advantage in this top side as the Shy very low on HP. Will use his last biscuit there just to stay in this lane, just to be able to clear up this last wave.
We just saw the XP bar on the bottom left for Wayward. He was like 1 minion from 6. If he'd gone 6, he would have just dove then and there. So the Shy in a really precarious position, honestly. And I kind of feel like he needs SOFM to come up to help him out. But looks like Wayward's actually going to reset first. Mark, you know, again, in a potentially dangerous spot there, as you saw on looking for something when he's trying to hold the wave, but nothing to come to fruition.
On is in big trouble, though. Hex Flash
Hex
drops a cheeky little thumbs up as he sneaks on out as well. On managing to get out with his life there. You can see him rearranging in his chair as well. A little bit uncomfortable in that situation, but he gets out. That's all that matters. Yeah.
But this is enough, right? They force On away. They know SFM will path up towards the top side. He's resetting currently. And this is enough to pick up that early dragon, right? And we saw a big aspect of top esports success in the last game was getting those early dragons chained together, right? It forced Weibo to fight them. And it meant that they couldn't stack up dragons towards that soul themselves. So a nice solid pickup so far. And ultimately, we did get that early kill coming out from Angel onto Chan, but not too much action so far from the mid jungle here, right? But level 6 has been hit for Angel. A lot of agency given over the Ahri. And look mid lane, right? The wave has been pushed in. Angel's moving. SFM's there as well.
Yeah, the Shy could be in trouble here, but Wayward actually losing out on the trade in the end. The Shy doing a really good job just to keep Wayward at arm's length, keep the damage coming on through. And he's doing a very good job to stay even in CS up in that top side as well. So really good lane management coming out from the Shy against Wayward, who, remember, in game number 1, Wayward found a solo kill onto the Shy. But the Shy, one of these players that, let's be honest, most top laners have found a solo kill onto. It doesn't change whether or not he's a good player. It's just the way that he is, okay? You learn to love him. If you're not already an LPL fan, you will be after watching the Shy for a little while. Vision cleared away by Knight here, but actually denied by Angel as he drops a cheeky little control ward in that mid.
Yeah, and I feel like Wayward... Oh, might look for it.
We're going for a dive. Wayward's in trouble. Oh, no, the Shy's in trouble. Sorry, flash phone from Wayward. Flash answered by the Shy. One more turret shot.
That's enough.
It's going to be a 1-for-1.
Yeah, critically, the Shy able to buy enough time. This huge wave would have been missed, but Angel makes the right call and will move up to catch it. As a result, I feel like, you know, Weibo can be pretty happy with that one. Overall, the Shy doing everything he can just to stall the play out. And I think that's the thing. We saw Wayward constantly trying to trade with the Shy to get him low to make this dive easier. But when it comes in, the Shy is basically full HP, right? And obviously you can use the power of the phase rush and the knockaway just to create some space. Wayward has to flash in. And then as a result, the Shy just enough space made. That's the critical thing, right? You're never really going to be able to survive the Tryndamere just auto-attacking you. But as long as you can just wait him out. Oh, engage coming in.
On takes a bit of damage. He's damn tanky, though. No flash available and commits to the fact that he won't be able to get away. Saw the baby cage come through from Knight. And like a baby screaming, runs the other direction. Oh, the plate doesn't quite go down for Jackie Love. That is a heartbreaker. Still going to be 4 plates already on the bottom side as SFM. While all of that was going on, grabs himself arrow. This is very reminiscent of game number 1.
Yeah, and this is a bit of an interesting play because we actually saw the Shy come onto the bot side to try and help that play. As a result, he's missed a wave top, right? He wasn't there to help with the Herald, but they didn't need it. But as a result, Wayward's got a bit of a CS lead. And, you know, I'm still looking at Weibo, right? We talked about this mid-jungle having a lot of early agency. The Ahri, particularly when she hits 6, still haven't seen that come to fruition. I want to see them making plays, especially when you have so much CC layering between you and your bot lane. But for now, they're looking at Wayward. Ult is up.
He said you wanted to see SOFM making plays towards this top side, helping the Shy out. Well, we're going to be able to see it, but TN moving over as well. They need to be quick on this one. The kick onto Wayward, forcing the ulti as fast as possible. The Shy knocks Wayward away, but here comes Knight as well. The Predator in play, and the Shy will be eradicated. A knock up onto SOFM as well, and there's a Primordial Burst to finish him down. Double kill for Knight on the Veigar.
Absolute disaster for Weibo. And the thing is, they go top, but it's too late. Wayward's already hit level 6. He can buy enough time, and critically, you didn't bring Angel. Top Esports have the numbers advantage, and getting those early kills on the Veigar, oh my lord, is it painful. Play's going to be taken top as well, and all of a sudden, Top Esports with a goal lead. I said I wanted to see Weibo pull out ahead, right? I wanted to see them have the early momentum. This is a disaster.
Certainly is. I mean, at least they get the ultimate out of Wayward. So
Yeah,
that's
you know?
a silver lining. Like, it looks okay in the 2v1, but 2v1s generally will look okay. And then the reinforcements arrive, it's like, we may have overstayed. The double stun out from Knight as well.
It was so good just catching the Shy, and then also SFM ward hops the minions, and that's also on the edge. Perfect placement from Knight. Would you expect anything less? And it's going to get harder and harder as the game goes on, right? This cage is suffocating. One of the things people say about Veigar is he warps the game around him because you have to play around that cage cooldown. But the thing is, other than the Jace, who has a long-range shock blast, everyone else on Weibo is pretty short range, right? Even the Lethality Xayah, which is a bit longer range than Crit Xayah, not the hugest range. So I'm really worried about Angel and SFM in particular. These are high mobility champions that if you put a cage around them, they lose so much of their strength. Oh, I'm looking for Knight.
That's going to be a solar flare. Angel just goes around the cage this time, and Knight burning away to the Ignite. It'll be an Everfrost to finish the kill. Nicely done there by Angel and On. A great gank into the mid lane.
And there's still potential for that, right? You know, I talk about the team fighting being strong for Top Esports, the cage and the backline protection being great, but the picks are there. We saw this last game from Top Esports with the Ahri. You can always look for those isolated kills. Now they're starting the Dragon. Top Esports want to contest this.
Certainly do. It's going to be a fight that we have on our hands. On an SOFM in a 2v3 for now, as they have to back away from this one. TN in the pit will be tanking the Drake, as Jackie Love takes a bit of damage from Hwampeng. In the meantime, the Shy and Wayward going at it once more. This feels like the story of this top lane. No flash available for the Shy. The E was used. Wayward knows it. Dragon taken by TN. In the meantime, Top Esports winning across the map.
Yeah, critical error from the Shy. You can never jump in on the Trinomir first because it leaves you without your tools, without your phase rush, without your knock away. You're just a sitting duck, and Wayward capitalizes. And now, Top Esports, they've got 2 dragons in pocket. They're up in gold. Top lane is winning by a pretty sizable margin. 4 plates down already. And I'm going to bring you back to what we set up as the win cons. We needed Weibo to win that mid jungle. We needed them to find momentum. We wanted the Shy to be strong. They are missing the mark, similar to game 1 of what their composition needed.
Yeah, it's not been great for Weibo so far. And oh my god, is this Herald going to be denied? The ult used from TN to deny it. Oh no, everything going wrong for Weibo. And I want to talk about that top lane as well, because Wayward, 2 games in a row now, finding himself the advantage over the Shy. And I think, in my mind, Wayward making a solid argument, not just in this series, but across this split. For Rookie of the Split, he has had some insane series and consistently proving that he is an exceptionally competent top laner.
And that was the thing. There was question marks for Top Esports. 3 top laners on the roster. Who would they run? Oh, fight breaking out.
On is going to be caught again. He'll just go down. Hwampeng stunned. Featherstorm comes through. The Blade Caller will not find a route, but doesn't matter. It's enough to push them away.
So hard for those jungle fights against the Veigar. The traps as well from the Jinx really just mean you can't navigate effectively. Easy pickup there. And now this top lane matchup it's doomed. Frankly, it's just already doomed. Gale Force as well for Wayward means we were talking before about how the Shy can outplay it. The extra dash makes a huge difference.
I don't know if he can outplay it anymore. As crucially, SFM now going to make a play on the bottom side. The game pace is speeding up dramatically. Not going to commit, despite having that Dragon Rage. I thought he'd try and make a play onto Jackie Love there, but last second, and Wayward finishes that last tower plate and gets the first tower goal for himself. And remember, he got every single one of those plates solo. Look at the goal difference in the top lane. Almost 2,000. We're 14 minutes in.
Yep, it's rough. And this top lane matchup, you just gonna get to the point where you can't hold. The Shy is gonna be trapped in a side lane, not having a fun time. Doesn't have the greatest CC to mitigate. And that's the thing, you needed the Shy to be strong, because when it comes to team fights, I wanted to see massive shock blasts hitting the backline of Top Esports. It's not really going to happen. And here, we see the engage comes in, but as soon as Knight shows up, this cage, what can you do? How can you approach this? How can Angel do anything against that? And they just have to disengage. We do see Huang Feng.
Oh, good little flash from Huang Feng. Finished off that tower, crucially, while we were in the replay. Tien, in the meantime, will answer on the top side, grabbing a Herald for himself, as Wayward could be in some trouble here, but the Shine's just going to knock him away. It looks like Angel won't pull the trigger on the play in the end. Mark moves over, clears some vision. I don't think this is really something that they can contest. SOFM moving to the bottom side of the map right now.
And one thing I will say is that Wayward has been very responsible with his gold lead, right? There's a lot of opportunities. We're going to see him just go, you know, screw it, I'm just going to dive at the Shy, make it happen. But kind of gets a sense for when he has presence on the map or when someone's in the fog of war from the enemy side. And knows he doesn't need to overpush it, right? He's naturally just going to keep winning this matchup in the top lane. So feels very comfortable in the current situation. And I think the thing with Tryndamere is it becomes such a problem because not only will you just keep pressuring the sides, you can move in the jungle, steal away the camps, get even further ahead. Now, Weibo are looking for a pick here.
JackeyLove's in trouble, flashes the Everfrost, but can't flash everything. Angel gets his hat trick, gets his third kill of the game. Now a solar flare onto Knight there. No charm to follow up though. I mean, there's no anything to follow up. Everything was just used onto Knight, so a little bit too much to try and go for the extra kill there.
That's what they need, right? It's something the Ahri really offers, and when the early game hasn't gone as planned, picks are important. The 5v5 is going to be difficult to navigate, but if you find someone like JackeyLove, isolate, alone, without protection, that's the avenue back in. But I'm not sure one pick is going to do as much as Top Esports pick in the last game, because, yeah, they got a kill, but Wayward is hammering down on these turrets, and it's a great move from the rest of the team, rotating over. Not only does it secure vision for the Dragon, but it basically means the Shy can't even get close to the tower.
Yeah. If you're a Weibo fan right now, your faith is in Angel. He's the one that has to step up. But against this Vigar in team fights, it's going to be tough. We need to see picks for Weibo. We need to see them finding advantages somewhere, somehow. And Angel seems like the only person that can make that happen so far. The Shy trying to deny this on face checking once more. That's going to be a charm coming across, bit of damage onto Tien, but SOFM just gets nuked on the other side of the play. On flashes out to safety as Wayward now chasing down the Shy, but a good knockaway, a flash forward from Wayward. He ain't stopping anytime soon. His endless rage is directed towards the Shy, and both games in this series, Wayward has dominated that top side.
It was a split fight, right? It felt like maybe there's an avenue in. Knight was off to the side. There's no cage coming down in the jungle. It doesn't matter, right? Top Esports so far ahead, just able to charge them down. The Shy is no safe haven. They get the bot lane tier 2, the extra gold, and the Dragon as well. And we'll see the replay. So, you know, they look for this engage, but it's on the Tryndamere. You know, it's a little bit ambitious. Knight's off to the side, but just disrupt SOFM. And then, I mean, how... Yeah, goodbye. Just so much damage available.
Absolutely nuked on that one. And I have to say, I feel like we're seeing Top Esports in playoffs form right now. Like, this is not the same, like, shenanigans that we're so used to seeing. Like, there hasn't been a single play from JackeyLove, aside from jumping on at the very end of that last game, but that was a pretty much guaranteed kill anyway. Like, we have not seen the same characteristic ridiculousness out of Top Esports that we're so used to seeing. They are playing reserved. They are playing still aggressive, but not overly aggressive, right? Still within reason. It looks beautiful, and Weibo do not have an answer for it. 3,000 is the gold lead for Top Esports. And on Soul Point, an Infernal Soul, no less. In 4 minutes' time, Weibo really are going to have to figure out what on earth they can do about it.
Yeah, right now you can see Angel fishing, but will get spotted out by the control ward. Top Esports playing this one slow, making sure if they're going to push up to the mid tower, they have the control in the area. Critically, Knight isn't here, so they don't have that cage as a defensive tool. So for now, they'll just push up, contest a bit of the vision, and then back away. Wayward heading back to the top lane. And I expect Knight, after pushing this wave in, will just move towards mid. 3.5 minutes on that Dragon. And that is what is scary, right? It's going to be a very early Dragon Soul for Top Esports. And I don't know about you, but if there's a couple of champions I wouldn't want to give extra damage, it would probably be Jinx and Vigar. I think they're up there, right, in terms of not needing any extra damage.
Up there as well.
Yeah, I won't lie. He's probably in the same category.
Yeah.
Painful, I'll say. So Weibo, I feel like for this next dragon, in a straight up 5v5, I think it's a struggle, right? If the Shy lands a big shock blast, there's a bit of hope, but I really think they need some picks to come in.
Shy wants a 1v1 onto Wayward. Good trade coming out there from him. On moves over, but spotted on a ward. I mean, nothing more can come of that one. 5 stacks left on that cull. As Wayward looks like he'll get out with his life, at least for the time being. Baron going to be on the map in 15 seconds. 2 items finished for Jackie Wayward about to finish his second item as he heads back to base as well. As he gets the Navori quick blades. Like, it's not getting any easier for the Shy. It really isn't. But I will say, Top Esports, they're the kind of team, even though I'm saying, you know, they're not necessarily as mojo as they've been in the past, they're still willing to pull the trigger on a Baron.
Absolutely. If the opportunity arises, and doing a good job of contesting the vision control here. That's the critical thing. If you have vision control, it's very hard for Weibo to surprise you with a charm out of the fog of war. And that's their win con. You know, you look at the goal difference, it's only 2,000, but the way the fights operate, Weibo needs something extra. They need to find that key window. Angel's looking.
Angel might be that something extra. A pick on tonight before the fight ever begins. And now maybe a bit of follow-up from SOFM. Has Dragon Rage, but won't go on to Mark there with the Sonic Wave. Drake's still not up for another 2 minutes, but Weibo have found an opportunity. They found that window that they were looking for. And maybe damage onto this tower. They can't quite finish it off. The Shy not able to get any autos in. Won't be much off of this pick, but hey, still finding some gold.
Yeah, some gold is nice, and they get a bit more damage than the mid-lane tower, but the problem is, nothing was burned from the side of Top Esports. No flash burned by Knight, so it means it's kind of the timing where if you got a summoner from that play, it's going to be down for the dragon fight. But the fact you only got the kill, Knight's going to reset, get back on the map. Not too much overall loss, but this is the concept. This is what you want to look for. Angel dashing over, lands a beautiful charm. Nothing that Knight can do. And with the cage gone, Top Esports know they have to back away. They don't have that great defensive tool. More of the same. We have a minute until that dragon. If Top Esports get it, I feel like it's just pretty much doomed. They need to set up the vision early and look for those picks. Critically, Knight is probably the best target, right? Everyone else is tanky, or in the case of Jackie Love, has cleanse. Definitely still possible if he's isolated, but if you can find the Veigar, that is the standout pick.
Certainly is. Wayward, the opposite of an ideal target, can just press R and become invincible, which is never fun to deal with. As vision being cleared, 30 seconds on this Drake. We need to see Weibo finding a pick because the 5v5 doesn't look good for them. Jackie up on 2 items on this Jinx, and already the fight begins. As Mark has to flash away. Angel goes wide on the charm onto Tien, and it means we go back to the standoff.
Critically, no ult now for Angel. Puts him in a difficult spot.
On completely whiffs everything, but dodges everything in return. And now damage onto Honest Knight. Just blasts the ult out at him. Wants to finish the support. Any pick will do when Infernal Soul is on the line. And Top Esports move over. SOFM getting chased out by Wayward, who wants to have the best series he's had all split by the looks of things. This is domination from Top Esports. The Shy cannot contest. The Drake will go down here unless some kind of miracle could occur. And there's Infernal Soul for Top Esports. Everything they could have wanted has happened.
Yeah, unfortunately, Weibo, they're fishing, but they don't find it. And critically, they burn the Ariel to try and find that opportunity. With it down, they lose so much power. SFM, people might be focused on the top side of the fight, but he actually nearly sold out Tian, but just not enough. And the Veigar cage, it's so frustrating, right? Especially as something like a Leona, because it gets put down, it lasts so long. We'll see it in the replay. On's fishing, doesn't connect anything, and now you're just trapped. There's nothing you can do. And again, this is not an Aftershock Leona. Plenty squishy.
Yeah, those flame chompers from Jackie Love ruining everything for him. Can't get on tonight, can't get the CC down. And SOFM in the meantime went too deep, as you said, trying to finish off Tien, but just gets chased out of the jungle by Wayward. You can't escape from a Tryndamere that has Navori quick blades. It's practically impossible. And now just look at the items for Top Esports. Across the board, they are rocketing ahead. Almost 3 items on Wayward. We're only 23 minutes into this game. And it feels like, once again, I'm looking towards Angel. We need some kind of miracle picks for Weibo if they're going to be able to contest. Still only 3,000 gold down. It's actually not that big of a gold lead right now in favor of Top Esports.
Feels so significant,
but the
right?
control, exactly. It's not necessarily a good determining factor in this one, the gold lead alone.
I like the build from Knight here. You know, obviously, Veigar has enough damage in and of himself, right? He has the Everfrost for the utility, he has the Void Staff. But going for, I forget what they're called, but the fast pants that build into Deadman's or Force of Nature. And basically...
Winged cleats?
Something, I don't know, but...
Something.
You know, it's that extra movement speed to push forwards. You're bulky, you're tanky, and you play around the cage. You're still doing enough damage, but adds... makes it harder for the enemy team to punish you, right? If you have that extra resistance.
Yeah.
Now, the start of the Baron, they want the fight. They feel confident, but they don't want to flip. So you probably won't see that Baron get too low, but they're trying to test the waters and see if Weber will come into the... Oh my god,
On has been found again. This keeps on happening. He will survive. Solar Flare onto Jackie Love, but who can follow up? Like, name a single player on Weibo that can follow up on that Solar Flare. It's just impossible. And now On will be sent back to base. Huanfeng got chunked out during all of that as well. And that'll be a tier 1 in the mid lane taken by Top Esports. Tien, though, doesn't go down the Crescent Guard. Angel has to back away with the second charge of his ulti. A good attempt, but not enough.
And critically, the mid lane tier 1 goes down, right? And that's so important for Top Esports because when you push in deep, get the vision around that area, it's going to be a lot easier to establish. And the deeper your vision is, the harder it is for Weibo to contest through, especially when you know you might run into the Veigar cage. Now, ooh, Charm connects.
Angel's just getting one shot. Jackie Love is untouched in this fight right now. SOFM goes down. The reset's coming through. Jackie Love goes forward. Huanfeng 1 HP and survives. 2 kills go the way of Weibo. And now Top Esports want to finish it off. Wayward wants his moment in the sun. Won't find it.
And they find the critical picks, right? It's really sketchy. On tonight, they just managed to catch him with the charm. There's just enough damage from SOFM with the burn from the red smite to take him out. And again, Huanfeng surviving on 1 HP. Really close here. And ultimately, both sides walk away licking their wounds, so this won't amount to anything. But again, Weibo trying to find the opportunities. Charm flash, yes, still connects. And then it's so close to Night Living, but the red smite burn takes him out. And in return... Huanfeng, you know, does survive just about, right? It's the difference, and it does mean it's a trade up for Weibo, but there's nothing to capitalize on. You're too low on HP. You can't translate this into a Baron. Dragon isn't up, obviously, and it doesn't drastically change the game state.
Let's just take a second here, Orcs, because there's something really crucial to mention. Obviously, there's all of the playoffs. There's all of the playoffs implications that come out of this game, but crucially, that fight was way closer than it should be with an Infernal Soul and a gold lead for Top Esports. Elder Dragon is coming up in 1 minute and 45 seconds. And all we need from Weibo is a little bit of a coin flip and a little bit of a nice smite out from SOFM. And that could be a win game for Weibo. This is by no means over. Despite how far ahead Top Esports have been this entire time, it isn't over just yet. Weibo being trapped in the baby cage on solo on HP. Mark flashes for the kill, but he actually survives for the time being. Depth charge onto Huanfeng, but nobody goes down. Huanfeng stuck inside the baby cage, uses his ulti to get out. Root comes on through. Wayward uses his ulti though, and keeps himself safe. 2 picks for Top Esports, and I take it all back. There's nothing Weibo can do.
Yeah, the problem is the cage cooldown is so short. It gives such minute windows to play around, and they're just not able to find it. The critical thing with that previous fight was that Top Esports win group. They didn't have the full 5 members. It left avenues to approach. This time, space isn't given. Baron secured a 5k gold lead on taking it, and the opportunity to translate into so much more. On top of that, 45 seconds on that Elder Dragon, and it might just go from bad to worse for Weibo.
Or it might go from bad to miracle. We'll have to see.
Well, that's the other side to it, right?
I'm definitely no copium here. No copium whatsoever here. But hey, I love both of these teams. I'm happy whichever way this goes. And right now, it feels like it's a Top Esports angle. Great little engage there from Mark. Mark is the answer.
Yeah. And it's just like you see the cage come down. It means that Weibo can't do anything. They look for a kick, no follow-up, and then another cage. And it's just like these minute windows. Angel might found him though. Doesn't connect the charm.
Oh, the shot was so close as well. In the meantime, Wayward is happening to the rest of the roster. SOFM, the sole survivor. He'll walk home to tell the horror story of what just happened.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this is going to become an almost impossible contest. I don't even think they're going to go for it, but it's the Elder, right? Can you afford to give this up?
You have to. It has to be a miracle flip here from Weibo. Can SOFM make it happen? The Shine flashes in to get one shot, and SOFM has to back away. The Elder goes down. And that might just be curtains for Weibo. Top Esports on the cusp of a 2-0 win. Such a crucial win. This will guarantee them playoffs if they're able to win it. And it will push Weibo down to 3rd place.
And critically will keep Weibo within range of Top Esports. The 3 series after this, they can overtake them. And here we see a replay coming in. And just the problem is they're focusing so much. They're focusing so much on the Tryndamere, but it's a Tryndamere, right? Just pops the ultimate, charges in, and Jackie Love untouched on the side. Does actually A-click and hit the ward instead, but doesn't really matter now. There's a minute left on the Baron, and that's the problem, is that, you know, if they have just the Elder, you can try and clear the waves, right? If they have just the Baron, then you can still win a team fight. They have both, right? And for 45 seconds, it is so hard for Weibo.
So I'm real low. A zap and an ult from Jackie Love is pretty much enough to kill someone at this point in the game with Elder Dragon. Look at the darkness in this jungle TN moving over towards the Shy, but SOFM, you've got to be a little bit careful. You're real far away from your base right now. He perhaps wants a miracle play, but, you know, Elder's still up for another minute and a quarter. I don't think now is the time to try and find any kind of play. Now is the time to just back away, accept that you're losing tier 2 towers at least.
Yeah, and it looks like off this play, they'll be able to get the inhibitor tower. And again, the Elder will survive. The hardest thing is to... Oh my god. Okay, that's a bit of damage, right? I'll say that much.
Yeah, Jackie Love chunked out here, forced away SOFM, trying to hold the cannon so it won't hit onto the inhibitor. I like this from Weibo. Managing to survive. The Shy might not be so lucky. 2v1 under the tower. Maybe should have backed away from that one. And now a 4v5. Top Esports, after such a close series, will just dominate the final fight. A pick onto the Shy leads to a game win. The mid inhib will fall. The minions pouring into the base. And Top Esports, their march north continues. They will now have the head-to-head over Weibo. Weibo will move into 4th place, and Top Esports will guarantee themselves playoffs.
A huge win and a critical one over their probably hardest opponent. I'll say comfortably hardest opponent left off the split, and Top Esports continue their huge winning streak on a 7-win streak now. And man, going into playoffs with that momentum, taking out one of the top contenders, Weibo, who were 2nd, now knocked down to 3rd, I believe. A huge achievement for this roster, who struggled at the start of the split, but really feel like they've come together.
Yeah, dude, Mark was the answer. I did not expect Mark to be the answer, but whatever Mark is bringing to this team, it's working. This is a way more calculated version of Top Esports, and I never thought that would be a good thing. I kind of saw that as a potential negative, but they are managing to make it happen time and time again. The win streak continues. That is their 7th win in a row as they guarantee themselves playoffs. And now a single win behind both RNG and Weibo. And as you rightly said earlier, now with their head-to-head against Weibo, they are closing that gap.
Yeah, and it's huge, right? Because obviously we talked before about the importance of getting to the double elimination, in with a good shot of doing so now, but just the fact that they've been playing so well, because it's like they haven't lost that aggression we see from Top Esports, still very much so. And in that game 1 in particular, 1 pick and they just blew open the game, but it feels, as you said, calculated. It feels controlled. It feels like they understand what they need to do in the game, and they aren't just saying, hey, we see a champion, let's kill them. They know when they need to look for these plays, and it felt like, honestly, you know, as much as game 2, there's a couple of moments coming out from Weibo, this felt very one-sided, considering sort of how high the standings both of these teams are. I feel like I expected a lot more of a fight from Weibo.
Yeah, and Weibo are starting to look a little bit worrying, right? The fact that they go to 3 games against LGD, got absolutely demolished by RNG, and now getting demolished by Top Esports as well. That's 2 top teams that they've faced recently, and 2 zeros in both of those series. It's a rough look for Weibo with playoffs right around the corner. I'm starting to worry that this is a team that maybe peaked a little bit too early in the split.
Yeah, that's the thing, is like, if you have a strong start of the split, it definitely sets you up the standings. But at the end of the day, you want to hit your stride when you're getting towards playoffs. And that's absolutely what Top Esports have done. We'll have the goal graph, and you can just see, right, there was some early plays that came out positively for Weibo, but it just felt like they gathered control and the momentum built, and the Vi got pick from Knight was so good, so powerful at shutting down SFM and Angel, and honestly, it just meant that it was so hard to play those team fights, right? And the fact that the Shy fell so far behind Wayward, who had a great series, by the way, meant that they didn't really have that extra option. I think we saw, you know, right at the end of the game, Jackie Love got hit by a shock blast and nearly lost all his health. We needed more of that, and we needed it earlier. We needed the Shy to be strong, and I think Weibo just missed the mark. And for both games, they had early win conditions they needed to play around, never came to fruition.
Yeah, it really didn't. I have to say, disappointing from Weibo, but huge positives, right, for Top Esports. This is an exceptional roster. Wayward, in my mind, I can't even think of another rookie that comes close to contesting his rookie of the split claim right now. And then Mark coming in on the bottom side of the map as well. TN, finally, it feels like meshing with that team. And, you know, at the start of the split, TN, Xiaopeng, that was kind of the big conversation of, like, whether it was ever going to work in the jungle. Feels like TN absolutely having a whale of a time now. Feels like all of the pieces are finally coming together for Top Esports. And it's feeling a little bit like 2020, dare I say it. This Top Esports is starting to feel really formidable and could be a serious contender when it comes to the very top spots of playoffs.
Yeah, and I think now, we talked about their schedule before, right? They've beaten Weibo. The next three teams are, I believe it's IG first, and then following that, just let me check for a second. Yeah, it's IG, AL, and LGD. Those are, I expect when they're on a 7-win streak, they should beat those. So we could see Top Esports ending the split on a 10-win streak, which would just be phenomenal in terms of your confidence going to playoffs, in terms of the momentum, in terms of seeing the level they've sort of hit. So definitely looking now like they've had a big resurgence and could be one of the front runners for the whole thing.
Yeah. And, you know, you have to just go back and remember that this is a team that started the split 2-4. This is a team that started the split disastrously and have somehow managed to pull it all together. And they're playing the long game. And as we head towards playoffs, they look like a serious fighter. Honestly, I'm willing to say this is a team that will be contesting for the championship. Now, we're going to head over to the stage where Christina is standing by. We're going to have a chat with one of the newest members of the team, Mark.
Hello everyone, welcome to post-game interview in Shanghai studio. This is Christina. Now we're joined by Mark, the support for Top Esports. Congratulations on your win and congratulations to Top Esports for qualifying playoffs. How do you feel right now and why did you guys maintain such a great performance currently? 让我们欢迎 Mark 选手来到赛后采访，也是恭喜你们拿下了季后赛的门票啊！想要问一下，你觉得最近队伍能拿到这么好的一个表现，最主要的原因是什么？以及进入到季后赛以后，现在感觉如何呢？
感觉就挺开心的，能进季后赛吧。我们队伍的话，最近就是比较努力嘛，然后比较刻苦训练吧，然后大家一起配合，然后磨合，然后比较团结，然后才会走到，就是能走到连胜这一步。
I feel pretty happy to make playoffs. And in terms of our team's form, I do think that is because we work harder together currently. That's the result for our whole team. So next question is about game one. Did you anticipate they will pick Kathleen and Lux as a combination? And how would you evaluate this combination's strengths in current patch? 接下来想要问一下，第一局 BP 的时候有没有预料到对面会选出一个女警拉克斯这样的组合？以及你觉得这个组合在当前版本以及最近的比赛中，它的适用性和强度怎么样呢？
就第一把的话，就我和杰克就有预想到对面会出女警拉克斯嘛，因为我是先出了一个洛嘛。然后就女警拉克斯当前版本就是必须要打出推塔节奏，如果不推塔的话，如果和对面一起平发育的话，这个英雄就没什么用。
Actually, me and Jackie Love, we have anticipated that they will pick Kathleen and the Lux, this combination, because I picked the Recon firstly. In terms of my perspective on this combination, I don't think this combination is powerful if they can't push in the waves, if they can't to get a lead in laning. So next question is about game two. I'm curious about your evaluation on the Wayward this player. His turmoil really impressed me a lot。接下来想要问一下第二局啊，我感觉上单选手的这个 WeWord 他的蛮王确实在第二局发挥也很亮眼。你觉得他这一局的表现怎么样呢？你是觉得 WeWord 这个选手，你们也是搭档了有一段时间嘛？你觉得他是一名怎样的选手？
他是一名比较激进的小将吧，然后打得比较有信心吧，就上去就说我要单杀他，然后我要打爆他，然后就挺自信的，就是这名选手未来可期。
I do think that Wayward is an aggressive player and he's so confident. I do think that he will have a bright future. So my next question is about your body because you have played with Jake Love for several games. And how would you evaluate your strengths currently and what's your goal next? 接下来想要问一下你和 Jacky 的下路双人组了，因为感觉自你从中期加入到滔博以后呢，你们也是打了有很多场比赛了嘛。想要问一下，你觉得你们双人组目前的配合怎么样？以及你觉得如果对于整个队伍来说，下一步的计划是什么呢？
我和杰克拉伍的配合就是会比较多喜欢沟通嘛，因为前面就会一直跟他沟通，然后跟他说对象啊，然后团战啊什么的，就各方面的跟他聊的就蛮多的。然后我们下一步的话，下一步就是挺进到季后赛嘛，因为季后赛的话，很多强烈的选手，不是很多强烈的队伍嘛，因为季后赛的队伍都很强，我们在季后赛的话能够一直取胜吧，然后能够打到决赛去吧。
I really communicated frequently with Jackie Love, and we communicated to each other about a lot of details in game and all aspects. I do hope we can perform better in playoffs because there's a lot of strong players, strong teams in playoffs. We hope we can perform better and to get a better result. Thank you so much for joining me. 让我们再次感谢 Mark 选手来到赛后采访，跟大家说再见吧。Back to you guys.
Thanks very much, Christina. Good to hear Mark being relatively humble, honestly. I'm always surprised by Mark in interviews. He always comes across very humble and polite. When on stage, he kind of like swaggers out. On the Rift, he just like goes. And then in interviews, he's like super humble, super reserved. Always surprises me. But great to hear from him. Great to see Top Esports again, just on this absolute tear. And, you know, Mark mentioned him in the interview. Wayward is going to be our MVP. Unbelievable series coming out from him. Completely destroying the Shy today. And I have to say, Wayward, he is quickly becoming one of my favorite players in the entire league.
Yeah, and this was my big question mark for the series because he's up against the Shy, right? And although he's been inconsistent, the Shy has had some really solid performances so far this split. I think as a rookie, it's daunting, but he not only did he go up against him and perform well, he challenged him, he found these opportunities, taking this Tryndamere. I remember this was a blind Tryndamere. He didn't get counterpick here. He chose it, and the Shy didn't have an answer in the Jace, and he was able to just consistently find opportunities to punish. And I think something I have to praise as well is often you see players when they're taking the Tryndamere, they just go in, I'm aggressive all the time. It felt very tempered, right? He played around the pressure his team had, and as a result, it didn't really feel like he got punished at all in this game, right? He only found favorable opportunities, and he didn't leave too many windows for the enemy team to punish, and as a result, crushing performance in the top lane.
Yeah, absolute destruction in the top lane. And, you know, we're used to seeing the Shy do that to other people, not the other way around. It's not usually the Shy getting destroyed like that, because quite often you'll see the Shy die in lane, but he still has pressure. He still exists in the top lane, and quite often he'll come back in a laning phase. Not today. Not against Wayward. Wayward was just absolutely demolishing him. And in that second game as well, the Shy had the counter pick. That's the part that really sets it apart, right? Is the fact that the Shy had counter pick and still got destroyed in the 1v1. But enough waxing poetical about Wayward. He's an amazing player, and I cannot wait to see more from him for the rest of the split, and I cannot wait to see him in playoffs. But let's look at how things have gone today. It has been a real quick day. It's only 1 p.m. here in the UK. We usually finish at like 3 or 4 o'clock. So it's been kind of crazy quick. 2 zeros across the board. JDG showing up, crushing TT. We saw RA versus Ultra Prime. Definitely not as one-sided as the 2-0 would suggest. And then Top Esports managing to strut their stuff a little bit in the series.
Yeah, I think Series 1, we kind of expected it to be pretty one-sided, but, you know, although there was a lot of back and forth in the games, RA managing to pull out the win, and that's really significant when it comes to deciding who's going to make playoffs or not. But this final match, Top Esports, frankly, crushing Weibo and allowing themselves to gain a fair bit of ground in the standings. And as we've said countless times today, the last 3 games of the split aren't exactly the fiercest composition, so Top Esports in a prime position to gain even more ground. They are now locked into playoffs. They've closed the gap onto Weibo and have 3 more games to keep pushing up the standings.
We have 5 teams locked into playoffs. We have 4 teams locked out, and the fight for the middle of the table is only heating up. EDG, LNG, both a singular win away from locking their own spots in, and we will see couple of them playing tomorrow. B5 versus AL to start us off. LNG with an opportunity to lock themselves in playoffs against LGD as our second series, and then EDG as well against BLG. That's going to be a big old matchup. For EDG, it could lock playoffs, but for BLG, they could tie themselves up in the standings alongside EDG.
Absolutely, and that's the thing, is that EDG had such a strong, I feel like we can say this about a lot of teams, such a strong start to the split. It kind of felt like it was business as usual. They've really started to struggle now, and still the fact that they haven't locked in playoffs yet is kind of crazy. And the fact that they are, slipping outside of that top 6, right? We talk about the value of that double elimination. Remember, if they didn't have double elimination last split, they would have been knocked out by WE. They were able to bounce back, go on to win the whole thing, win Worlds, but I definitely would appreciate that extra layer of protection. And quickly, sort of, there's potential for them to lose out if they aren't able to start winning some more series.
Yeah, same can be said for BLG, though, a team that has been a little lackluster. So that series tomorrow, whoever wins it, that's their first step on the road to correcting the way things have been going for them this split. That's going to be it from us today. I've been Munchables. I've been joined by Orcs. We're going to close things out, but we will see you guys tomorrow for those all-important games. Until then, though, we'll see you in Champ Select.